Chapter 161. After Sir Butcher took office, the first thing he did was to check the household register of the guards of the Great Pyramid. The yellow silk cloaks guarding the pyramid all came from Yuan Kai. They had families and businesses, old and young. They had recently joined the army because of the great sage's extreme recruitment. Through the household register of Yuan Kai, Sir Butcher easily found most of the guards' families and then took them to the square of the Great Pyramid. He first shouted for the soldiers to come out and surrender. If the yellow silk cloak in the tower refused, it meant that his family's ordinary free people label was removed. More directly, the families of the guards who refused to surrender were not under the protection of Queen Dani's code of law. In this way, there was a lot to be done. Sir Butcher wanted to let the Gith people taste his clean 18-pig slaughtering techniques, but he was afraid. He was afraid of Queen Dani, afraid of her dragon, and afraid of her code of law. How could he not be afraid of the queen, who could even whip herself into a bloody mess? However, he also had a way to deal with these Gith people. Sir Butcher selected men over the age of 13 from their families, put shackles on their feet, and then distributed a short sword and a wooden shield to each of them, forcing them to charge at the Great Pyramid. Well, he personally led the battle supervision team to follow behind. Whoever dared to resist would be killed directly. It only took 2 hours for the Great Pyramid to be broken through. The battle process was very tragic. More than 1,000 people died, dozens of people went crazy, and more than 200 yellow silk cloaks chose to commit suicide after surrendering. Their father, brother, and nephew died in front of them, even under their own arrow rain. Normal people could not bear it. If they fought with the army of the Mother of Dragons, they would not be afraid no matter how many casualties there were. Many people even had the awareness that they would die, but the suffering and despair of slaughtering their compatriots and even their loved ones was unbearable for the soldiers. When the Great Pyramid fell, almost all the yellow silk cloaks had problems with their minds. After taking down the Great Pyramid, Sir Butcher was in high spirits and began to attack the next pyramid almost tirelessly. He used the same method to take down the second pyramid, then the third, the fourth. At noon the next day, Dani rode Blackie back to Yuan Kai and found that all the pyramids had been taken down. Her side did not lose a single soldier and even saved arrows and kerosene. Sir Shackle, I'm impressed by your efficiency. Dani praised sincerely. This was the truth. Previously, she had thought of letting the mercenaries and Gith warriors who had surrendered to attack the pyramid. Even so, she still felt guilty and felt that she had mistreated the prisoners. She didn't even dare to think about Sir Shackle's crazy method of making his guards fight with his family members. More importantly, Sir Shackle didn't break the law. Those old and young nominally belonged to the militia who served the corvée because their relatives committed crimes. Wasn't it natural for the militia to attack the city for the queen? It's my honor to serve the queen. Butcher revealed an ugly smile. Sir Clyde, after we take down the Pyramid of Myrene with your achievements in the past month, you will definitely be made an earl. Once you become a count, you will have the right to choose your fief. You will be the first noble under my command to receive a fief. Dani smiled and encouraged him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live Queen Dani Liz. Long live the Mother of Dragons. Sir Butcher shouted excitedly. By the way, is the virtuous lord dead? He's dead. He burned himself to death. I also caught 2 virtuous lords and a witch from the Great Pyramid. That witch has been clamoring to see you, Sir Butcher said. Okay, I'll go see her when I'm free. Dani nodded and said casually. After Clyde left, Dani began to command the sergeants in the square to move her Queen's Palace. A large tent, 2 large wooden boxes with clothes, blankets, and medicine. It was very simple. Why did you leave the Great Pyramid to Clyde? On the way to the West City, Jiki muttered unwillingly. I didn't leave it to Clyde. The Great Pyramid is the administrative center, and I can't stay in Yuan-Kai permanently. A pyramid is enough as a temporary residence. The Great Pyramid was left to the city lord. Danny said. The little silver horse was left in Mireen. Danny was riding a big yellow horse at this time. In front of her were 3,000 unsullied walking in line, and behind her were 8,000 armored knights. The group of people was mighty and majestic, the people of guys who opened their doors on both sides of the street and peeked at them. Their eyes were filled with respect, fear, and the last part was hatred buried deep in their hearts. Jiki looked around and said, The people of guys on this street don't like us. There are many new free people living near the Great Pyramid. They love you very much. I still think you should live in the Great Pyramid. This was related to the overall layout of Yuan-Kai. Most of the manor owners who moved into the city from the Great Plains lived in the East City. The West City was close to the sea and was more of a commercial area. There was no doubt that Danny hated the owner of Yuan-Kai Manor, who slaughtered more than 50,000 slaves. She didn't let any of those bastards go. According to the household register, Danny found all the families who owned land in the Great Plains. All the boys over the age of 10 were imprisoned, and all their property was confiscated. This time, Danny was more ruthless and limited the age of men to 10 years old. Those slave owners didn't let the slaves go just because they were young and didn't have the strength to rely on Danny. In fact, even the babies of the slaves were hung in the cemetery. As a result, large areas of the East City block were vacated. They were first taken over by Danny and then assigned to the newly liberated slaves to rent for free. Well, when Danny was done with this, she would organize the people in Yuan-Kai Manor, distribute the land and property equally, and then the new free people could choose which house to buy. The main industry of Yuan-Kai Manor was the trading of bed slaves. The training bases for training boys and girls in the 7 kinds of crying in spring were mostly located in the West City. The supporting industries were also in the West City. Although Danny understood that even the slave owners who trained the bed slaves must have their hands stained with the blood of the 50,000 slaves, she couldn't punish them for their innocence. The person who made the decision to slaughter the slaves was a virtuous master, and the person who killed the slaves was the manor owner. Other slave owners and citizens of Yuan-Kai Manor didn't support this matter in their hearts, but they didn't directly participate in it. Danny had no reason to punish them, unless she used the king's authority of the queen's wrath, such as learning from Boss Chow again, and learning how he dealt with Shujo because of the death of his father. But Danny had been working hard to create a society that combined the legal system and the rational system. Kings could enjoy privileges, but they absolutely couldn't be convicted of evil, nor could they be absolved of their crimes because of love. In her opinion, if a traveler from another world wanted to play the game of King's Struggle, they must have the awareness of bringing a better world. If they couldn't do it, they shouldn't take on this burden. With the experience and skills of her previous life, she could be a big businessman and play as she pleased. Therefore, the merchants in the West City district were currently being treated coldly by her. Well, she would write it down in a small notebook first. After dealing with the big slave owners, she would specially take time to teach those bastards a lesson. Seeing that Ji Chi was still blabbering, Danny deliberately lowered her voice and said gloomily, the virtuous master's family of more than 100 people were all sacrificed in the Great Pyramid by the witch. It almost overlapped with hell. Maybe there will be demons wandering in the middle of the night. Do you still dare to live there? Really? The centaur maid shrank her neck, and the afternoon sun could no longer make her feel a trace of warmth. Then let Cleon live there. Yesterday, 1,300 Gith people died, unjustly. It is estimated that he will seek revenge in the middle of the night. None of the Gith people died, unjustly. Danny corrected her. The pyramid chosen by Danny as the Queen's Palace was only 100 meters high, but it was very new. The yellow bricks on the outside of the pyramid were newly laid, and its interior decoration was very luxurious and elegant. This pyramid belonged to the richest man in Yuan Kai, Azan. The pyramid of the Quag's family was also 5,000 years old, but after Azan made his fortune, he renovated the whole pyramid again. He also bought a 1-kilometer block from the bottom of the pyramid to the sea in the west and built a square connected to the sea. The square was full of shops, and the sea was equipped with an exclusive dock area. Whether it was the scenery, economic value, or comfort, the pyramid of the Quag's family was far more suitable to be Danny's palace than the Great Pyramid where 1,000 or 2,000 people died. Well, this place can be used for a vacation. Danny stood on the platform in front of the gate of the palace on the top floor and looked to the west. The blue sea was connected to the sky, and the waves were sparkling. There was a sense of heroism that the whole slave bay was embraced in her arms. Since it is in the West City, let's call it the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful. She laughed strangely. If there was another nanny wrong, Danny thought about it and giggled, which made Chi-Chi, who was watching on the side, inexplicably. In fact, the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful was not built by the Qing dynasty at all. It originally belonged to the residence of the imperial concubines of the previous Ming dynasty. Oh, Calixi, come and see, something happened. In the afternoon, when Danny was discussing the plan to deal with the prisoners of war with several generals in the front hall, the maid who helped Danny make the bed in the bedroom of the back hall suddenly shouted in panic. What happened? Danny paused the meeting and walked a few steps to the back hall and asked, Calixi, your egg cracked. Chi-Chi shouted, What do you mean my egg cracked? As she said that, Danny's expression changed, and she quickly ran to the front of the bed. She saw that the bronze dragon egg in the wooden box at the bedside had a thin crack, and the crack was spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this a natural birth? Danny asked strangely. Soon, under Danny's command, a group of Unsullied built a charcoal stove in the garden on the top floor with bricks. The charcoal burned with the help of a blower, and the wire mesh above the stove was fiery red. Why are you burning the dragon egg? Liberty Wing's infantry commander Morono was puzzled. The stove, which was 0.5 meter in diameter, seemed to be imprisoning countless fire demons, and long red tongues were sticking out through the holes in the wire mesh. The rolling heat wave blew away Danny's soft silver hair, and under the reflection of the fire, her cheeks were red and tender. A baby dragon that has not experienced the fire is a defective product. As she said that, she held the dragon egg with both hands and placed it on the wire mesh. Boom! The flame instantly engulfed her silk sleeves and climbed up her flawless white arms like a fire python. In a short while, Danny's entire upper body was enveloped in flames. However, the outer layer of mail blocked the exposed spring scenery. Danny's palm, which was pressed against the surface of the dragon egg, was like a squid on a metal plate, making sizzling sounds as if it was being roasted, and a burnt smell spread in the surroundings. Your Majesty, isn't the temperature too high? Don't you feel pain? The red-haired Lila asked worriedly. When she spoke, her tongue felt sour, as if she was the one being roasted. I didn't expect that even an Unsullied can't withstand the flames of this charcoal stove, the muscular Beworth said nervously as he rubbed his hands. Chapter 162. Blood and fire come from the same source. Blood is fire, and fire is the power of existence in this world. My blood can allow the baby dragons to withstand higher temperatures when they are born. The higher the temperature at birth, the higher their resistance to fire will be when they grow up. Danny was sweating profusely, but her voice was extremely calm. So that's how it is. Everyone was enlightened and in awe. In the process of assisting the 3 dragons and 1 egg to absorb the spiritual substance, the colorful light spots would first enter Dani's soul. Because the dragon souls had a mysterious connection with her soul, the spiritual substance could enter the dragon's consciousness through her sea of consciousness. Therefore, Dani's soul quality was also very high, and her blood was rich in spiritual substance. At this time, using her blood to help Little Four hatch was not only to increase the nourishment for the baby dragons, but also to strengthen the intimacy between them. It was a kind of blood connection. Blackie was the closest to Dani because he could produce a dragon soul with her, so his efficiency in absorbing the spiritual substance was also better. Little White and Little Green were very obedient when they were born. Later, Dani and Blackie became closer and closer, and the 2 little dragons gradually drifted away from her. This was the nature of dragons. At the same time, they could only have 1 partner, 1 rider. A dragon knight could not control 2 dragons, and it was also impossible for 2 people to share a dragon. Of course, Dani was not an ordinary dragon knight. She was also the mother of dragons. Even if they could not dream with her, Little White and Little Green would not refuse her ride. Later, during the dragon's horn incident, Dani merged her soul with Little White and Little Green again, and the 3 dragons worked together to break the restraint of the dragon's horn. In addition to obtaining a witchcraft, Dani's biggest gain was that her relationship with the 2 dragons had undergone some kind of qualitative change. From the dragon rider and the one being ridden, they became family, friends, and partners. Except for the skill slot, they could not dream with each other. They were as obedient as Blackie if they could understand. The 2 dragons were a little stupid, like 5 or 6 years old babies. They might not understand or misunderstand what adults said. Although Blackie was a little retarded, Dani could guide him in real time through the dragon soul state. This new Little Four was a little troublesome. Little Four would follow the same path as second brother and third brother. When he was young, he would be extremely close to Dani. Sometimes they would even have their souls fused together in their dreams. But as he grew older, Xiao Si's gradually matured. Even though he still loved his mother, he and Dani's mother would gradually drift apart. Therefore, Dani wanted to carry out the most barbaric blood sacrifice when he was born. She wanted to merge her essence with Little Four's soul. She wanted to extract the essence from her body and transfer it into Little Four's body along with her blood. Little Four, who was still struggling in the eggshell, was in his dragon spirit state with Dani, so he could receive gifts from Dani's mother. Crack! An obvious cracking sound startled the people nearby. They all stretched out their necks and stared at the stone egg on the stove without blinking. The flames are extinguishing? Beworth cried out in surprise. Indeed, the bright red tongue of flame that had been flickering in the air 1/2 meter above was now visibly shrinking. It was like the valve of a liquefied gas was gradually closing. Add more charcoal. The dragon is incubating. Don't let the flames go out. The red-haired Lila anxiously called out to the Unsullied, who was pulling the bellows. The newly built stove had 2 thin and long iron pipes connected at the bottom and the middle. The thin and long iron pipes were connected to the bellows, blowing air from the bottom of the stove. The thick iron pipe, with a sealed stopper in the middle, was the entrance to the charcoal. The charcoal is full. It was just added. The Unsullied who was in charge of adding firewood said doubtfully, "The flames are not extinguished." "The flames are." Fatty Morono pointed at the stone egg that had more and more cracks and said with a trembling voice, "The flames are all being absorbed by the dragon egg." The dragon inside the egg swallowed them. The few of them looked over. They could see that between the small black cracks there were light red threads that were as thin as a cow's hair crawling inside. Gradually, an illusory flame vortex appeared between Dani's hands. The flames that jumped out of the stove were like seawater that met a huge whirlpool. They were all sucked into the stone egg at the bottom of the whirlpool without leaving a single drop behind. "Oh, is this how a dragon hatches from a dragon egg?" Bruce Wayne murmured in shock. Even Danny was shocked, let alone the onlookers. Although she had incubated a dragon once, she had been stuck in the fire last time and could not see anything. Now, she saw with her own eyes that the flames and dragon soul were slowly combining to form a palm-sized baby dragon. Suddenly, the system that had been sleeping in Danny's mind sent her a message. The planet's principle will give every dragon egg a dragon mark, just like how a manufacturer provides a verification code for every product. Every mark can only give birth to one dragon. Even if the dragon egg was fossilized, there would still be a dragon mark in the fossilized dragon egg. A normal active dragon egg could absorb spiritual essence from the world on its own. The spiritual essence and the mark would combine to form a complete dragon soul. The dragon soul and the baby dragon embryo in the eggshell would mature together. The eggshell would crack, and a newborn megalosaurus would be born. In the process of hatching a dragon, the mother of dragons could artificially infuse spiritual essence into the dragon mark and gradually form a soul. As the active substance in the eggshell had already turned into stone, the baby dragon that had lost its original body would absorb the energy in the flames with the cooperation of the mother of dragons and be reborn from the flames. Blood is fire. Fire is blood. Blood and fire come from the same source. Danny suddenly had a new understanding of the maxim passed down from Valeglia. Fire is the source of life. I use the power of the flames and my blood to build a body for the baby dragon, Danny said proudly to the people around her. This, red-haired Lila's eyes widened in disbelief. This is more mythical than a myth. Yes, even Westeros fairy tales aren't this exaggerated. Bruce nodded and muttered. But this is real. Beavis took a few steps forward and lowered his head to look at the cracks on the surface of the stone egg. There's something inside. There's a dragon. The flames formed the dragon's body. As he said that, the tall eunuch showed a look of realization. No wonder their bodies are so hot. The dragon essence, is also so hot. I'm sweating all over. I've been swallowing fire. Crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks became bigger and bigger, and the stone egg finally cracked into a few pieces. Hiss! A palm-sized baby dragon crawled on Danny's palm and raised its head to roar. Look, its body. Beavis pointed at the baby dragon and shouted in shock, "It's illusory!" The baby dragon's body seemed to be made of golden red glass. It looked transparent and illusory. Its body is solidifying. Morono thought, Her Majesty is right. The true dragon absorbs fire to build its body. No wonder the stone egg can hatch a dragon. As long as the soul exists, the true dragon can use fire as its body. After the baby dragon hatched, it continued to burn for 2 hours. After burning a few hundred kilograms of charcoal, its body finally solidified completely. Danny looked at the baby dragon that was nibbling on its finger like a cat and laughed. "Since you look golden, I'll call you Gold." As soon as she said that, everyone who had just witnessed the dragon queen hatch a dragon froze in awe. What kind of stupid name was that? Moreover, the baby dragon was not completely golden. Its wings had obvious bronze spots. Even the skin covering its spine was dark green. Danny was very happy that she had just won a great battle and hatched a dragon. She decided to hold a banquet in the garden on the top floor. All the high-ranking officers were invited. Clan was the first to arrive. He even brought a guest with him. "Your Majesty, it's been a few days. That witch has been wanting to see you." Before the banquet started, Butcher Knight found Danny alone and said hesitantly, "To be honest, I'm a little afraid of her." I don't dare to reject her directly, but without your permission, I don't dare to release her. You should just deal with her. What are you afraid of? Danny asked casually as she played with gold. That which sacrificed hundreds of Mourinho's family. How can I not be afraid? Butcher Knight, who had a fierce face, mumbled, "Didn't I tell you that if you respect ghosts and gods and avoid them, the disaster will be eliminated? As long as you don't come into contact with them, you won't be in danger most of the time." Danny did not say anything definite. Under normal circumstances, avoiding the mysterious people would prevent them from being harmed by witchcraft. There were many wizards in this world, but 99% of them were trash. A machete could kill a large number of them. However, there were very few existences that had surpassed the mortal realm and entered the realm of gods. For example, the immortals and demigods. For example, the red-robed woman Melisandre, who served under Stannis. Obviously, the gay Duke Renly did not provoke anyone from the mysterious realm, but he was still killed by the blood witchcraft. Your Majesty, do you want to release the witch? Why don't you lock her up in your pyramid? Clan said with his head lowered. You can't even pronounce Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful. You want me to help you resist the lightning? Danny glanced at him and said, "Bring her to the garden on the top floor." The chef was still cooking downstairs. There were only 3 wooden tables that were 8 or 9 meters long in the garden. If the place was spacious enough, Danny would even put the 3 tables together. Well, according to the customs of this world, the king and vassals ate at the same table. When the old witch followed Clan to the garden on the top floor, the first thing she saw was the 3-headed dragon climbing on the western wall. Then she looked down and saw a silver-haired girl sitting under the megalosaurus. Without a doubt, the pretty girl with a hint of childishness and a hint of heroism on her face was the dragon mother. She was so young. Just as the rumors said, she had silver hair, purple eyes, and a beautiful face that was typical of Valeglia. The witch sighed in her mind and walked up to greet the girl. Hiss! The old woman's actions startled the giant dragon on the wall. However, its 6-fist-sized eyes only glanced at her and Clan before it turned its head away. It continued to stare at a palm-sized beast sitting at the front of the long table in the middle. The beast was tearing at a piece of charred meat that was as thick as a finger. Wait, that's not a beast. That's golden dragon. This is a newborn golden dragon. Old Witch pointed at the baby dragon and yelled in disbelief. Clan's expression changed. He scolded in a low voice, "Don't be rude in front of the queen." "It's okay. It's the first time the old lady has seen a dragon. It's okay for her to lose her composure." Danny waved her hand and gave the Unsullied a look. Then she invited the witch, "Madam, please come and sit down." The Unsullied pulled out a high-back oak chair that was placed at the 4th position of the long table. Chi-Chi also brought a cup of milk tea and a pile of dried fruits. The old witch suppressed her boiling emotions and sat diagonally across from Danny after thanking her. Chapter 163. "Old madam, you're from Helkelin, right? How should I address you?" Danny looked at the witch's attire and asked with a smile, "I'm a priestess of the Shamiliana Temple. Kaena, Priestess Kaena, may I know why you're looking for me?" Danny asked, "Your Majesty, did this little dragon just hatch?" The witch finally could not hold it in any longer. Danny paused for a moment before nodding. "It just hatched this afternoon. 2 days late." "Sigh, what a pity," the witch muttered. "Late, not late, just right. The eggshell cracked naturally at noon. The day was just right." Danny only realized after she finished speaking. "Who do you think hatched this egg? Wasn't it me?" The witch rubbed her wooden cane and said matter-of-factly. "Danny," she said in a huff, "call him and see if he answers. Little dragon, come here. I'm your mother. The witch's eyes lit up as she called out to Little Gold. Danny was speechless. Klein, Chi, and the rest of the Immaculate. What are you thinking? Not everyone can become the mother of dragons. Klein's face turned red as he growled in a low voice. The witch's face stiffened, and she glared at the butcher knight with her triangular eyes. She shouted at the butcher knight impolitely, "This old one works for money, so naturally I won't covet my employer's dragon. I also wouldn't dare to ask the Silver Queen for a small dragon. Wasn't this golden dragon summoned from Lalo, the shadow demon, by sacrificing the 263 members of the virtuous lord's family?" Klein was stunned for a moment before he asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" "The little dragon just hatched this afternoon. Mourinho died a few days ago, and it's not even an egg." "Hey, the great sage is already dead. There's really no need to lie to me." The witch pointed at the little dragon that was engrossed in eating meat. "Look at this pretty little face. It's golden and shiny. It's the same color as the dragon egg that Dragon Queen stole that day." Danny understood that the old man thought that Goldie was hatched from a fake egg. Sigh, it's a pity that I smashed that magic egg too early. Otherwise, I'll take it out and let her see how she'll snatch the bandit title of Mother of Dragons. It's not the same. This is a brass dragon with cyan spots. Chi refuted. The witch pointed at her face and retorted, "You have black pockmarks on your face. Why don't you say you're a black person from the Midsummer Islands?" The centaur maid's face turned red, and the freckles on the sides of her nose became brighter. Danny didn't want to waste any more time with the old woman. She asked, "Priest Kana, why are you here?" "Dragon Queen, I didn't want to disturb you, but you've been keeping me locked up in prison. I'm already so old. I'm afraid I won't last long." Although she was begging for mercy, the witch's tone was calm and didn't sound like she was begging. Who knows where she got her confidence? Or maybe she's already so old that she doesn't care about life and death? However, Danny wouldn't lower herself to her level. Just like what she said to Klein, she should respect the gods and avoid them. This old witch is obviously a ruthless character. Damn, she's so ruthless. She sacrificed the great sage's entire family of 263 people. Danny wasn't afraid of these witches, but they didn't have any conflict or hatred. There was no need to deliberately make enemies with her. She was a priest of Shamiliana's temple. She had her own sect and inheritance. She wasn't a rogue cultivator whose entire family died. The old priestess isn't a criminal. Why are you keeping her in prison? Danny frowned at Sir Butcher. Although it's a prison, she's been treated well, Klein argued. "Priest Kana, you know that not only did I take down Yuan Kai, I also took down Mirina Day earlier. I've been dealing with Mirine for the past 2 days." After explaining, Danny said directly, "Although you're helping the Gith people breed dragons, you're not a member of the Gith Alliance. Oh, by the way, Herculon didn't declare war on me, right?" The members of the anti-evil Mother of Dragons Alliance weren't limited to the cities of Slave Bay. New Gith was already involved, and Quills and Volantis were still building their armies. According to the information obtained from interrogating the Great Sage and the Wise Sage, the few slave trading countries in the Jade Sea and the free cities in the Western continent had the possibility of declaring war on Danny. No, Shamiliana wants to, but it's too far away." The witch shook her head. "Wants but not enough? Old woman, who gave you the courage to say such things to me?" Danny said with a straight face, "Since you're not an enemy, then your actions in Yuan Kai are considered commercial activities. Your Excellency, you're free to leave now. The Dragon Queen is wise and righteous. This old one can't thank you enough, but..." The yellow-black, wrinkled, old face actually blushed, causing Danny to think that she had seen wrongly. "If you have anything to say, say it." "Dragon Queen, I'm paid for serving the great sage," the witch said. "You've sacrificed the great sage's entire family to the devil, and you still want to ask him for money? This kind of service? Well, it's best to do it for each of the city kings who oppose me." "How much?" Danny asked, rubbing her nose. Obviously, no matter what the great sage promised the witch, it couldn't be fulfilled because all of great sage Yuan Kai's wealth had gone to Queen Danny's treasury. "It's a total of 200,000 gold radiance coins. He paid me 50,000 in advance, so I still have 150,000 left," the witch said hesitantly. A mere 150,000 was not even a drop in the ocean of the great sage's wealth. Danny waved her hand generously and said, "Targaryen values promises the most. I'm willing to help the dead Mourinho fulfill his promise with you." "Really?" The old witch was pleasantly surprised. "Of course, Targaryen. Once a promise is made, nothing can stop it." Then the witch smiled and pointed at Xiao Jin. "The great sage promised that as long as a dragon hatches, he'll reward me with an additional 300,000 gold radiance coins." "Old woman, this is too much." Danny lowered her voice and said, "Your Excellency, Xiao Jin definitely didn't hatch from that golden egg. At least, I won't admit it to the outside world. I'm a decent person, a benevolent king. How can I encourage others to sacrifice their entire family? This is too vicious. I can't do it. I'm going to deny it. I'm going to tell the world. I want everyone to understand that whether a dragon can be hatched is completely up to the heavens. It can't be forced." I understand. Even if a sacrifice can't guarantee that a dragon can be hatched every time." Thinking of the great sage's threat to her, the witch felt a sense of familiarity with Danny. "As long as I sacrifice your entire family, even if your entire family dies and you don't hatch a dragon, you can't blame me. After all, the mother of dragons also admitted that whether a dragon can be hatched is up to the heavens. How can you not believe the words of an expert?" Danny emphasized, "A sacrifice can't hatch a dragon at all. Sacrificing the person you love the most to hatch a dragon is a logical paradox in itself. I've already said so. Do you still not understand?" I understand. The old witch nodded repeatedly. "It's good that you understand." Danny sighed in relief. "Then, Your Majesty Dragon Queen, what about my 300,000 reward for hatching a dragon?" The witch blinked and asked. Danny almost choked on her saliva. "What the hell do you understand?" At this time, an Unsullied came to the queen and asked, "Your Majesty, everyone is here. Should we start the banquet immediately?" "Your Excellency, please stay for a meal. We'll talk after that," Danny said helplessly. She actually wanted the old witch to leave immediately, but it would be too rude to do so. Other than the personnel on duty, there were a total of 40 to 50 generals. 3 8-meter-long wooden tables were placed side by side. The tables were quickly filled with delicacies. Danny sat at the head of the wooden table in the middle, and a dozen people sat on both sides according to their positions. Clayton and Bevo sat on her left and right, respectively, while the witch sat opposite Danny as a guest. Yes, 2 blood guards and Barristan went with her to Meereen. Ago, who stayed in Yuan Kai, led thousands of light cavalry to search for the remaining Gith soldiers outside the city. The ambush last night didn't work. The Ragged Prince and Grazadon ran away with 4 to 500 riders. Congratulations to the queen, congratulations to the true dragon gold. Everyone raised their cups to congratulate Danny. Ha ha! Brothers, congratulations to all of us. Congratulations to the unification of Slave Bay. Congratulations to no more slaves in Slave Bay. Danny raised her cup in response. Long live the queen. Everyone enjoyed the meal. Danny also thought of a good idea to deal with the old witch during the banquet. After the banquet, she asked the old witch to stay and handed her a stack of parchment. These are the deeds found in the virtuous master's house. There are 10 luxurious villas in North Queers. I don't need to emphasize. You should know the value of these deeds. The old witch hesitated. She knew how expensive the houses in Queers were. According to the data on the deeds, the 10 villas were worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins. Will the people of Queers admit it? She doubted. Why not? Just say that the virtuous master gave these deeds to you before I entered Yuan Kai. Even if the people of Queers guessed the truth, they could only admit it. After all, if news of them breaking the contract spreads, who would dare to do business with them? Danny said. The witch thought about it and agreed. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." After sending off the witch, Ago returned to Yuan Kai with a face full of dust. He also brought 2 captives with him. They were the 2 vice leaders of the wind-blowing group, Danzo and Kago. "Hey, Ago, you're late. Our banquet just ended." Ago was not in the mood to care about that. He said in frustration, "Calixi, those guys escaped." "Oh, how did they escape?" Danny asked curiously. "A ship released a small boat to pick them up." Ago pointed at Danzo and Kago. He said in frustration, "These 2 guys led 30 suicide squads to stop them. They tried to buy time for those people to escape." Danzo and Kago were not in good condition. The poet swordsman's old face had a twisted scar across the bridge of his nose. Kago was stabbed in the left side of his waist. His clothes were wet and emitted a strong smell of blood. Due to excessive blood loss, the rough man with a scarred face was pale. His eyes were dim and lifeless. Seeing that the 2 of them did not say a word, as if they were waiting for death, Danny laughed and said, Why bother? When did I say I was going to kill you all? Why are you so determined? Since it's already like this, Your Majesty, you can do whatever you want with us." Danzo said calmly, "Io, your resentment is quite strong." "Huh?" Danny smiled and asked, "Tell me, how many times have I given you guys the chance to surrender?" Chapter 164. After the news of the fall of Mireen reached Yuan Kai, "You should have come to me immediately. After all, we have a contract. Even if your leader had unrealistic fantasies and wanted to make one last gamble after more than 20,000 soldiers were ambushed by me outside the city, the fantasy should have been shattered, right? My request is not high. The wind-blowing group will turn against the Gith people and help me take down Yuan Kai. Then you will leave with the commission promised by the Gith people and get a promise from me. To be honest, I really can't guess what your leader is thinking." Danny shook her head and said in a helpless tone, "The wind-blowing group with 2,000 soldiers was qualified to negotiate with her. That was right. But 2,000 soldiers could not change the situation of the entire battlefield. The price she gave was absolutely fair. Grazadin suddenly wanted to pull us to break out of the encirclement and disrupted the leader's plan." Danzo sighed. "Well, even if the plan was disrupted, the Gith people had all entered the city. Even if you found out that you were tricked, why did you run away? Do you know how many people died the night before? Because of your sudden escape, nearly 800 mercenaries died in the chaos. Your wind-blowing group accounted for 90% of the deaths, and only 1 Gith person died. That's right, only 1 Sage Lord." Danny sneered. "No, impossible." Kago struggled and shouted, "What's impossible about that? The Gith people were already surrounded, and there was no way to escape. The people who rioted were all from your wind-blowing group. Even if I had no malice towards the wind-blowing group, I had no choice in that situation." Danny said lightly, "It was me. I killed those brothers." Danzo's voice trembled, and 2 clear watermarks were drawn on his dirty old face. Why didn't you slaughter the Gith people and the mercenaries who entered the trap? Kago glared at Danny and asked. He was extremely unbalanced. The wind-blowing group had succeeded in discovering this woman's trick, but they were the ones who suffered the greatest loss. This was unfair. If this woman killed all the Gith cavalry that entered the city, then their escape would be meaningful. Hee in your heart, what kind of person am I? A monster who kills for pleasure? Isn't it good to keep the mercenaries for ransom? The guy's soldiers were demoted to coolies to plant wheat for me. Isn't the bread they make delicious? Sigh, our pride has harmed the bragging group. Perhaps in the depths of our hearts, we always thought that Her Majesty the Queen was bound to lose, and that the losers were not worthy of our attention, much less our allegiance. Subconsciously, we even arrogantly believed that we could decide Her Majesty's fate. Danzo laughed bitterly. Now that his thoughts had jumped out of the chessboard and looked at the actions of the wind-blowing group as a bystander, he suddenly discovered an extremely terrifying thing. Dragon Queen had 3 dragons, more than 10,000 unsullied, and tens of thousands of Mother of Dragons guards who had been training for half a year. She herself also had wisdom that surpassed mortals. Ever since she was born, she had never lost a battle. But whether it was the leader or the group's officers, in the depths of their hearts, they all looked down on her, thinking that she was just a stupid little girl who had gotten lucky. If he wasn't stupid, would he have thought of freeing the slaves? If she wasn't stupid, would she make an enemy of the entire world for someone who had nothing to do with her? If she wasn't stupid, would she have led 50,000 soldiers to attack Yuan Kai? Almost everyone was saying that it was a pity for the Dragon Queen. Even if she could win countless times, she would end up in a miserable state sooner or later. But the problem was that she had always been the victor, and the wind-blowing group had no right to look down on a giant who was taller, smarter, and stronger than them. Every time the giant had good intentions, they would subconsciously think that she was weak. The leader had always wanted to make the Dragon Queen take the blame for her, and he would reap the benefits without doing anything. Sigh, he didn't know his place. If you don't have any ill intentions towards us, why did you send the Centaur cavalry to hunt us down? Can't you let us leave? Kago glared at the weak Danzo and roared angrily at Danny. Danny looked at him with disdain as if she was looking at an idiot and said, "Is there something wrong with your head? A group of crippled soldiers wandering in the heart of my rule. How can I just leave them be? What if you raid my manor and slaughter my people? Who can I reason with?" "We just want to leave this stinking cesspool immediately," Kago shouted. "Then you tell me. If you don't tell me, how can I know what you're thinking? Looking at the wind-blowing group's behavior, I thought you were all Gith's suicide squad and wanted to fight me to the death. Your Majesty, can you answer a few questions for me so that I can understand how we lost the war?" Danzo looked at Danny with a longing gaze. These words had touched her itch. If she didn't brag about her success, it would be like not returning home after riches. It depends on the situation. I still want to try some of these schemes a few more times. Danny lifted her chin slightly and said reservedly, "Your Majesty, the soldiers you brought to Myrene were at most a few thousand. Why did almost everyone in Myrene think that you brought 50,000 soldiers? And many people saw it with their own eyes." Danzo asked, "I liberated a large number of slaves along the way, and the soldiers were newly recruited." Danny said half of the truth. In less than 3 days, it was already extremely difficult to travel 250 kilometers. How could there be time to liberate 50,000 slaves? The real reason was simple. When Danny took down Myrene, it was almost dusk. The 50,000 cavalry outside the city was just an illusion created by a few thousand slaves riding horses and dragging branches behind them. As for the 50,000 soldiers who entered the city with torches after dark, this time Danny learned from Dongjua, Boss Dong. 1,000 elites entered the city from the east gate with torches so that the Gith people in the east could see. The north city, which had no tall buildings, had long been under martial law. Another 1,000 people sneaked out of the city through the north gate in the dark. This cycle repeated dozens of times, and there were 50,000 armored elite soldiers. At that time, the lords of Myrene were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to leave their pyramids at all, giving Danny precious time to expand the Mother of Dragons guards. Danzo didn't know whether he believed it or not, and continued to ask, "How did your majesty hide the traces of the army's movements?" "Send scouts to clear the main road." Danzo smiled bitterly. This was obvious nonsense. Anyone with a little common sense would not believe it. But they had already said in advance that they would have some reservations. "I have now figured it out. You left almost 40,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry in Yuan-Kai. The 1,500 unsullied in the rear camp were just bait to lure us out. But the rear camp was not the real ambush point. Because 40,000 people were too many, the rear camp could not hide them. Maybe you wanted to reduce the losses, so you separated the infantry and cavalry of the coalition army and ate them separately. There was no doubt that the real killing point was in the front camp, which was already in ruins. We didn't expect it at all. After all, we just came from the front camp. Without the protection of the infantry, the cavalry ran back and forth for nearly 20 kilometers. The war horses also lost their momentum and could only be trapped to death. It was true that there were only a few thousand cavalry in the rear camp. The infantry in the ravines on both sides of the camp was just a cover. There might be no one in the rear at all. As for the rumbling of horse hooves further behind, it was just a few dozen centaurs driving the horses. Oh, there were branches behind the horses' tails. A Gith scout saw it and told us the next day, when he met us. Danny nodded and said with a smile, "You guessed right. I didn't want to make it so troublesome, but, as you said, 40,000 soldiers were too many to hide in the rear camp." Danzo's eyes flashed and asked, "The key is, where did you hide the 40,000 ambushers?" As mentioned before, the Gith people were not stupid. When they left the city to attack the rear camp, there were hundreds of scouts who investigated the territory 20 to 30 kilometers around the camp. Perhaps the 3,000 cavalry led by Danny and a few thousand civilians disguised as the main force could be squeezed in the rear camp. But where did the 40,000 infantry that set up the real ambush point in the front camp come from? If Danny's 40,000 infantry were hiding 30 kilometers away, it would definitely be too late to stop the cavalry team that fled back. Under normal circumstances, 30 kilometers was enough for a large force to walk for a day or two. Danny spat out 3 words with a gloomy face. "Emerald Lake. Emerald Lake." Danzo and Kago's expressions changed wildly. There was relief and shock. 5 kilometers north of Yuan-Kai, there was a beautiful lake that looked like a piece of jade embedded in the earth. Therefore, it was called Emerald Lake by the people of Yuan-Kai. The nobles of Gith often took their families there to hike, row boats, swim in the lake, and hunt in the nearby forest. However, in order to kill the Dragon Queen, who had 50,000 troops and 3 dragons, the virtuous lords of Yuan-Kai sank the corpses of 10,000 slaves in the Emerald Lake. The manors on the Great Plains of Yuan-Kai were burned, and the wells within 20 kilometers of the outskirts of Yuan-Kai were blocked. The 50,000 troops ran for 600 kilometers and were already exhausted. Even if ordinary generals suspected that there was a problem with the Emerald Lake, they would be careful and vigilant while taking water from the lake. The Gith people also deliberately threw a lot of horse dung and sewage into the lake, meaning we have polluted the water source so that they could hide the real killer move 10,000 corpses. In the end, it was the first time in this world that a disease was caused by stuffing corpses into the lake, a tactic created by the ruthless, virtuous lord. Moreover, there was a process for the corpses to rot. In the first half of the month, the lake was still beautiful, and the lake water was like a mirror. However, invisible germs had already bred, and the lake water was polluted. The thought of 50,000 troops eating, sleeping, and training around a pit of 10,000 people without knowing anything was terrifying. The virtuous lords were also afraid. Regardless of whether it was the East or the West, the ancients were extremely afraid of diseases, so the scouts did not dare to enter that area. The Emerald Lake was only 3 kilometers away from the front camp. "You're not afraid of the disease?" Danzo asked in disbelief. "Humph, of course I'm afraid. I'm scared to death. I came to Yuan Kai in the afternoon, and that night I built the camp and dug the wells. The next morning, I arranged for 20,000 soldiers to go into the lake and fish up the corpses that had been soaked for 2 days," Danny said coldly. Danzo suddenly understood. "We also noticed the scene of you burning the corpses. At that time, we only thought that the corpses came from the corpse forest on the main road. It turns out that you mixed the corpses in the lake with them and burned them together. At the same time, this sword poet also understood something. The smoke that he and Zidane saw at the camp that day was most likely real. At that time, there were really 40 to 50,000 people stationed at the camp. Later, when the news of Mirin's fall came, they naturally thought that the front and middle camps were empty. The other party also deliberately piled up scarecrows in the camp, making them even more convinced that they had fallen for the empty city strategy. Yes, at that time, the prince in rags and he were amazed by the Dragon Queen's empty city strategy and thought that it was the greatest tactical innovation in the Urso's continent in the past 1,000 years. There had never been an empty city strategy in this world. However, the other party was no longer satisfied with using the empty city strategy to deceive the pitiful people of the other world. The Dragon Queen had surpassed the empty city strategy. The empty city strategy that annoyed and secretly impressed the Guy's coalition army was a fake. More than 40,000 soldiers were lying in ambush. The war had ended for a few days, but the dignified god of war Grazdan and the prince in rags, who had fought for a lifetime, still did not understand how they had lost. So miserable, so pitiful. Danzo's face was ashen, and he looked extremely depressed. "How did you know that there were corpses in the lake?" Kago could not help but ask. "Do you think I'm so stupid that I don't know how to spread spies in Yuan Kai? To tell you the truth, I have spies in Yuan Kai, Mirin, new guys, queers, volantis, and even pentos and bravos thousands of miles away," Danny boasted with a cold face. Chapter 165. Time flew by, and 2 months had passed since the end of the war. Under the sunset, the sea rippled with dark red scales. A sailboat painted with the word seahorse was sailing towards the city in the west. Yuan Kai, the old poet Danzo, stood at the bow of the ship, his half-length gray hair dancing in the salty sea breeze. He looked at the megalosaurus circling the pyramid in the distance and sighed. "I'm back again." Woo! Suddenly, a low horn sounded from behind. The sailor on the lookout post immediately shouted down, "It's the Prince Viserys. The Dragon Queen's fleet has returned to port." Danzo turned his head and saw a red-hulled ship taking the lead. It was almost twice as fast as the seahorse as it chased after them. The ship's wide sails, which extended 7 or 8 meters out, were printed with the image of a roaring megalosaurus. Behind the red shell ship, there were 9 long and narrow ships. The sails of the ships all had the pattern of a black dragon on a white background. They looked like ice blades walking on the sea, giving people a feeling of sharpness, swiftness, and fierceness. Whoosh! Soon, the leading red-hulled ship cut through the waves like a flying fish leaping out of the sea. It passed by the seahorse nimbly and swiftly. The Prince Viserys. Danzo read the Valeglia words written in black paint on the ship's hull. Sigh, even the Navy is on a scale. Can she really change the world? The old poet muttered. The captain of the Seahorse was over 40 years old. He had a thick red beard. He seemed to have heard the old man's whisper and walked up to stand beside the old mercenary. He sighed. How can it not be on a scale? She's captured 200 ships in Myrine. Ships are not longships. They can't be used as warships, but they have sailors and slave boatmen. You haven't seen that scene. When the slaves on the docks saw Danny rise flying over their heads on a dragon, they all raised their hands like crazy and shouted, Misha, Misha. The Dragon Queen has never lacked ships. Experienced sailors and the huge shipyards of Myrine were what she wanted the most. If we take down Myrine, the Navy's last weakness will be fixed. In another 3 to 5 years, the summer sea will fall under the claws of the true dragon. I'm afraid the Alliance won't give her 3 to 5 years. Danzo sighed. Hee, I hope the Alliance can hold on for another 3 to 5 years. Captain Redbeard shook his head disapprovingly and said meaningfully, what we have experienced in the past few months has proved one thing. With a dragon, you can control the world, but without a dragon? If not, then kneel at Danny Rise's feet and shout, Long live the Queen. Oh, why do you say that? Edward, you haven't seen the Battle of Poplar Slope, right? Donswa asked doubtfully, although Dragon Queen had won countless battles in the past 2 months. She had only won the battle at Poplar Hill with the help of dragons. At other times, she relied more on her extraordinary intelligence. The Megalosaurus also played a role, but it was not as shocking as the Battle of Poplar Hill. I've been running the sea at Slavers Bay for the past 2 months. My seahorse alone helped the Dragon Queen transport 1 million gold coins from Myrine to Astapor. TSK. After taking down Slavers Bay, Queen Danny suddenly became the richest person in the world. Some people speculate that she has at least 100 million gold coins. Redbeard Edward said, enviously. 100 million? Donswa was shocked. Then he asked doubtfully, what does this have to do with the Megalosaurus? Oh, think about it. The Dragon Queen sent dozens of ships to transfer the wealth of Myrine to Astapor. How big of a scene would that be? Would the Alliance's fleet not react at all? Not long after, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle at sea. About 70 warships of the Alliance went up against 5 of the Queen's fleet. 14 won. Under normal circumstances, the Dragon Queen would definitely lose. However, the Dragon Queen rode her dragons to Prince Viserys. 70 ships throwing incendiary bombs was not as efficient as 3 dragons throwing Molotov cocktails. Oh, you didn't expect it, did you? The 3 dragons received Molotov cocktails from the ships, while the Unsullied helped the Megalosaurus load up with ammunition. The numbers were too fast. Donswa suddenly understood. Not all of the Dragon Queen's ships were loaded with treasure. Hee. Do you think the Queen is stupid? She purposely spread fake news. The treasure was fake, but the Unsullied on the ships were real. Even us captains were fooled. Redbeard laughed strangely. The Alliance suffered a great loss, didn't they? I don't think there are any more warships left in Slavers Bay. Donswa said. The two sides fought from morning until evening. 3 of the 5 ships of the Dragon Queen sank, while the other side lost 29 of their 70 ships. However, 22 ships had their sails burned and were lying on the surface of the sea, captured by the Dragon Queen. Just the sailors who fell into the water alone numbered 3,000. After that battle, Slavers Bay was completely peaceful. No one dared to mess with Queen Danny's dragon whiskers. In the end, Captain Redbeard concluded with a complicated expression. That's why I said that the Dragon Queen is almost invincible with her dragons. Perhaps. Donswa looked at the shore that was getting closer and closer. He could not help but think of the old, which who had left Yuan Kai with him that day The Ragged Prince had followed Grazdan to New Guise. Donswa wanted to find his captain, so he naturally went to New Guise. The witch was going to sell her house in Keles before returning home in the Far East. The two of them had different goals. They were supposed to part ways in New Guise, but the people of New Guise did not let the witch go. They had heard that the witch had really hatched a dragon. This news was too shocking. The meaning behind it was also extraordinary. Perhaps it would not be long before New Guise and Keles would have dragons too. I wonder which royal family of the two city-states will die out first. With a sigh, the old poet returned to the cabin. He carried a huge leather case that was half the height of a man and prepared to leave the deck. It was Yuan Kai's turn. "Edward, I'll take my leave first." "Wait, I'll go with you," Redbeard Edward called out. "I want to see the Dragon Queen to redeem more than 100 of our captured brothers." "What are you doing?" Donswa stopped and turned around to ask in confusion. "The Queen has put up a notice in the city. She's requesting to buy seeds and seedlings of exotic plants. I got some from New Guise. I hope." Redbeard winked at Donswa and rubbed his hands. "If I follow you, I might be able to see the Queen herself." "I don't have that much influence." Donswa smiled bitterly. "It depends on luck. It's not a loss anyway." Redbeard instructed the first mate before pulling Donswa toward the dock. "The last time I left the pier, it was still scorched. At this time, the stone embankment where the ships were docked was still scorched black. However, on the empty space along the shore, there was a row of brand-new brick houses. There was a wine shop, a barbecue stall, a clothing store, a warehouse. There are no more prostitutes." It took Donswa a while to react. Yuan Kai, known as the capital of bed slaves, did not have any prostitutes at the dock. No, the Dragon Queen has restored the freedom of those girls in training. According to the marriage law section of the code, she created free women above the age of 18 must marry. If they can't find a husband, civil officials will help them arrange a partner. Those prostitutes are all married. Donswa asked in surprise. "It's not that simple." Redbeard shook his head and said with a complicated expression, "Unless they find a partner themselves. If civil officials are needed, they will be arranged to participate in the good wife and loving mother test before arranging a partner for the woman." "What?" Donswa's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sai, if you want to marry after the age of 18, you have to pass the good wife and loving mother test." "You have to pass a test to marry?" Donswa had lived for 50 to 60 years, but he had never heard of such a strange thing. "What's the test?" "You have to bake bread, pickle sausages, or smoke bacon, and recite the Book of Vegetable Root Tan. Those 3 tests are the basics. If you don't pass, you can't marry. Other than that, there's also needlework, farming and herding, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The civil officials will reward you according to your score and help you arrange a better husband," Redbeard said. "This." Donswa was stunned. He muttered, "Why is that?" "Sai, isn't it obvious? If you don't even know how to bake bread, won't your family starve to death? If you don't know how to pickle or smoke meat, if your family kills cows, sheep, pigs, and other livestock, won't you be able to finish it in one meal? Won't the leftovers rot?" Redbeard asked, "Did the Dragon Queen say that?" "Yes, that's what she explained to everyone. You have to understand that the prostitutes in Yuan Kai might be proficient in the more difficult 7 cries of spring, but they don't know how to live. The Dragon Queen wants to find a wife for her soldiers, not a noble lady. That makes sense." Donswa sighed. The Dragon Queen is indeed meticulous. She doesn't do bad things out of good intentions. Redbeard seemed to have been praised. He nodded with pride and said, "Of course, to encourage those women to improve themselves, the Dragon Queen gives them a lot of rewards. Other than gold coins, jewels, accessories, gorgeous clothes, silk, and other material rewards, There are also nobility titles like young madam, madam, eldest madam, and so on. Donswa was stunned. Nobility titles specially prepared for women. Well, it was obvious that Danny had borrowed some of the ancient systems of the Celestial Empire. However, unlike the ancient dynasties where women were noble because of men, sons, husbands, women in Slave Bay only needed to rely on their own abilities to obtain a respectable status. However, it wasn't as complicated as the ancient system of first and second grade madam, third grade virtuous lady, fourth grade respectful lady, fifth grade pleasant lady, sixth grade peaceful lady, and seventh grade gentle lady. There were only 3 ranks: young madam, eldest madam. How do you obtain a nobility title? Donswa asked again. Redbeard thought for a moment and said, it's determined by the score of the virtuous wife test and future performance. For example, if a woman's handiwork is especially good, she can become a young madam. Her status is similar to that of a knight. If she can make inventions that benefit the people, she can become a madam or eldest madam, similar to a knight. For example, a month ago, a female textile worker in Murine presented a loom to the queen. Because it was twice as efficient as a normal loom, the Dragon Queen directly conferred the title of eldest madam. At the same time, she rewarded her with 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins. Donswa was flabbergasted. This was even more lucrative than being a mercenary. Sigh, that's why I say that the Dragon Queen is magnanimous. She said that after the loom was popularized, the benefits of all the freedmen would increase by more than 100,000 gold coins. It was equivalent to her buying the patent for the female textile workers' loom in one go. Yes, the patent was also first mentioned by the Dragon Queen. She also said that when the time was right, she would add a patent law to the code to encourage the people to work hard for a better world. Edward's eyes were filled with unconcealable admiration. For a better world. Donswa seemed to be in a daze. Although my slave workers have also been freed by the Queen, I have to say that compared to the slave owners, I prefer Queen Danny, Edward said with a complicated tone. Oh. Donswa came back to his senses and asked, what's that vegetable roots thing? It's said that vegetable roots is divided into upper, middle, and lower volumes. The upper volume is prepared for ordinary families. It's about washing your hands before eating, bathing at least once every 7 days, how to make your own toothbrush, toothpaste, soap for bathing, and washing your hair, how to identify common illnesses and treat them. Sigh, it's too much and too messy. It has almost everything. I know about toothbrushes, but what's toothpaste? Donswa was confused. It's a paste made from herbs used to clean your teeth. Sigh, it seems that it's quite difficult to become a qualified wife. It's even harder than learning the 7 cries of spring technique. Donswa sighed. If a woman can find a husband before she turns 18, she won't need the help of a civil officer to find a husband. Then she won't need to take the exam. The Dragon Queen said that men have to be responsible for their own choices. Chapter 166. Most of the new freedmen under Danny's rule didn't have wives. 3 cities, hundreds of thousands of bachelors, which made her worried. Those without permanent property had no perseverance. Only when everyone had a family and a job could the society be stable and harmonious, and Queen Danny's rule could be as stable as Mount Tai. It was easy to get property, but difficult to get a wife. Without a wife, how could there be a family? Therefore, Danny urgently needed a large number of wives. At least, she had to let her soldiers live a happy life with a wife. Fortunately, Yuan-Kai was a city of bed slaves, and there were a large number of idle women. Almost all the owners of Yuan-Kai Manor were confiscated, and a large number of Gith women who lost their fathers, brothers, and husbands, plus the widows left by the yellow silk cloak who died in the battle. Danny got hundreds of thousands of women with personal characteristics. Those women, how to put it, they were not suitable to marry her soldiers. Wives were not only used to hold hands, not to mention helping each other in the soul level, at least in the future life, the husband and wife had to support and understand each other. Obviously, whether it was the bed slaves who only knew 7 kinds of spring cries, or the Gith women who used to be superior, they were not qualified to be the new freedmen's wives. Before finding a husband for them, they must be trained to correct their past old and rotten ideas and become new women in the free era. Well, the ideological realm could be improved slowly. At least they should learn how to cook first, so that they wouldn't starve themselves and their husbands to death. Of course, Dany didn't force the Gith women to marry her soldiers or the new freedmen. They could also find a Gith bachelor who was willing to marry them. It was just that the soldiers who married the queen could get more material subsidies and a higher status. They would get extra points in the good wife assessment, and it was easier to get the title of young lady. In short, after the war, Dany was trying her best to clean up the single dogs in Slave Bay. It was still the old saying, only those with a family and property were good people. Good people. Hey, I found that there are more people in Yuan-Kai City, but there are fewer Gith people among them. After passing through the slightly cold dock area and entering the Western Business District, Danzo found that there were more pedestrians on the street, but there were fewer Gith people with black and red hair and toka robes. He still remembered that the last time he left, Dragon Queen did not make things too difficult for the GC people in the Western District. There may be fewer in the future. Redbeard Edward smiled. Except for the manor owners and virtuous lords who have been confiscated and imprisoned, ordinary Gith people without skills have all been sent to Meereen by the Dragon Queen. What do you mean by a skill? I remember that Yuan-Kai trained slaves for bed. The red-bearded captain waved his hand to interrupt him and said, that kind of technology doesn't count. The Dragon Queen needs skills that can increase productivity. Sigh, don't ask me what productivity is. I don't really understand it either. Just think of it as the ability to produce more food and goods. So you're saying that Dragon Queen doesn't allow Slave Bay to cultivate bed slaves? Danzo said, regretfully. Redbeard paused, looked at him suspiciously, and muttered, how does this affect people like you? What do you mean? Danzo's face flushed red. He shifted the large chest in his right hand to his left, and his free right hand unconsciously reached for the hilt of the sword at his waist. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. Redbeard quickly apologized and changed the topic. Yuan-Kai and Astapor can't have bed slave business, but Meereen has no restrictions. You can go there and try. Of course, they are no longer bed slaves. Slaves are not allowed in Slave Bay. The woman must be willing and can only be a contract worker. If the woman doesn't want to work, she can cancel the contract at any time if she pays a certain penalty. Yo hey. As the two of them were talking, a neat chant suddenly came from the east side of the street. As the crowd on the street dispersed, the two of them were surprised to see the Dragon Queen riding a big yellow horse, leading a long line of people from the east side of the city. The Dragon Queen's outfit today surprised them. Brown open-toed leather sandals, white and slender calves exposed, a pair of medium-length silk pants covering her thighs, and a sleeveless leather vest on her upper body. Her long silver hair was braided into a long braid at the back of her head. They could see that her small knees, apricot yellow silk pants, vest, and arms were more or less stained with yellow mud. The team behind her was dressed almost the same as her, except that the color was different. They were all wearing sandals, silk pants, vests, and all covered in mud. Some of them carried hoes, some carried rakes, some pulled baskets, some pushed wheelbarrows, some pulled cows, horses, and even elephants and camels. The cows, horses, and elephants all had strange curved iron knives, plows, hanging from their backs. The two unsullied in front of the queen were each holding a long pole. A banner hung from the pole, which read, "Follow the queen's footsteps and realize agricultural production." This is... Danzo's eyes bulged. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The queen went to farm? Just as he thought this, the dragon queen walked over and raised her right fist, shouting, "For our homeland, farm hard! For our homeland, farm hard!" The 20,000 farmers behind her shouted together, "Winter is coming, farm hard!" The dragon queen raised her fist again, and her clear voice was exceptionally loud. Well, according to Barristan's definition of a famous general with Danny's current voice, she had barely stepped into the threshold of a famous general. "Winter is coming, work hard in farming." The farmers shouted again, "For the queen, for our wives, for our homeland, winter is coming, farm hard." It was not until the dragon queen led the farmers into the Palace of Compassionate Peace and the nearby pyramids that Danzo came back to his senses. He stared at Edward, who was equally stunned, and said, "Is this your first time seeing this?" "I've been floating on the sea for the past month," Redbeard mumbled, after asking a passerby nearby. The two found out that the queen had been working at sunrise and returning at sunset for the past month. Almost every day, she pulled the farmers of the Agricultural Mutual Association out of the city to farm, working hard to realize the queen's super fertile land plan of opening up 45 million acres of wheat fields in Yuan-Kai. Danzo saw that the middle-aged man who spoke to him was speaking in the advanced Phileglia language, and his words were clear. So he asked, "Sir, are you an officer of the Mother of Dragons Guard?" Well, this middle-aged man with deep eye sockets was wearing Queen Danny's militia outfit, leather sandals, brown beach pants, and a white linen t-shirt with a black dragon's head printed on the chest. It was a completely modern outfit. However, this outfit was indeed the most economical with fabric and the lowest cost. Danny currently had 4 troops under her command: white, blue, red, and yellow banners. The white banners were the Unsullied, the blue banners were the Wings of Liberty, and the red banners were the 3 main combat forces. The militia, minotaurs, and centaurs were all under the yellow banner, and were collectively known as the Dragon Mother's Guard. If newly liberated slaves were recruited, they would first join the Mother of Dragons Guard. After the militia training, those with high technical and tactical skills could join the Wings of Liberty or the Guards. In a non-war state, the Mother of Dragons Guard mostly wore militia outfits. The middle-aged man looked down at his clothes, shook his head, and said, "I serve Queen Danny, but I didn't join the Mother of Dragons Guard. The Queen didn't restrict our dress, but many ready-made clothing stores sell this true dragon battle robe. Well, it's quite comfortable to wear, cool and light." Danzo looked at his woolen sweater and half-body leather armor. It was indeed a little hot and sweaty. "I just heard you mention the Agricultural Mutual Association. What kind of association is that?" The middle-aged man didn't immediately answer his question. Instead, he asked hesitantly, "Are you a mercenary?" Dragon Queen had mercenary generals under her command, but she didn't hire any mercenaries. "I'm the deputy leader of the wind-blowing group, Danzo Dahan. I'm here to redeem the captured members of Yuan-Kai." Danzo didn't hide anything and directly revealed his identity. The thin man with deep eye sockets let down his guard and smiled. "Hello, Commander Danzo. I'm Bill Clinton, Slave Bay's Minister of Culture." Minister of Culture? Before the previous question was solved, a new question mark appeared in Danzo's mind. He suddenly felt that the current Yuan-Kai, no, the entire Slave Bay, was very unfamiliar. The 3 of them had the same goal, so they didn't stop and walk together on the large square leading to the Palace of Compassionate and Peace. Bill explained as he walked, "I used to be a slave under the great Lord of Myrene. Because I'm proficient in string instruments, I was chosen by Her Majesty as a music teacher. Ah, so you're the Queen's teacher. Redbeard, Edward exclaimed, interrupting Bill. Haha, that's nothing. Her Majesty is very studious. After doing farm work during the day, she would study for 3 to 4 hours at night. Literature, music, history, etiquette, medicine, forging, architecture, and so on. More than a dozen subjects, more than a dozen teachers. I'm just one of them. Bill spoke very humbly, but there was an unconcealable pride in his eyes. Clearly, he was proud to be able to teach the Queen. There are so many subjects. Can the Queen learn them all? Edward clicked his tongue. Sigh. I had similar thoughts at first, but now... Bill's expression was complicated. There was surprise, reverence, and envy. Her Majesty's learning talent is far beyond that of ordinary people. She can learn almost everything in one go. She can often draw inferences about other things and come up with new ideas that no one has ever thought of before. Are you serious? Dragon Queen's tactical talent is already so amazing, and now she's even learning literature and art and forging and architecture. The old poet said dejectedly, how are we supposed to live? Her Majesty's swordsmanship is also very good. It's best if all the slave owners can't survive. Bill tilted his head and looked at the old mercenary, implying something. Danzo touched his nose. Minister Bill, please continue. What are the Ministry of Culture and the Agricultural Mutual Society? Bill looked at him deeply and said, more than half of the plains outside Yuan-Kai City have been burned to the ground. The Queen intends to plant all of them with crops. But there are millions of acres of land. Even 100,000 farmers from Mireen won't be able to divide them all. Her Majesty has united everyone to form a society to help each other during the busy farming season. Danzo said incredulously, what's the use of planting so much food? I remember that Slavers Bay has never been short of food. Didn't you hear the slogan? Winter is coming. Well, after Lannister's debts must be repaid, the House of Stark's winter is coming was also stolen by Dany. I also know that summer is over, but Slavers Bay is located at the southern end of the continent. There can be a harvest in winter. There's no need to store food in advance, right? Bill had similar thoughts, but he couldn't say anything bad about the Queen. He could only shrug and continue, the Queen wants to liberate the slaves from their ideological state. She needs an official organization to manage the cultural propaganda work of Slavers Bay, which is the Ministry of Culture. Besides playing musical instruments, I'm also quite accomplished in literature, history, opera, and music arrangement. When the Queen tested us as palace teachers, I made up a story called Shrike, Hill, and the Bug on the spot. Then I was appointed as the Minister of Culture. Shrike and Hill? Who are they? Chapter 167. Queen Dany once explained to her people that the palace of compassionate and peaceful written in the true dragon language meant a palace of love and peace. As the Misha of hundreds of thousands of slaves, Mother Queen gave them houses, land, and wives. She was simply too kind. Obviously, under the rule of Queen Dany, all the people lived a happy and peaceful life. Maybe, so the name Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful that implied beauty was quickly accepted by the people of Yuan-Kai. In their free time, the citizens were also happy to go to the big square in front of the pyramid to do some entertainment. Not square dancing. There were jugglers who circled an area to perform in the square. There were also 2 bare-chested wrestlers who rolled into a ball under the shouts of hundreds of spectators. There were also vendors who shouted loudly to sell their goods. 2 months had passed, and Yuan-Kai had once again returned to its former glory. No, it was more lively than before. It seemed that there was a mysterious power that changed the spirit of the citizens. Danzo thought, who are Shrike and Hill? Redbeard asked curiously, Bill smiled proudly and explained, Shrike, Shrike, you are a slave. Do you know what a slave is? Before the Minister of Culture could explain, a loud shout came from not far away, and his words came to an abrupt end. Redbeard Edward and the old mercenary Danzo looked over in shock and saw a wooden stage built under the pyramid. It was almost at the same level as the first stone step of the pyramid. In fact, the two were leaning against each other. The wooden stage was backed by a blue curtain, and there were common stage props on it. There were also a few slave owners who were dressed in exaggerated toga robes and slaves wearing bronze necklaces. 3 sides of the stage were filled with people. There were almost 1,000 spectators. The 3 of them took a few more steps forward, and the voices of the performers became clearer. As the stage was 3 meters high, under the golden red light of the setting sun, Danzo and the others could even see the expressions on the performers' faces clearly. A fat slave owner, with long black and red hair and a golden tasseled toga robe, pointed his whip at an old man kneeling on the ground and cursed, "I'll tell you what a slave is." The slave owner was as fat as a big fat pig, and the makeup on his face was exaggerated to the extreme. His mouth was red, and his teeth were white, and his face was ferocious. He looked like a heinous villain. The old slave's face was haggard, and his body was thin like a hemp rope. His face was full of bitterness, which made people feel sympathy for him. As the slave master whipped the old slave with the harpy's whip, he shouted arrogantly, "Your life is not yours, the money you earn is not yours, and your daughter is not yours. As your master, I, the Lord of Kindness, have everything you have, everything. You understand?" But Hill is only 11 years old. He's still a child. "Benevolent Lord, please be merciful and spare her." The old slave with the collar held his head and wailed. All right, all right, all right. You want my kindness, right? I, the Lord of Kindness, will grant you kindness." The fat slave grinned and said to the yellow silk cloak standing on both sides, "Tomorrow I'll take Hill to the arena and let the old man have a good night's rest. My kindness is not that easy to enjoy." Danzo was captivated by the 2 actors' superb acting skills. He didn't enter the pyramid immediately. Instead, he stood there and watched quietly. Soon, the scene changed to the beast fighting arena. It turned out that the Benevolence Lord's mercy was a one-eyed wolf. Well, its name was Kindness of the Lord of Kindness. The old man's arm was bitten off by mercy. In the Colosseum, amidst Hill's cries, and when the wolf devoured the old man's arm, the Lord of Kindness took her with a laugh. The Lord of Kindness did not make Hill his lover. In fact, in just 2 days, the crippled old man and Hill, who had lost her virginity, were forgotten by him. The scenes changed one by one. Perhaps it was a change of fortune. Hill gradually grew up and recovered from the pain of childhood. She met a handsome young slave. Emota, and Hill met, got to know each other, and fell in love. For the next 10 years, there was a sweet pink atmosphere between them. Even the background music became sweet and cheerful. Edward, who was showered with PDA, could not help but feel gratified and said, "Emota is a clever young man. God bless. Hill has a good ending." Redbeard had been clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. All the muscles in his body were bulging. If the stage was not a little high, he would have rushed up and beat the evil Lord of Kindness. This plot was added at the request of Her Majesty the Queen. Bill looked at the direction of the stage with a complicated expression. I couldn't understand her intentions before, but now, sigh, keep watching. The Minister of Culture sighed in his heart. 10 years later, the little girl Hill grew up. Under the witness of the old man, she married her childhood sweetheart, Emota. The next year, the two had a cute baby. Over the past 10 years, their journey was not smooth sailing. There were many times when Hill and the old man faced a life and death crisis. There were many times when the beautiful hill was coveted. Fortunately, Mo-Ta was extremely smart and used ingenious means to resolve the crisis every time. It could be said that Mo-Ta on the stage was the smartest person Redbeard had ever seen in his life. That was why he was happy for Hill. Unfortunately, when their child was 5 years old, he was captured by the Lord of Kindness and castrated into a little unsullied. Even with Mo-Ta's divine wit, he could not save his son because the Lord of Kindness' main business was to manage the unsullied. Redbeard clenched his fists again and gnashed his teeth. He was even angrier than before. His anger was soaring, but this was just the beginning. In the 16th year, the old man was hanged by the Lord of Kindness in the punishment square because he secretly went to visit his grandson. In the 17th year, Mo-Ta and Hill had a daughter, but before she was out of confinement, a unsullied came to Hill. After throwing a silver coin, he chopped off the baby's head in front of her. Mo-Ta and Hill cried as they were pressed to the ground by the yellow silk cloak. They looked on helplessly as the smiling Lord of Kindness took away the silver coin. The musicians behind the stage curtains played sad and low music. The audience could not help but recall what the Lord of Kindness had said before. The life of the slave belonged to the master. The property of the slave belonged to the master. The child of the slave belonged to the master. Everything of the slave belonged to the master. The clever and capable Mo-Ta, the virtuous and hard-working Hill, and the honest and patient Shrike had carefully managed a comfortable life for more than 10 years. But it was more fragile than a sandcastle on the beach. Because of the slave owner's careless thought, it immediately collapsed. Slaves could not control their own destiny. Slaves needed to control their own destiny. Let go of me. I'm going to kill that bastard. Redbeard felt that he had become the Shrike, and Hill was his daughter. Anger burned away all his rationality. He struggled and roared, wanting to rush up the stage and kill the Lord of Kindness. Yes, he even pulled out the dagger at his waist. Edward, calm down. This is just a play. Danzo pulled his companion and shouted. Huff, huff, huff. Edward's blood-red eyes regained some clarity. He broke free from the old mercenary's wrist and cursed in a low voice, "Damn the slave owner!" But the play was not over. Hill's sad fate was not over. Another 3 years passed. Hill gave birth to 2 more children. Mo-Ta had learned his lesson. He no longer wished for a family reunion. As long as his children could survive, anything was fine. So, his second daughter was sold to Yuan Kai. She was to be trained as a bed slave. His second son was offered to the Lord of Kindness without his wife's knowledge. When she found out that her second son would also become an unsullied, Hill went crazy. In her madness, she stabbed her husband Mo-Ta to death with a pair of scissors. Then Hill really went crazy. Not long after, her eldest son failed the training to kill a puppy and was chopped up and fed to the dogs by the Lord of Kindness. Hill only smiled foolishly at the side without any other expression. I'm going to kill that bastard. No one can stop me. Redbeard Edward went crazy too. Not only was Edward shouting crazily, but the old poet, who was always known for his rationality and wisdom, was also red in the face. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The nearby audience was even more rowdy. The situation was almost out of control. Fortunately, the Dragon Queen was here. A silver-haired, purple-eyed woman rode a black cloth dragon onto the stage when the Great Judgment arrived and the Lord of Kindness was burned to death by the cloth dragon's dragon flame. Redbeard felt as if a valve had opened in his chest. All the anger and resentment in his heart were vented in an instant. How satisfying! How satisfying! How satisfying! Long live the Dragon Queen! Edward yelled. burn the slave owner to death. Long live the Dragon Queen. The audience cheered thunderously. Everyone felt as if they had eaten ginseng fruit. They felt comfortable all over. After the Lord of Kindness was burned to death, the play was not over. In the last scene, the Dragon Queen held the hand of a little Unsullied. She asked, "Why are you not going back to take care of your mother? What are you doing here?" The little Unsullied said, "I want to join the Northern Expedition Army. I want to help Her Majesty take down Yuan Kai. I want to go to Yuan Kai and help my mother find my sister." The actors took a curtain call, and the play ended. "Oh my, this is Hill's son," Edward said in surprise. "He's Bedbug? That's a good story." Danzo looked at the middle-aged man beside him. "Yes, he is Bedbug." Bill nodded with a complicated expression. "You think this is just a story? Haha, if you have the chance, you can go to Astapor and see Hill. The real Hill, countless hills." Redbeard, Edward, and Danzo were silent. The sun had completely sunk below the surface of the sea. The sky became dark, but the play on the stage was not over. Butter torches were lit in front of the stage. Under the blazing fire, the characters in front of the screen could still be seen clearly. Soon, another play opened. Danzo watched for a while and found that it was similar to Shrike, Hill, and Bedbug. It was also about how miserable the lives of people under the slavery system were. The stage is so high. I guess they are afraid that people like Edward will rush up and chop people up, right? He glanced at Redbeard and asked with a smile. "Haha, you guessed right. The first time this kind of play was performed on the street, the actor playing the Lord of Kindness had one of his legs broken." The middle-aged man with deep eye sockets laughed. "Don't they charge money for this kind of play?" Redbeard held a handful of copper coins and looked left and right. He did not see any actors coming to collect them. The audience nearby are all new freedmen. They don't have much money left. After the play, the Queen will give subsidies according to the number of performances. Danzo's eyes flashed. He probed. "I'm afraid the Queen will have to spend a lot of money. I guess there are many similar plays in Slaver's Bay, right?" "Not many." Bill looked into his eyes and said, lightly, "Very many. Almost all of the one. 3 million people in Slaver's Bay know the story series of 20 Years a Slave." Chapter 168. 20 Years a Slave. What's that? Danzo was puzzled. A memoir that's about to be published on a large scale. And the author is me. "Ah, the book you wrote." Danzo looked at the minister up and down and said doubtfully, "Your experience as a slave for 20 years? It was obvious that Bill Clinton was a high-level slave. They were from a completely different world from the coolie slaves. Their lives were leisurely, and they lived more comfortably than him, the deputy leader of the wind-blowing group. Could such a person's experience help the Dragon Queen preach the need for anti-slavery? It's not just my experience. What I saw and heard can be woven into a short story similar to Shrike, Hill, and the Bog. You can think of 20 Years a Slave as a collection of stories." The old poet said disapprovingly, "This kind of story can be told orally. It's a waste of paper to write it into a book." Wait and see. Queen Danny's great invention will change the world. Bill Clinton smiled proudly. After entering the Great Pyramid, Danzo and Edward separated from the Minister of Culture. They reported their names and intentions at the desk. After waiting for about half an hour, the old mercenary and the red-bearded captain were led to the top garden by an Unsullied. On the long wooden table, Danny, who had taken a bath and changed into a loose dress, was having dinner with a few subordinates. Danny swallowed the food in her mouth, drank a mouthful of red wine, and then asked, "Have the two of you had dinner?" "No." "Then let's eat together." Danny invited the two. It was Edward's first time eating at the same table as the Queen. He was so nervous that he couldn't even speak a complete sentence. Although Danzo was also a little nervous, he still thanked her politely and pulled his companion to sit beside Bruce. After sitting down, the old mercenary found that the Queen's food was unusually rich and simple. Toasted white bread, lamb chops smeared with honey and cloves, mushroom stewed chicken with a lot of fire dragon peppers, barley stewed beef, and frozen fruit salad. The variety was simple and there were no fancy delicacies, but the portions were sufficient. There were large pieces of meat, large bowls of soup, and toasted bread that was as thick as an arm and longer than a person. The old mercenary cut a piece of bread with a knife and dipped it in the bowl of barley beef soup. "Captain Edward, what kind of seeds have you brought me?" Danny asked casually. Cough, cough, cough. Redbeard almost choked on the food in his mouth. He did not expect the Queen to ask him first. I'm sorry. After taking a sip of red wine, Edward caught his breath and said, "There's black rice and sorghum from the barren lands, white corn from Helcoland, sweet potatoes from an unknown island. There are even specialties from the Seven Kingdoms, such as barley from the Northern Territory, fire dragon pepper from Dorne, and many more. They are all edible exotic plants that His Majesty requested." "Very good. After I see those seeds tomorrow, I will pay you the reward as promised." Danny nodded with satisfaction. Slave Bay mainly dealt in the slave trade and did not pay much attention to agricultural production. The crops were very simple. The most common were olives, grapes, wheat, and sugar beets. There was rice in the Worm River Basin, but the yield was low and the taste of the rice was terrible. After Danny took control of Slave Bay, there would naturally be no more slave trade. However, Slave Bay's location was really good. Leaving the bay was the main route of the Great Voyage. It would be a waste if they did not produce some crops that could be used as commodities. Of course, she also wanted to improve her diet. She was tired of eating bread every day. After all, this world looked like the Middle Ages, but it had actually developed the Great Voyage trade for thousands of years. Regional specialties such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, tomatoes, corn, rice, tea, and so on were already known by the world. It was not too difficult to find their seeds. Well, the difficult part was to popularize them locally. Well, Danny was only 15 years old now. She felt that she could cultivate hybrid rice in her lifetime. There was no need for it to be as high-yielding as Farmer God Yuan. She only needed to improve the taste so that it could grow on a large scale in Slave Bay. This was not a fantasy. After all, this world had the children of the forest. After dinner, Edward, Laura, Bruce, and the others said goodbye and left. Only Danny and Danzo were left in the garden on the top floor. How was it? After taking a sip of the barren black tea, Danny looked at the old poet and asked, "The leader agreed to pass on information that is not considered course secrets to you. Haha, if you don't give me course secrets, why would I work with you?" Danny sneered. "Your Majesty, the Windblown Group has too little access to course secrets. If even a little is leaked, we will be in danger of being exposed. Illyrio will most likely reject the prince's return to Pentos. If that happens, won't we get nothing? The greater the profit, the greater the risk. I think this is a fair deal. Unless..." After pausing for a moment and seeing that Danny's expression did not change, Danzo let out a sigh of relief and continued, "Unless you do not need to consider Governor Illyrio's opinion and directly agree to help the prince take down Pentos." "Well, I can't let my old friend down." Danny refused. The old mercenary's eyes dimmed and said helplessly, "Then what about the deal?" Danny shrugged and said lightly, "Tell me about those that are not considered core secrets first." After knowing Dragon Queen's choice, the old mercenary did not hesitate and said directly, "First of all, the previous Guys Alliance has officially changed its name to World Trade Alliance. Queer's new guys, and Volantis will be the three heads of the alliance. Whip Island of the Jade Sea will follow Queers to declare war on you. Although Elephant Island of the Jade Sea did not join the alliance, its ruler, King Shan, has promised to provide an unlimited amount of elephant soldiers to the alliance. The barbarians are not willing to participate in the conflict of the Western continent, but the Emperor's envoy has also promised the alliance to join the trade blockade of Slave Bay. Dany supported her chin with her right hand and tilted her head. In other words, there are now two opposing alliances in Slave Bay: the military threat of the alliance and the trade blockade of the Sea Trade Alliance. Yes, Your Majesty's summary is very accurate. The alliance and the United Nations. Danzo nodded. This is too unlucky. The alliance and the United Nations are such auspicious names, but it was taken by the enemy. Doesn't that make me lay foam? It doesn't make sense. I'm the one who raised the flag of freedom and liberation. What's up with Whip Island? If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't even know about it, Dany asked. Whip Island is nothing. It's just a barren island in the Jade Sea. But its location is too good. It's a transit station for slaves. Slaves from the Far East have to pass through there. So, dozens of Far East slavers and pirate lords who rely on the slave trade joined the alliance in the name of Whip Island. I see. Dany was enlightened. There were two sources of slaves: war and slavers. The Dothraki were used to reducing the defeated to slaves. But the slaves that the centaurs brought to Slave Bay only made up a small portion of the total number of slaves. Most of the slaves came from slavers. For example, Missandei and her three siblings were captured from Nos Island by slavers. Other than Missandei, she had races from all over the world under her command. Forget about 56 races. She could make up the whole of the United States. There was no doubt that the slavers played an important role in this. Although they were scattered and individually weak, when combined, what's the reaction of the free trade city-states? She asked. Rhys promised to advance and retreat with Volantis. Although Myr and Tyrosh are also involved in the slave trade, the two sides have been fighting for control of the land of dispute for decades. It's difficult for them to join the same camp. Our captain guessed that if one of them joins the alliance, His Majesty might have another ally. Dany waved her hand and said in disdain, I won't ally with any slave city-states. Danzo was stunned and sighed. His Majesty's temper is too strong. This is a matter of principle, Dany emphasized. All right. Second, the Alliance and the United Nations are still in their embryonic form. Currently, representatives from all sides are gathering in New Gith to participate in the Dragon Slayer Convention held by Glazadon. Dragon Slayer Convention? Dany's expression was strange. You are the mother of dragons and 3 dragons, the old poet explained. Glazadon has been defeated time and time again, but he still has such great appeal. Sigh, you might not know how famous you are in the major city-states. Although Glazadon has been defeated time and time again, he is also the only general who has fought you head-on many times and survived. Dany's heart skipped a beat. How many people have come to the Dragon Slayer Convention? The main representatives of Volantis, Kyles, Rhys, and the barbarians are all here. Many of the slavers from the Summer Sea, Jade Sea, and Kyle Strait are also here. The convention has probably started already. What else is there? The Iron Legion's 3rd Fleet has lost contact in the Smoke Sea. The New Gith people are buying dragon eggs from the Kyle's royal family. The witch who left Yuan Kai with me is now an honored guest of the Gith people. I heard the Kyle's royal family has also sent her an invitation. Ha! It's best if the witch sacrifices those bastards. Dany laughed inwardly and asked, What's the matter with the Iron Legion? Why are they in the Smoke Sea? Oh, don't tell me they went to explore Valeglia with you, She suddenly realized something and said with a strange look in her eyes, noticing her strange expression. Danzo said in surprise, "Is it true that you Luan Greyjoy once explored the ruins of Valeglia?" "Hee, even I don't dare to let you Luan lead the way. The Gith people are really bold." Dany sneered. "You mean you Luan tricked the Iron Legion? That's impossible. The Third Fleet has 10 longships and 2,000 soldiers of the Gith Iron Legion. This kind of power is enough to suppress anyone in the Summer Sea. Humph, you can ask around in the Westeros." Yuluin most likely returned with a full load. The next day, Dany led tens of thousands of farmers out to plant the fields for the whole morning. Yes, planting wheat. The seasons in this damn world were chaotic. As long as winter did not come, they could keep planting and harvesting. There were even strange scenes where they planted wheat in this field in the morning and went to the next field to harvest wheat in the afternoon. For example, the Rural Mutual Aid Association that Dany set up had been planting wheat for a month. The first wheat field that was planted had already grown 1/2 meter tall green wheat seedlings. Even if the average farmer had planted more than 30 acres of wheat, there were about 10 million acres of wheat fields outside Yuan-Kai City. Dany still pulled hundreds of thousands of farmers to plant the fields. The Yuan-Kai plains were too vast. There were more than 30,000 square kilometers of fertile land, at least 45 million acres. There were still more than 30 million acres left empty. Chapter 169. According to Dany's original plan, she would turn the Yuan-Kai plains into a large granary, preferably planting all 45 million acres of land. Even if the rough sowing yielded poor harvests with only 200 pounds of wheat per acre, it could be harvested twice a year, which was 9 million tons. If each person ate 1,000 pounds of grain a year, meat, eggs, and milk were also converted into grain, then the Yuan-Kai plains could feed 18 million people. What did that mean? Dany doubted that there were 50 million people in the world. Anyway, there were only 5 million people in Slave Bay. As long as Her Majesty's full moon plan could be realized, even if it was only for a year, then when the long night came, Slave Bay would be able to survive for 10 years in its extreme state. Of course, Dany was generous in anticipating the enemy. She had already labeled the Dothraki as the Dragon Queen's exclusive. When the long night came, she had to help them no matter what. Well, there were at least 400,000 or 500,000 people. There were also Volantis and Queers. Sigh. The Alliance was still discussing dragon slaying, and the real Dragon Queen was already thinking about helping the Alliance to get through the long night. She was too responsible. More importantly, according to the calculation method of the Westeros scholars, it was now the end of autumn, and winter was coming. She did not have much time. She had to full moon, or people would die if she could not jump over. So, Dany was crazily transferring the new Freeman of Meereen to Yuan-Kai. In 2 months, she had already transferred 100,000 people, and she had to continue for the next year. In her plan, the most prosperous Meereen was left to the Gith and her vassals. Well, she was also transferring the Gith of Yuan-Kai to Meereen and Astapor and Yuan-Kai to the new Freeman. At this time, there was only one Earl of the Broken Shackles, but after the long night, there would definitely be a large number of Earls and Marquises. Earls and Marquises with real power must have fiefs. The fiefs that Dany had arranged for them were to the north and west of Meereen. Slave Bay was an inner lake recessed into the continent of Ursos, with a land surrounded by mountains on both the east and west. With Meereen as the boundary, the land to the west had the 2 Gith cities of Yuan-Kai and Astapor. To the east, facing the Dothraki Sea, there was a large number of ancient Valeglia city-states that had declined due to the Great Cataclysm, such as Borash, Tolos, Aurelia. In the plan, Yuan-Kai and Astapor to the west of Slave Bay belonged to the king's territory, and were directly under the queen's jurisdiction. Yuan Kai gave up on the bed slave trade and would be turned into a granary. He would have the most freedmen farms. Astapo, on the other hand, would develop handicrafts first. After 100 or 200 years, when the population of the royal territory began to swell, he would carefully develop the similarly enormous Worm River Plain. The eastern wasteland, with Mirene as the political and economic center, belonged to her vassals. This was actually very fair because the wealth of Mirene far exceeded that of Yuan Kai and Astapor, especially after the Yuan Kai plain was burned down. The richness of Mirene did not only lie in the meandering Great River and the coastal plains. It was bordered by the Dothraki Plains to the north, Slaver's Bay to the south, and the great river that connected it to the Raza in the east. It was a thoroughfare of the 9 provinces. It could be said that Mirene was the upper land, Yuan Kai and Astapor were the middle land, and the ancient city to the east of Slaver's Bay was the lower land. Dany took 2 pieces of the middle land that were connected together, and the vassals divided the upper land and the lower land that were also connected together. She faintly revealed this idea to her generals, and they had no objection to it. They even became more motivated because the higher the title, the closer the fief was to Mirene. Let's talk about Dany's plan. In addition to Yuan Kai, Astapor and Mirene had also entered a frenzied farming mode. Although a large number of new freedmen had left Mirene, the Gith of Yuan Kai, the captured Gith warriors, the sentenced slave owners, and the manor lord of Yuan Kai had all gone to Mirene. Together, there were nearly 60,000 adult males. This time, Dany did not go on a killing spree, except for Sage Yuan Kai, who was the direct murderer of the massacre of 50,000 slaves. The rest of the Gith were sentenced to reform through labor and education. Well, the education was not long. The shortest was 3 to 5 years, and the longest was 10 years. When this sentence was announced, even the freedmen of Gith could not help but shout, "The Queen is merciful." Merciful? Oh, in 2 years the long night will come, and then there will be at least 5 years of polar night. The whole world will lose sunlight, and even if the ghosts are defeated, there will be 8 to 10 years of severe winter. 30% of these 50 to 60,000 male prisoners will be shouting, "The Shackle Earl is merciful next summer." Well, the Shackle Earl, Clan, went to Mirene as the lord of the city. The pyramids in Mirene were also taken down by the Gith people under his command, and he supervised the 60,000 Gith prisoners in Mirene Manor. In short, Queen Dany embraced the new freedmen of Slave Bay with love and smiles, and the Shackle Earl drove the Gith people with roars and whips. In the end, Queen Dany harvested a warehouse full of wheat, rice, and the love of all the people. How could they not love her? With the Shackle Earl as a comparison, the Gith people would find that Her Majesty the Queen was an angel, a savior. Well, although the Shackle Earl had some Gith blood, he hated the slave owners and the high Gith people, nobles, merchants, manor owners, even more than most of the foreign slaves under Dany. If it were not for Dany's prestige, that guy would have castrated thousands of small Gith people. In the Queen's court, Clan had repeatedly suggested that blood for blood, chicken for chicken, to castrate all the Gith people and make them unsullied. Later, Dany secretly asked the Astapor people. It was said that Clan was the son of a slave girl, born to be a slave. It was said that Clan was not bad when he was young. It was said that the good Lord had done many indescribable things to the butcher when he was young. It was said that, in short, after Sir Shackle Earl watched the revolutionary drama made by Dany, he cried in every scene, and he could empathize with almost every story. Although that guy's character was not good, he was violent, and he was a little lustful. After becoming a knight, he had 2 lovers, but he was a good person. His consciousness was high, very high, and his spirit of resistance to the slave owners and the slavery system was particularly strong. He could also perfectly accomplish what Queen Dani wanted to do, but could not. What a good comrade! After the completion of the migration, there would be more than 500,000 people in Yuan Kai. 500,000 people would follow the queen to the Great Plains to farm. On average, they would work for 2 days and rest for 1 day. In the Queen's Liberation Plan, there were also 25 million acres of land in Mireen that needed to be farmed. But the new freemen had been summoned to Yuan Kai by the Queen, and the Butcher Earl could only happily exploit the 200,000 freemen of Gith and almost 100,000 convicts of Gith. There were 60,000 in Yuan Kai and 40 or 50,000 in Mireen. In addition to Mireen and Yuan Kai, Dani's old nest, Astapor, also had a quota in the Liberation Plan. 15 million acres of farmland and 10 million acres of grassland. It seemed exaggerated, but in fact the task was not heavy, because in the past half a year, Dani had already cultivated 7 million acres of land in Astapor. In the Battle of Bayang Slope, Dani had to liberate 70,000 to 80,000 strong slaves. And 3 days after the end of the war, the 30,000 militiamen recruited from Astapor returned home with a large number of cattle and pack horses. The newly cultivated 8 million acres of land would be planted with cotton, flax, and other textile crops. Well, most of the excellent craftsmen in Slave Bay were migrated to Astapor. In addition to the weavers, there were also blacksmiths, bricklayers, porcelain craftsmen, and so on. And the 10 million acres of grassland was under the responsibility of Dani's Khalasar. After conquering Yuan Kai and Mireen, Little Khalasar, which used to only have 100 people, had swelled to a huge Khalasar with 20,000 people. Dani's Roaring Warriors were close to 4,000 people, which was a force that could not be ignored in the sea of grass. If this went on, even if the Queen's Liberation Plan was only 30% completed, Slave Bay would not have to be afraid of the long night. Well, Dani was not stupid. Although she made a plan for the Liberation Plan, she did not think that it could be 100% completed. Under the bright afternoon sun, outside Yuan Kai City, on the ridge of the fields, gulp, gulp, Dani, who was wearing a slightly bloated training armor, hugged a pottery pot that was as thick as a wooden stake and drank a big mouthful of juice. She exhaled comfortably and said, "Let's not fight anymore. Let's rest for a while." On the opposite side, Barristan, who was dressed similarly, took off his helmet and put his unopened blunt sword aside. He also picked up a kettle and drank some juice as he mumbled, "Your Majesty's sword skills have improved rapidly in the past month or so. You don't lose to Prince Liga of the same age at all." Well, the respected Queen Dani shouted the slogan, "Winter is coming. All the people are farming every day." She also carried a hoe and led tens of thousands of farmers to the ridge of the fields every morning. She did not dig the soil herself. She threw the hoe aside and only focused on training her sword skills. It was no wonder that her martial skills were getting better and better recently. "Hee, don't praise me on purpose," Dani said cheerfully. Although the reputation of Liga and Arthur Dane as the two peerless heroes was a little weak, he was indeed a first-class knight. It's true, after nearly a month of training on the battlefield, Your Majesty has completely reached the level of you can wield the sword as you wish. You even have the meaning of you can wield something heavy as if it were light. Moreover, your strength has been growing rapidly recently. Your speed and strength are nearly 30% stronger than 3 months ago. Barristan looked at Dani carefully again and found that Her Majesty, the Queen's body, had grown taller. She was now 7 meters tall. Her body was tall and slender. Her shoulders were as if they were cut. Her waist was as white as silk. Her limbs were slender and powerful. She was weaker than when Qualls first saw her. There was a kind of vigorous beauty, but there was not the slightest feeling of a majestic figure. Her Majesty's talent is really good. Or, rather, the Targaryen bloodline is really good. The old knight sighed. Secretly, Dany herself also felt that her strength had been growing rapidly recently. It was faster than the half-year of training in Astapor. She did not know whether it was because of the physical development or the high concentration of spiritual quality in her body. Chapter 170, A Strength of 1. 2 was already very good, which was measured according to the standard 1 of an adult man. For example, Barristan only had a strength of 1. 6, and Mormont was young and strong with a strength of 1. 8, both of them were in the extremely strong category. Dany suspected that the level of monster was specially prepared for the Demon Mountain. Well, only after fighting many times could Dany see the more accurate attribute value of the enemy. If the Demon Mountain only touched her gently, she would only see a strength of 0. 3. Then the Demon Mountain would punch her gently, and the value would soar to 0. 8. At present, her system could not read the opponent's strength at a glance. After resting for a while, Dany took off the iron armor for training with the help of Jichi. She wiped her face with a wet towel and said to Barristan, "Sir, I will ride the dragon and leave Yuan-Kai later. In the evening, help me bring the farmers of the Mutual Aid Association back." "Where are you going?" White Knight asked. "New guys. What are you going to do there?" The old knight frowned. Dany's eyes flashed a cold light, and she sneered, "Not only is Grazdin not dead, but he is also holding a dragon slaughtering convention in New Guise. Many countries and trading city-states are involved. I can't do nothing. Riding a dragon and showing off in the sky above New Guise, what's the use?" The corner of Barristan's mouth twitched. "Humph, you see, I will give them a big gift," Dany said confidently. Not long after being summoned, Dahe flew from the east of the blue sky, and its shadow slid across the ground. The farmers who were working hard nearby stopped their work and looked up to see the black dragon. They all raised their hands and cheered loudly. The water buffaloes that were pulling plows in the field moaned and wanted to run away. Then there was another sound of farmers scolding and whipping water buffaloes in all directions. Dany nimbly jumped on Dahe's back, waved to the people below, and flew into the sky. She liked riding a dragon very much, holding the protruding bone spur on Dahe's back and watching the scenery on the ground fly. By quickly, Dany had a feeling that she was controlling the whole world. She could not experience this feeling at all by plane. Dany didn't know if it was because of magic or the genes she was born with, but even if Big Black was flying at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, she wouldn't be blinded by the strong wind. Things like flying helmets could be made with the technology of this world, but there was no need for that. Just like how her eyes were not afraid of fire or smoke, her purple eyes would not shed tears even in the face of strong winds. Moreover, her vision and spatial awareness were particularly good. If she were placed in modern society, she would probably become the strongest fighter pilot. SSSS. Soon, Dany crossed the field and came to the surface of the sea. She found Little Green and Little White, who were gnawing on bison bones on Yerris Island. There were also islands in Slave Bay. Yerris Island was located between Yuan-Kai and Astapor. It was desolate and uninhabited, but it was rich in resources. A large number of wild cows lived on it. When the 3 dragons were free, they liked to go to Yerris Island to find a bison to eat. Well, in more than 2 months, Goldie had also grown from a palm-sized kitten to a strong hound, but the 3 dragons were unwilling to play with their little brother. The 4 dragons were divided into 3 factions. Big Black was arrogant. With higher wisdom, stronger strength, and larger size, it despised its 3 younger brothers and had always been alone. Little Green and Little White grew up together. Their strength, wisdom, and size were similar. The two dragons were almost never separated. Goldie was the youngest. Even if it could fly out to hunt, it was always taken by Kue Luo because its three older brothers ignored it. However, no matter how wild it was during the day, when Danny returned to the pyramid in the evening, the four dragons would also follow her. They would gather together, climb on the top of the pyramid, and sleep together. At this time, Big Black flew over the trees, creating a green ripple. Danny shouted to the two dragons who were looking around in the forest, "Let's go!" SSSS. The two dragons were very obedient. They put down their bison legs, stepped back, and jumped into the sky. A few months had passed, and the three dragons continued to grow at an exponential speed. Including the tail, Big Black was 18 meters long. Well, the long tail took up almost half of the total length of the body. When the wings were fully spread out, they could almost cover a room of 100 square meters. The maximum weight had also risen from 200 pounds to 400 pounds, almost doubling. Even Little Green and Little White could lift more than 300 kilograms. The three dragons were as fast as lightning, and in less than 2 hours, they arrived at Astapor. The guards above the Great Pyramid saw the megalosaurus from afar and shouted, "The queen has arrived!" Toot, toot, toot. The two Unsullied picked up trumpets and played rhythmically. Thump, thump, thump. In a moment, a group of people rushed up the stairs. There was Yora Mormont in iron armor, Little Black Sister Missandei, and a few centaur maids and Unsullied. After the war, Danny often flew back and forth between the three cities on the dragon, perfectly controlling the entire slave bay. Therefore, the three cities had her palace. If Doria did not die in the hands of the Faceless, it would be just right for the three cities and three palaces, and a maid would be arranged for each palace to serve as the palace manager. For example, Jichi was now in the palace of Ci Ning in Yuankai, and Ellie was in the Great Pyramid of Mirin. The queen could not be unattended, so Danny chose a dozen centaur girls to enter the palace of Chaoyang, which was the Great Pyramid of Astapor. Those maids were all from Danny's original little Cass, who had followed her through the Red Wasteland. Although their service level was a little poor, their loyalty was completely guaranteed. Nimbly jumping off Big Black's back, Danny asked Yora, "Is the thing I want ready?" Yora waved to the Unsullied behind him, and a soldier immediately carried something wrapped in fur to Danny. Yora squatted on the ground and personally removed the outer layer of the blanket, revealing a black iron rod that was as thick as a wrist and 3 meters long. The iron rod was not a perfect cylinder, and its surface was even a little uneven, with traces of hammering visible. The style of the iron rod was also very strange. One end was as thick as a beer bottle, and the slightly slender end had 3 two-finger-wide fins. The fins were hammered out and were somewhat irregular. As per your request, a full 150 pounds. Danny held the iron rod and lifted it, feeling its amazing weight, and could not help but grin. There are some flaws, but to be able to create this fury of the goddess of liberty, according to the blueprint, in just one night is not bad. With that, she laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Slave traders accept the divine punishment of the goddess of liberty. This. Yora was a little embarrassed for the queen, touched his nose, and whispered, "You want to use this long iron rod to smash the people of Zingis? I'm afraid it's not as good as a barrel of kerosene." You don't understand. This kind of space-based weapon is far more awesome than incendiary bombs. Danny waved her hand and said with the look of a lonely master, "Well, Your Majesty, you have to be careful. It's best to repair it on Jean Island first." Yora suggested, "I understand." Soon, Danny's fury of the goddess of liberty was wrapped in a thick blanket again. Well, it was easier for Dahe to grab it this way. Danny switched to Little White, and Dahe followed behind with the iron rod. one person and 3 dragons did not stop and flew straight to the south. After crossing 500 kilometers of long mountains, Danny rested for an hour on the old Zingis Plains. After flying for more than 1,000 kilometers, the 3 dragons were a little tired. Yuan-kai was about 600 kilometers away from Astapor, and from Astapor to New Zingis, in addition to crossing 500 kilometers of long mountains, there were also 200 kilometers of Old Zingis Plains, 200 kilometers of Jiskari Strait, and 200 kilometers of Jean Island, more than 1,700 kilometers after the Pearl Harbor incident. The Tokyo bombing that the Americans did was only 1,200 kilometers. They set off from Yuan-kai at 2 in the afternoon and rested for an hour on the Old Zingis Plains. When they landed on a tall cliff on the southern edge of Jean Island, it was about 9 in the evening. Although the night affected the vision of the Megalosaurus, it did not affect their flying, nor did it make them lose their direction. Not to mention the Megalosaurus, most migrating birds did not rely on their eyes to identify directions. Danny was also a little hungry. She gnawed on a few sausages brought from Astapor, adjusted her state, and climbed on Little Green's back again. An hour later, New Zingis was already in sight. The crescent moon was like a sickle cutting through the night. It was late at night, and this pearl of the summer sea was still dotted with a series of bright flames. On the dock, sailors were unloading goods from ships under thick butter torches, and slaves were transporting fresh water and food to the ships that were about to leave the port. In the night market, under the illumination of wind lamps, vendors were selling goods. When passing by, customers encountered something they wanted, they would also stop and take the initiative to bargain with the shop owners. In the wealthy area in the south of the city, the hall of the high tower was brightly lit, and people were singing and dancing. In the administrative center of Zingis, in the center of the city, the top garden of the Great Pyramid was also filled with red lights, green paper, and green figures. No one noticed that 3 black shadows swept across the sky. Big Black, test your height limit. Danny excitedly ordered the black dragon. Amidst the whistling wind, Dahe spiraled higher into the sky. As the political and economic center of Zingis, there was only one pyramid in New Zingis. The pyramid consumed too many bricks, and the island where New Zingis was located was too small, only 2 kilometers wide and 7 or 8 kilometers long. The geographical location was good, but the resources were poor. The cost of transporting stones and bricks from outside was too high. After all, it was across the sea. Danny, who was on the back of the green dragon, looked down at the huge building with lanterns hanging on all sides and said to herself, "I hope Danzo is not lying. The leaders of the alliance live in the pyramid." Then she thought that even if there were no alliance representatives, if she could blow up the symbol of New Zingis, she could also kill a lot of slave owners. Space-based weapons are simply made to attack buildings like pyramids. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Danny seemed to see the 150-meter high pyramid shattering into countless pieces, and the flying bricks covered the entire harbor of New Zingis. Wow, it's more than 15 kilometers, right? Vaguely feeling the position of Big Black, Danny was surprised to find that he was still flying up. Although they were at an altitude of 15,000 meters, Danny, who was in the state of the dragon spirit, found that they still had not reached the stratosphere. This planet was bigger than the Earth. Danny was enlightened. Finally, Big Black flapped his wings hard, but found that the nearby space was very calm, and the airflow was very stable. He actually entered the stratosphere, about 20 kilometers. At the same time, Big Black began to pant. He flapped his wings hard, but it was difficult to rise higher. When about 25 kilometers, Danny asked him to stop. "Shoot at me," Danny ordered excitedly. Chapter 171. Let the Gith people feel the wrath of the goddess of liberty. With the help of the red light from the torches and lanterns, Danny rode the green dragon from an altitude of 800 meters and swooped down to the pyramid directly below, aiming at the center of the garden on the top floor. Almost at the same time, Blackie adjusted its position at an altitude of 22 kilometers. Well, in a normal state, the three dragons could also sense Danny's coordinates even if they were separated by a continent and an endless ocean. If it entered the dragon spirit, Blackie might— well, Danny had never tested how accurate its perception was before. When they were 400 meters away from the pyramid, in Blackie's magnetic field induction, itself, Danny, and the Earth's core seemed to be connected into a line. In theory, this line ran through the center of the pyramid. So, Blackie suddenly loosened the iron drill on its claws. The wrath of the goddess of liberty— activate! The moment she felt the claws loosen, Danny knew that the positioning process had been completed. She patted Little Green's back lightly, drew an arc in the sky, and flew toward the sea outside the city. Well, she once watched a movie, Special Forces 2, Full Strike, where God's cane fell from the sky, and only one destroyed a modern metropolis. It was much bigger than the new Gith. It was the first time Danny did this kind of thing, and she was a little scared. She was afraid that the shock wave like an atomic bomb would blow her away, so she planned to stay away. 30 heartbeats later, the sky was still the same. 60 heartbeats later, Danny was a little anxious. The dark night still did not see the fiery meteor she expected. 90, 120, is the height too low, the speed not enough, the friction not enough? Ouch, it's here. There was no clock, and it was unknown how long had passed. When Danny was impatient, a bright red finally appeared in the dark sky. In the dim, starry sky, the red meteor was so dazzling that Danny could see it with the naked eye. Ha ha ha! She laughed excitedly and almost stood up on Little Green's back. Then a red star suddenly split into two smaller but brighter meteors. One of them fell into the sea and quickly dimmed, and the other made a rumbling sound in the quiet night and fell. Fuck this! Danny was stunned. How can the error be so big? Boom! About a kilometer to the north of Zingi's city, there was a thunderous boom. And then there was no more. What a scam! The iron staff shattered in midair. Isn't the quality of this steel too poor? It's only 25 kilometers, and it's burnt to a crisp. She couldn't help but think of the crisis she experienced at the Poplar Slope. An agile swordsman's scimitar was broken by her in a few moves. The hardness of the ordinary steel in this world was much greater than she had expected. Moreover, the direction deviation is a bit big. Even if the iron rod is not melted, it will not fall to the top of the pyramid. Danny thought in annoyance. She had seen it clearly before. When the fiery red meteor appeared, it fell towards the north of the city. If the iron rod did not break, it would most likely fall near the city wall. The tail fins weren't handled properly. Was there a deviation in positioning, or was it too high? But if it's not high enough, there won't be enough power. Danny was confused as she rode Green Feather towards the north. Yes, Megalosaurus had two flight modes. They could flap their wings hard and fly forward with all their might. Their speed could reach more than 300 kilometers per hour, or they could learn from an eagle, spread their wings, and glide in the sky with the help of the air currents. Their speed was a little slow, about 150 kilometers per hour. The former was fast, but when it exhausted their stamina, they would need to rest after 4 to 5 hours. The latter was slower, but it did not exhaust their stamina at all. They could fly continuously for 1 or 2 days. When they returned at night, Danny lay on Little Green's back and slept. The 3 dragons glided towards Astapor at a steady speed. Around 9 in the morning the next day, Danny yawned and landed in the garden at the top of the pyramid. It failed. Maybe I should change it to a big bronze ball, she said to Cora. who had a curious look on his face. The friction between the ball and the air was too large. Its flying speed was definitely not as fast as the iron rod, but at least it would not scatter. Half a month later, the spies in New Gith, the wind-blowing group, sent a shocking message. On a certain day and night at the banquet of the Anti-Dragon Mother Alliance, just as Grazdan was giving an impassioned speech about the 10 defeats of the evil Mother of Dragons, a fiery red meteor suddenly fell from the sky to the north of the city. Everyone was shocked, thinking that it was a bad omen. Grazdan was the only one who laughed and said, "The red sword piercing the north means that the Dragon Mother of the North will be in pain. This is a good omen." The next morning, the guards at the city gate found a piece of meteoric iron essence 1 kilometer away from the north of the city. It weighed 15 kilograms. Master Haru from Koor took a closer look and exclaimed, "Another Daunt, the sword of the world's strongest, the Buddhist sword, is about to be born." 18 high-level blacksmiths spent 10 days and finally forged a giant Arak machete and a two-handed greatsword. The machete was called Dragon Slayer, meaning the blade of the Dragon Slayer Mother. The sword was called Dawn, not to commemorate the Buddhist sword, but to symbolize the victory of the Alliance army. Although it was dim now, it would definitely come. The machete belonged to Grazdan, one of the commanders of the Alliance army. The Dawn Greatsword was temporarily controlled by Zero, the representative of the 13th Prince of Queers. Recently, New Gith City had been promoting this auspicious omen. The people were excited, and the soldiers were in high spirits. Many city representatives who were originally hesitant also announced that they would join the Alliance army. In an instant, the Alliance army and the United Nations power increased crazily. FCK? Danny's eyes widened, and she could not help but curse. In the past few days, she had tested it a few more times in Slave Bay. After testing it with the copper ball, she found that, for some reason, Blackie's position perception was indeed wrong. The farther the distance, the bigger the error. The iron rod would also deviate from its position in the air due to its uneven structure. When it fell from a low altitude, the ball would not deviate, but the impact would not be enough. Moreover, the copper was too soft, and it would easily burn into a pool of copper liquid. If Danny still wanted to continue the Fury of the Goddess of Liberty plan, she had to solve two problems: accurate positioning and forging good steel. Oh, Danny had recently started to research the steelmaking furnace in addition to continuing to lead the people to farm. The results could not be seen in a short period of time, but this world was not without awesome steelmaking technology. The arsenal left behind by Valeglia, Koor. She needed to import a few master-level blacksmiths from Koor, the kind of awesome people who could reforge Valeglia's steel. Or she might as well take the path of pure violence and let the 4 dragons train their muscles crazily. If she could carry a 2-ton stone and fly to an altitude of 25,000 meters, Danny could also very pretentiously shout, "Meteor fall!" She did as she thought. Danny posted a notice to recruit blacksmiths as she began to train the weight-bearing ability of the 4 dragons. This morning, as usual when Danny was practicing her swordsmanship on the ridge of the field, the red-haired Lila hurried over from the city on a horse. Before she got off the horse, she anxiously shouted to Danny, "Your Majesty, it's bad." The Myrene messenger, Crow, brought news that Snow was assassinated last night. 2 of his knights were killed, and he himself was stabbed in the waist. "I'm afraid." As she spoke, her voice became choked with sobs, and her emotions were so agitated that she almost fell off the back of the horse. "Calm down, he's not dead yet, right?" Danny casually stabbed the iron sword into the ground and walked over to support her. This was a premeditated assassination. The assassin saw that his intestines were flowing out and left. "Now he's hanging on the poppy milk. I'm afraid. John won't make it. Boo-hoo." Lila threw herself into Danny's arms and cried. "Don't worry, I'll go to Myrene now." Danny comforted her as she motioned for Ji-Chi to take off her armor. "Your Majesty, even the commander of the Marine garrison was assassinated. I'm afraid the situation is a bit." Barristan said worriedly. "You come with me," Danny said. "Well, I'll protect your Majesty," Whitebeard said solemnly. After a while, Big Black and Little Green landed on the ground. Whitebeard climbed onto Big Black's back. Danny rode the green dragon, and the two quickly flew in the direction of Yuan Kai. Well, Little Green and Little White were not allowed to be ridden by others alone. Danny could fly with them, but under Danny's command, anyone who was not malicious to Danny could ride Big Black. They could not be regarded as Big Black's knights because Big Black did not listen to them at all. In essence, it was still Danny who took them to ride Big Black. Danny changed into her gray full-body armor, and Barristan also changed into a white glazed knight's armor and a white cloak, the standard outfit of the King's Guard. After fully armed, the two continued to rush to Meereen. In less than an hour, the two dragons arrived at Meereen, but they did not immediately go down. Instead, they first circled around the top of the Great Pyramid. When the horns sounded, several unsullied captains and Eerie came to the top garden together. They waved to the two in the sky, and the two dragons landed on the turf. "I should prepare a pair of crystal goggles," Whitebeard said, as he lifted his helmet and rubbed his watery eyes. "Take me to see John," Danny said directly to Eerie. On the 32nd floor, in a spacious stone room, Danny saw John in a coma. The morning sun shone through the skylight on the knight's pale face. If it were not for the golden light between the wings of his nose that could see the fine dust moving with his breath, Danny would have thought that this was a lifeless corpse. She lifted the sheet covering him and unwrapped the white linen wrapped by the healer. A strong smell of blood mixed with the smell of strong liquor spread in the stone room. Fortunately, there is no strong smell of feces. Danny breathed a sigh of relief. His intestines are not broken. Barristan, the veteran slayer, immediately reacted. "It's broken, but not too serious," Danny waved to Eerie, and said, "Go and get the box with the short dagger in my room." She then said to an unsullied, "Missand, help me take off my armor. Sir Barristan, take someone and guard outside the door. Don't let anyone disturb me." "Yes," several people answered together. After more than a month of fighting, there were many wounded soldiers. Danny had already demonstrated the bloody scene of cutting open the stomach to save people dozens of times in front of everyone, Barristan, and the others did not doubt it at all. Because Danny had long known that her surgical skills would be used one day, she began to collect medical books on anatomy as early as the time of Qualls. Don't doubt, this world's anatomy was very developed. The scholars in the old town had studied human anatomy for at least 3,000 years. There was a great scholar named Cabin who even created a different world's version of Frankenstein. In the eyes of others, Queen Danny was a genius. With only a few medical books and the guidance of a few doctors, she became an outstanding medical scholar. Well, Barristan believed that if the queen went to the old town to participate in the examination, she would definitely be able to forge her own silver necklace. Chapter 172. An hour later, Danny applied a layer of anti-inflammatory ointment to the sutured wound and asked the doctors next to her, "Do you understand?" "My eyes understand, and my mind remembers, but my hands, I can't do it." An old black man smiled bitterly. Yes, this is a very complex wisdom. Although we have seen you do it many times, we only dare to treat ordinary knife wounds now." The people next to him echoed. "Hey, help him wrap the gauze," Danny said as she washed her hands. "Remember to change his dressing in the evening." After conquering Meereen and coming into contact with senior doctors, Danny was surprised to find that there were anti-inflammatory ointments in this world. An ointment made of mustard seeds, nettles, and baker's yeast. Danny guessed that this ointment contained a small amount of penicillin, unpurified raw penicillin, like the mustard brine, and tofu mold made in ancient times. "How is he?" Barristan asked with concern after Danny pushed the door open and left. "If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to survive." Danny waved to Missandei's brother, Missandei, and called him to her side. As she walked to the upper palace, she asked, "Where is Klein?" The Great Pyramid of Myrene was taken down by Danny in a surprise attack. After that, she lived here. When the butcher Clyde came to Myrene to become the acting governor, Danny still retained the ownership of the Great Pyramid, because no one dared to live in the room where the queen used to live. So, Danny followed Astapor's old example. The upper level of the pyramid belonged to her. The lower level was transformed into a yamen for handling disputes. The lower level was the government office, and the middle level was the material storage room, the Unsullied, and the city guards could live below the queen's chamber. As the governor of Myrene, Klein should also have an office in this pyramid. Last night, after the news of the assassination of Commander Bolton, the Earl of Broken Shackles immediately asked the scholar to send you a letter. He took hundreds of soldiers to search for the assassin overnight, and has not returned yet. Missandei said. Danny nodded, satisfied with Klein's enthusiasm. "What's the matter with John?" "He is the commander of the city guards and the banner master of the Red Dragon banner. Even if I leave the city guards infantry regiment in Yuan-Kai, he still has 4,000 cavalrymen and 5,000 newly joined militia. 500 Unsullied remained in Myrene. They were mainly responsible for guarding the queen's Great Pyramid and ensuring her safety when she came to Myrene. In addition to John's 9,000 infantrymen, Klein also had 500 cavalrymen and 500 gladiator infantry. Well, John's army belonged to Danny and was responsible for helping the queen maintain the stability of Myrene. Cleon's 1,000-foot cavalry belonged to his private army. Because Cleon was a count with real power, he had a fief and the responsibility to help the queen guard the border. It was impossible to do without an army. Of course, this does not include Gith prisoners of war and labor prisoners, who can also be transformed into soldiers when necessary. Missand's expression was awkward as he stammered, "Last night, sir, and a few colleagues went to the Western District to look for prostitutes. They didn't bring many guards with them. John and Lila didn't. Alas, it seems that I didn't arrange it well. I have to find a chance to transfer Lila to Myrene." When Bruce Wayne and Lila Amber were in the Rose Regiment, they were the infantry squadron leaders, so after the reorganization of the city guards, they were still responsible for commanding the infantry. During the Northern Expedition, the cavalry commander John Bolton participated in the Myrene raid with Danny. After that, he stayed there, while the infantry of the Red Flag Army were stationed in Yuan-Kai. "Your Majesty, the Count of the Shattered Shackles is here." Not long after returning to the top palace, the Unsullied who was guarding outside the door came in to report. "Let him in." Klein had also changed into a knight's armor, gilded and polished. The sunlight from the skylight fell on his body, making him look like a golden man. On his left and right shoulders, there was a golden boar head ornament with long tusks. The golden boar's tusks were biting on a palm-sized golden ring, and the golden ring was fixed to a floor-length golden cloak. It looked extremely heavy, and as the butcher count strode, the cloak stuck to his back and did not float. The cloak was embroidered with black thread of a roaring giant holding an axe. Surrounded by circles of broken chains, this was the Count of the Shattered Shackles family emblem. Klein took off his helmet and tucked it under his armpit, and came to the queen's seat with the smell of blood. As he walked closer, Danny could see his face through the plate armor on the butcher count's chest. "So shiny, aren't you afraid of death?" The corner of her mouth twitched, and she complained in her heart, "Even I don't dare to wear such a flashy golden armor. If I go to the battlefield, I'll be a huge third wheel, and I don't know if I can survive 2 episodes. But Danny didn't say anything, not to mention the golden armor. Even if Klein had a diamond armor, the queen had no right to interfere as long as his money came from a normal source. Well, Klein was indeed rich. Danny never mistreated her subordinates. After taking Slaver's Bay, almost all the high-ranking officers became rich. As the only count under the Dragon Queen, Klein was even richer than before. After saluting, Klein shouted in a loud voice, "Your Majesty, don't worry. I've already caught the sons of the Harpies and brought them to justice. No more, no less. I've caught them all. No more, no less." Danny face-bombed. Humph, those guys bastards. Everyone has a disloyal heart. It's not wrong to catch a few more. The butcher gritted his teeth. Cough, cough, Klein. The code clearly states that under my rule, people have high and low statuses, but personal beliefs and races are equal, so don't say bastards again. It was absolutely impossible for everyone to have equal statuses, so she could only preach the equality of races and beliefs. "Your Majesty, I won't say it in public." Klein shouted, "Okay, tell me, what's going on?" Some of the guys' freemen secretly formed an underground society called the Sons of the Harpies. The main purpose of this society is to oppose your great rule and restore the glory of the decaying slave empire. The members of the society call themselves the Sons of the Harpies and wear the mask of the Sons of the Harpies. They plan to do it in 3 steps. First, they secretly assassinate the new and famous freemen, making the name Sons of the Harpies strengthen the society and absorb more Sons of the Harpies. Then they began to assassinate our soldiers, from the patrol soldiers to the basic officers, making Myrene jittery and weakening our strength little by little. I'll weaken them, and they'll finally show the flag of the Harpies, take down Myrene, and cut off my head. Klein gritted his teeth, and his fierce face twisted into an ugly demon-like expression. Danny was a little shocked. Did a lot of people die? Why didn't I receive any news? She wondered. Alas, this is still the plan. Before they could do anything to the new freeman, they met the drunk Sir John. Klein waved his hand. "How do you know so much? Did those people confess in just one morning?" Danny asked curiously. "Ha! That group of cowards. Their hearts are as vicious as demons, but their bones are as soft as slugs, and their methods are as weak as children's play." Klein's tone could not hide his disdain. Then he turned to Danny and said, "Of course, the reason why I was able to capture those rebels so quickly and interrogate them about their plans was all thanks to the system of household registration and the 10 households sitting together that Your Majesty set up." Danny had no doubts about catching the assassins. Hearing Klein say that it only took half a day to catch all the Sons of the Harpies, she was not surprised. In the original plot, Danny Rise was badly battered by the Sons of the Harpies. Countless freemen who supported her were killed, and a large number of Unsullied were killed. Even Barristan died in the hands of the Gith soldiers. He did not die in the book. She herself was forced to escape on a dragon. In the end, even the little demon Tyrion came to Myrene, but he could not solve the rising rebellion. It could be said that Danny Rise's rule in Myrene completely collapsed, and her cause of freeing the slaves was a complete failure. In the end, she could only bring the Unsullied and the Centaurs away from Slaver's Bay, leaving behind a devastated city, countless corpses of the new freemen, and numb and despairing eyes of the new slaves and curses. It must be known that the original Danny Rise's territory did not include Astapor and Yuankai, only the city of Myrene. Who knows if the director, author, cast a halo on Danny Rise and Tyrion, or if Tyrion did not do anything on purpose. From any dynasty in the Celestial Empire, any qualified rank 7 county magistrate could easily solve this small problem, but it forced Danny Rise, who had 3 dragons to her death at this very moment. A butcher who had never been to school and didn't have much experience took less than 12 hours to catch all the assassins the first time the Harpy's son committed a crime. He even dug out all the core members of the Harpies organization. Danny Rise did not even do anything, and the rebellion was already quelled. This, one could not help but sigh. The wisdom of the Chinese ancestors in the field of governance really left the foreigners behind by a few hundred streets. There were two very simple rules: organize the people into households and register all the population and family relationships. If 10 households were to sit together, if one person broke the law, all 10 households nearby would be implicated. The sons of the Harpies wearing masks? There were only a few dozen or even a few hundred households in the street where the crime happened. You could fool 1, 2, 10, 100 households, but could you fool everyone? The Gith people hated the Dragon Queen, but if the Gith people were united, determined, and fearless, Danny Rise would not have been able to take down Slavers Bay. So, in order to not be implicated, and also because they could not stand the butcher's torture, someone must have confessed the identity of the sons of the Harpies. What happened next was simple. Just like what the butcher said, the Gith people were extremely cruel to their slaves, but they themselves were cowardly slugs. Those who had the slightest bit of courage put on the yellow silk cloak, and all the yellow silk cloaks were defeated by Queen Danny Rise, captured and locked in the field camp outside the city. The rest were the cowards and the children of the rich. It was true that the butcher was uneducated, but he was not without ability. Especially when it came to dealing with the Gith people, Clan was an expert. In fact, the current Mireen was very similar to Xianying when the Six Kingdoms were first united. Chapter 173. The Six Kings were one, and the Four Seas were one. The imperial concubines, the princes, the imperial grandsons, the imperial palaces, the carriages came from the Qin, the morning songs and night strings, the people of the Qin palace, the royal family, nobles, and imperial concubines of the fallen country were all moved to Xianying City. There were more than hundreds of thousands of people, but when have you heard of the sons of the 6 states assassinating the ministers of the Qin dynasty? In fact, until the death of the second king of Qin, none of the GC people of the celestial dynasty dared to cause trouble. Well, the first emperor of Qin didn't even have a dragon, not to mention the Qin dynasty. In any of the dynasties of the celestial dynasty, even the night before the fall of the country, there was no case of internal members rebelling and almost forcing the emperor to death. In Danny's view, it was too easy to rule the Slavers Bay because the GC people were mixed race and had long lost the blood of the original race. To put it bluntly, the current GC people were a rotten and inferior race. More importantly, they didn't have an advantage in population. The GC people in the Slavers Bay only accounted for 1/5 of the total population. The 3 cities of the Slavers Bay only needed to arrange 3 qualified county magistrates. The previous owner, Danny Leasy, didn't feel the hardship at all. Instead, she spent a lot of time out of the city every day to do farm work and practice swordsmanship. The son of the Harpy just came out and did something. Danny didn't even have time to ask before the illiterate clan easily uprooted them. Clan, what are the identities of the people involved? Are there a lot of people? Danny's right elbow pressed against the wide armrest, her palm supporting her chin, and asked calmly. A total of 743 people were arrested. 25 of them are GC merchants and small nobles who kept a lot of wealth. The rest are all GC citizens. But I suspect that there are descendants of great lords and even the green saintess involved. It's just that they hid very well and didn't find any evidence of their direct involvement. Speaking of this, Count Butcher couldn't help but sigh and complain. Sigh, Her Majesty is still too kind. Other than the great lords who participated in the GC alliance, who were deprived of their property, the small and medium merchants and nobles only lost their titles and pyramids, and then were fined a sum of money. The Holy Grace Temple of the 3 cities was kept intact. It's too easy for them. I've said it before. Citizens' property is sacred and inviolable. Although those merchants buy and sell slaves, they mainly use slave workers to run legitimate businesses. As for the temple, it's a group of weak women who have no true faith. Danny sighed helplessly and asked, I can't confiscate all of a cloth merchant's property and send his whole family to reform through labor just because he bought slaves to work as weavers, right? Your Majesty, I have to say something very disrespectful. You are completely wrong, Klein said, shaking his head. Danny asked curiously, what did I do wrong? In the world, our enemies are the slave owners and slave-catching teams. But in Slave Bay, the enemy class can be accurately determined to be the Giz race. Sire, you must realize that the Gith people will not love you or like us, the new freemen, in any case. Therefore, we must always and firmly implement the policy of attacking the upper echelons of guys. As you taught me before, the guys' slave owners are class enemies, and their personal composition is naturally not clean. Danny's cheeks were slightly red. She touched her nose awkwardly and whispered, Do you remember those words? Of course, I think your Majesty's words are very reasonable. Only by completely defeating the decadent slavery system can we realize the free and beautiful feudal system. She didn't know if the revolutionary martyrs on Earth would climb down from heaven and beat her for tampering with the classics. After taking down Astapor, Danny knew that there would be a battle between herself and the guy's slave owners. In order to equip her younger brother ideologically, she had gathered the generals in the army together several times and used, just a few words were replaced, anti-imperialism, feudalism with anti-slavery, and building a XXX beautiful society with building a peaceful, free, and advanced beautiful feudal society. She didn't remember much. She just said what she thought. Now that she thought about it, Danny herself was not in a hurry to say anything, but she didn't expect that after almost a year, Klein still had an epiphany. Does this guy really have the talent of singing? Klein, your thinking is very advanced and radical. Danny racked her brain to find the right words. But we are surrounded by enemies, and there is a whole world waiting for liberation outside. If we slaughter the guy's people for no reason now, will there be anyone who will surrender to us in the future? Therefore, we must insist on implementing the concept of development with the code as the core. Neither the Lord nor the Queen can violate the code at will. Finally, Danny winked at the Butcher Earl, who looked thoughtful, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, So, do you understand? A little, but I still don't quite understand. Klein also whispered, Hey, why are you so unenlightened? We can't violate the code. Naturally, the guy's nobles and rich merchants can't. If they dare to violate it, you can judge them according to the code. Danny said resentfully. But, Klein said blankly, it's because I can't catch them that I can't arrest the people behind the scenes. Hey, come closer. Danny waved to the butcher. I'll tell you another story. It happened about 6,000 years ago, decades after the Undulls invaded the Westeros. Well, the ancestors of Lannister in the western region were originally ancestors, and the people and nobles under his rule were also ancestors. But the Undulls' Iron Knights were too powerful. At that time, the king of Casterly Rock, Gerald Lannister III, lost several battles in a row and couldn't bear it. He crowned his son-in-law, the Undul's Sir Joffrey Layton, as the next king of Casterly Rock. Thus, the war between the western region and the Undulls ended. But after the Foreign War ended, the Civil War began again. How could the Undul's king of Casterly Rock convince the vassals of the ancestors? Sir Butcher said thoughtfully, It's a bit like the current situation at Slave Bay. The Rotten Guy's people are the ancestors, and the powerful us are the Undulls. The ancestors want to rebel against the Undul's king. That's right. Danny gave him an appreciative expression and continued, Later, a scholar Lai from the West Arrow City of Learning happened to meet the king of Casterly Rock. Danny picked out some of the stories of Lai Junction's scholar Lai, adapted them into stories that fit this world, and told them to Klein. Butcher Count listened with fascination, eager to give it a try. In the end, she clapped her hands regretfully and sighed. It's a pity that Scholar Lai's magnificent work, the Luowi scripture, has been lost. Otherwise, oh, what a pity! Earl Butcher shouted with a regretful expression. Danny nodded and sighed. The matter of Scholar Lai helping King Casterly Rock quell the rebellion of the ancestors' descendants has gradually been forgotten by time. There is no more Scholar Lai in the world. Klein couldn't help but say excitedly, Your Majesty, I'm willing to be your Scholar Lai. Very good, but don't worry. Danny raised her hand to appease him and lowered her voice. You know, about the alliance. We can't be passive and have to find allies. So, after a while, I will leave Slaver's Bay and ride a dragon to the western continent for a state visit. Coer bravos, about half a month, maybe a month. So, do you understand? Danny gave him a look. I don't understand, Earl Butcher said blankly. Alas! Danny rubbed her face in annoyance. Why didn't these foreigners have any eyesight at all? They didn't even know how to share the Queen's worries. This subject was too unqualified. She asked woodenly, What don't you understand? I understand looking for allies, but Klein's shiny fat face was full of confusion. What does this have to do with the trial of those Gith rebels? Crash! Danny's right hand, which was wearing a lobster-shaped iron glove, reached out and grabbed the golden boar buckle on Klein's shoulder. She pulled hard and pulled the confused Butcher closer. She whispered into his right ear, Do you know why Scholar Lai launched the purge when King Cayenne was not around? Because His Majesty is benevolent and noble. I can't wait to exterminate those Gith people, but I can't do that. Kind, innocent, noble, and elegant, I'm not suitable for those things. When Scholar Lai does those things, I'd better not be there. Now, Scholar Lai, let me ask you, do you understand? Sir Butcher's eyes dodged, and his voice trembled as he said, understood. Too terrifying. Previously, he had secretly mocked the Queen for being a soft-hearted little woman. Now he understood why she was the Queen, and he worked so hard, but he was only a count. Ding-dong, your subordinate Klein's fear of you plus 40, full value, loyalty plus 20 full value. If Danny had an Emperor system, she would definitely hear such a prompt. Danny's iron hand exerted force, and the wild boar head made of pure gold was deformed. She asked calmly, You're the only one who knows about this. Even I don't know about it. You understand? Understood. I can't understand more. Sir Butcher nodded like he was pounding garlic. Count Klein, I'm very happy that you caught the assassin. Danny smiled and patted his shoulder a few times. She invited softly, It's almost noon. Let's have a drink together to celebrate. Half a month later, the Volantis merchant who came to Astapor to buy white sugar brought a message from the Westeros. Renly, Robb, and Joffrey had fallen one after another. Prince Renly died in the first half of last year. The sausage-mouthed, fatty-fought Doxum had a strange expression. He lowered his voice and said, It was said that his soul was taken by his brother's blood magic. Yes, the grain merchant who was captured by Danny at Poplar Slope came to Astapor to buy goods again. At first, when the merchants heard that the Queen was willing to buy their cattle, horses, grain, oil, and other goods at the battlefield price, they were all excited and shouted, Long live the Queen! Later, when they found out that the difference between the battlefield price and Astapor's market price would be paid to the merchants in the form of subsidies, they all gritted their teeth and cursed, Damn the female butcher. In the end, they reluctantly rushed for more than 20 kilometers and came to Astapor's commercial street. Gods above, this is sugar? premium white sugar, so fine, so white, so clean, so pure, such white sugar. I want it all. What? My subsidies have been used up. This, such fragrant liquor, as pure as water. 1 bottle can exchange for 10 bottles of fruit wine. It's so worth it. I want it all. Why are your bronze wares so shiny? Are they gilded? What so cheap? I want it all. Astapor also has glass. The purity is not as good as mill. What so cheap? I want it. A group of merchants rushed into the shop like mad dogs and spent the last copper coin in their pockets. The quota that Danny set was completely useless. In just one time, the merchants used up all the quota. The law of fragrance was too powerful, and it was useful in another world. Chapter 174. Barristan's eyes widened as he looked at the fat merchant in disbelief. Are you sure that Duke Renly died at the hands of Stannis? Ever since Slaver's Bay began to gather information, they had already known about Renly's death. However, other than Dany, the others were not sure about the cause of Renly's death. Dany had also vaguely mentioned that the one who benefited the most was the murderer. Obviously, Stannis, who had gained the 20,000 troops of the Stormlands and the sole right to inherit the Iron Throne, benefited the most from Renly's death. Renly was the Duke of the Stormlands, and Stannis' fief was Dragonstone Island, the land of the Targaryens. However, neither Barristan nor Jorah Mormont agreed with her conjecture. Stannis was an upright man to the point of being rigid. It was hard to imagine why Eddard Stark did not become sworn brothers with him. Jorah said with a complicated expression. Stannis was not popular because of his adherence to the law and traditional morals. If not for the fact that he was married and had a daughter, many people would have thought that he was the reincarnation of Saint Burleigh. This was Barristan's evaluation of Erlu. In any case, in the hearts of the people of Westeros, Stannis was a man of integrity, tenacity, and bravery. He was not a sly person, and he would never commit the crime of killing his own family. Well, there were 3 unforgivable crimes in Westeros: violating the rights of guests, not following the sacred oath, and being stained with the blood of family members. The fat merchant pursed his sausage-like lips and said with absolute certainty, I have received news that Catelyn Tully, Duchess of Stark, saw Stannis' shadow slash Renly's throat with her own eyes. Even his laryngeal armor was cut open like tofu. This magic power, how is it possible? Jorah Mormont said in a daze. He did not want to believe the words of the Volantis merchant, but he understood that in order to get a discount from the Queen, he would try his best to get the most accurate information. Well, this fat man was one of Dany's intelligence personnel. He was in charge of collecting information west of Volantis, especially information related to the Westeros. There were ships from the 7 kingdoms docking at the port of Volantis almost every day. You're making a fuss over nothing. Her Majesty has dragons. Faust didn't think much of it. Then he went on. Not long after Renly's death, Renly's new wife, Marjorie Tyrell, the Little Rose, remarried Joffrey in a secret arrangement that no one knew of before. In other words, Gao Ting, who had once supported Lannister, had changed his allegiance to Lannister. Duke Tywin, good move. With a flip of his hand, he could create clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. He had almost single-handedly changed the situation, where Lannister was fighting 1 against 5. Stannis attacked the King's Landing from both land and sea. In the end, the imps set fire to all the warships and the allied armies of Tywin, and Tyrell cut off their escape route. In the end, they miserably fled back to Dragonstone Island. Theon Bera is out. They haven't even shot down the wild goose yet, and they're already arguing over whether to braise it or steam it. Isn't Erlu too stupid? Dany said with disdain. If Erlu and Sanlu worked together, with Dragonstone Island's huge navy and Renly's 70,000 infantry and cavalry, who in the Westeros would be their match. If they took down the Iron Throne, no matter who became the king, they would still be the victors. But Erlu was an idiot. They didn't even deal with Lannister before they started fighting among themselves. Cora and Barristan had previously insisted that Stannis was one of the top 3 generals of the 7 kingdoms. Oh, Duke Tywin, who had been beaten to a pulp by the rookie Robb on the battlefield, was also one of the top 3 generals. According to Barristan's obscure disclosure, Barristan Thermy was naturally the top general, then Stannis was second, Tywin was third, Rando Tarly was fourth, and Blynden Tully, Blackfish, was fifth. Well, Robert didn't count. He was recognized as the top general, not a general who commanded an army. Hearing the disdain in Dany's words, Barristan frowned and retorted, "How many people can remain calm when faced with the temptation of the Iron Throne?" "All right, that makes sense." Dany reluctantly agreed with him and nodded to Fatty Faust. "Continue." "Stannis is out, and the only one left is Robb Stark." Fatso Faust shook his head in disdain. "He's an idiot. Because of a woman, he broke his engagement with Marquis Fry and caused the death of his entire family. That's Snow, the bastard of the Northern Territory." Barristan frowned as he thought about that name. "The captain of the Ginkgo Maiden, Jordan Snow," Mormont said with a gloomy face. "Yes, that's him. What's that guy doing? Did he encounter a shipwreck?" Whitebeard was confused. Mormont looked at Fatty and asked, "How many people died in the Northern Territory? Nobles?" "You know?" Faust asked in surprise. "Is it Marquis Fry of River Delta? He killed Robb Stark at the banquet." Whitebeard asked. Faust was even more surprised, but he did not ask any more questions and said directly, "Yes, the young master broke the engagement, but he was unwilling to give up the power of the Fry family. So he asked his uncle to marry a daughter of the Fry family for him." Although Fry agreed, he had already secretly colluded with Roose Bolton and Tywin. On the night of the wedding, 5,000 drunken Northern Territory soldiers were all dead. Smack! Jorah Mormont clapped his hands and cursed with a terrible expression. "I told you that red-haired boy will kill everyone. And that old leech Lou Bolton. He even did something like killing a lord. Does he have any sense of honor?" Dany stared blankly at the knight who had lost his honor. "Oh, you're also a noble of the Northern Territory." Faust came to a realization and comforted him. "Don't be agitated. Lannister didn't have a good ending either. Just after the rebellion of the 3 kings was quelled, King Joffrey was poisoned to death at the wedding banquet." Jorah Mormont's eyes widened and said in disbelief, "What about the Kingsguard? The king's food is checked by special personnel, right?" He was also a Kingsguard. Although Barristan looked down on him a little, he did his best to teach him the skills to protect the royal family. It's said that the king's uncle, the little devil Tyrion, poisoned the wedding banquet. No one was on guard. Fat Faust said. Barristan said sadly, "I didn't expect that the 7 kingdoms' vassals would fall to such a level, killing their own kin, violating the sacred marriage contract, and murdering the guests at the wedding. Morality is lost, etiquette is broken, music is broken." He could not help but look at Dany, his melancholy blue eyes flashing with anticipation. "Your Majesty, only you can save the Westeros now. Why don't we find a chance to return to the Westeros?" The Alliance is organizing an expeditionary force if you return to the Westeros. Now, don't you want Slave Bay anymore? The fat merchant glared. Dany smiled and said to the merchant, "Faust, the news you brought is very valuable. I'll give you a 15% discount on the sugar. How about it?" Thank you, Your Majesty." The fat man was also tactful. After a few words of thanks, he immediately took the initiative to say goodbye after all the outsiders left. Danny frowned and said to Whitebeard, I don't care about the alliance, but there are only a few months left in autumn, and then there will be years of cold winter. If we return to the Westeros, what's your plan, sir? I don't know. The current situation of the Seven Kingdoms is beyond my imagination, but there's one thing I'm sure of. The old man's eyes were like a mother who had just lost her child. There was confusion and pain. The Seven Kingdoms must not have prepared for food storage. It was also when he saw Danny frantically farming that the old man realized that 11 years of long summer meant that there would be at least 4 years of severe winter, but the Westeros, who had been ravaged by war, did not prepare for winter at all. Well, regarding Danny's slogan, prepare for 10 years of long nights. He only thought that the Queen was lenient in anticipating the enemy. He did not really think that there would be 10 years of cold winter. Sir Jorah, what do you think? Danny turned to the miserable man, who seemed to have lost his father. His father was really dead. Not only was his father dead, he did not know how many members of his aunt's family were left. I think, if it's possible, I would like to go home and take a look. Jorah's eyes emitted a strange light. Your Majesty, how long does it take to fly from Slave Bay to Bear Island? Danny crossed her arms in front of her chest, tilting her head and thinking. The Megalosaurus's fastest speed was over 300 kilometers per hour, but it could not last long and was not suitable for long-distance travel. If it glided at a high altitude, perhaps it could last a day and a night. She had not tried it. If it glided at a high speed, that was flapping its wings from time to time, accelerating and gliding again, it should be able to reach 200 kilometers per hour. Then she asked Elisa to return to her room and take out the world map, preparing to estimate how big this world was. Slave Bay was 2,200 kilometers away from Volantis, more than 4,000 kilometers away from Pentos in a straight line, and from Bear Island, separated by 2 continents and an ocean about 9,000 kilometers. Danny lay on the map, measuring with a ruler little by little. If there are no major problems with Blackie's physical fitness, we can reach Bear Island in about 4 days, she said. 4 days. The 2 Kingsguard were shocked at first, then turned into ecstasy. Oh my God, the Megalosaurus is too strong. No wonder Valeglia can rule the world. Let's take a trip back to the Westeros before the Allied forces attack, Barristan said energetically. If we go to Volantis or even Koa or Pentos, it's not a problem, but Westeros. Danny looked hesitant. Because of the sea route? Barristan asked. Danny walked to the northern wall of the pyramid. Under the warm morning sun, white sails dotted the blue sea. There were ships sailing along the coastline towards Astapor. There were also merchant ships carrying sugar, copper, liquor, olive oil, and other goods slowly leaving the dock. In the past, only a small number of ships came here to buy the Immaculate, but now the port area's sea trade seemed to be the same as the city, as if it was reborn with infinite vitality. Even if the Githa's United Nations had been trying to block the sea trade at Slave Bay, under the deterrence of the Megalosaurus, their fleet did not dare to enter Slave Bay. If they did not enter Slave Bay, they would not be able to block the trade of Astapor, Yuan Kai, and Meereen. The reason was simple. The United Nations could not stop the merchant ships leaving Slave Bay. First of all, they could not stop them. Slave Bay's estuary was very wide. To completely block, it would require too many ships, the price was too high, and the Allied forces could not afford it. Secondly, what could they do if they blocked it? Most of the merchant ships coming to Astapor came from Volantis, with the introduction of sugar, high-concentration liquor, and other products into the world market. Queers also had merchants coming to Slave Bay to buy goods. Queers and Volantis were important members of the alliance. They could not rob their own merchant ships, right? As for the strict verbal warnings, for the sake of the slave trade, they dared to fight the dragon. For the sake of the goods in Slave Bay, why would the merchants who made huge profits not dare to fight their own government? But the premise of all this was that the Megalosaurus was in Slave Bay. Beristan thought that Danny was worried that the United Nations fleet would rush into Slave Bay if the Megalosaurus did not appear for a long time. After all, the Westeros were too far. A round trip would take half a month. It's not just because we need to protect the sea route. The Westeros are very special. Chapter 175. What's so special about Westeros? The two white knights looked at Danny curiously. Westeros had deviant ghosts, three-eyed crows who could observe the timeline, and a group of real old gods. As long as Danny stepped into the range of Westeros, all of her words and actions would be under the Bran's surveillance. The future Bran, the current three-eyed crow. However, she could not tell these reasons to the two Kingsguard. After I show up, Duke Tywin might. Sigh, forget it. Even the faceless one is here. What am I worried about? Would Tywin be able to drag Westeros into joining the alliance? Danny shrugged and laughed as she let the matter slide. Just now, she suddenly understood. The news of the deviant ghost's appearance would spread to Slavers' Base sooner or later. When that time came, how could she stop the two white knights from returning home? In other words, would she always avoid the deviant ghosts and Westeros? Impossible. Which one of you is going to the Westeros? Danny asked with a smile. Me. Me. The two of them looked at each other. Beristan spoke first. Sir Mormont, with your reputation in the Seven Kingdoms, don't you have any self-awareness? Cora's face turned red. He argued, I'm now a Kingsguard. The Kingsguard's glory came from the Queen, but they could not bring glory to the Queen. I can provide more help to the Queen, sir. Do you admit it? Whitebeard said calmly. Without a doubt, if they saw Beristan standing behind Danny in a white robe, 90% of the nobles in the Seven Kingdoms would look up to her. She could even get hundreds of people to respond to her call. Cora, on the other hand, had an extremely bad reputation. He could only bring negative influence to Danny. How about this? After all, this is the first time we're trying to fly a long distance. Let's check out the situation in the Seven Kingdoms first. We'll go to the north next time. Bear Island is really far. Danny looked at Mormont and said, it was about 6,000 kilometers from Slavers Bay to King's Landing, which was 3,000 kilometers less than Bear Island. Okay, Cora said unhappily. 3 days later, on a sunny morning, in the top garden of the Great Pyramid of Astapo, one of them had long and slender limbs, while the other was tall and muscular. The two strange-looking armored knights nimbly climbed onto the dragon's back. Well, a knight in medieval armor with a modern mountaineering bag. SSS, two tall megalosaurus, one white and one black, spread their wings and leaped off the half-meter-thick granite wall, gliding towards the west. They flew all the way over the low mountains that were covered with shrubs and the long island strait. They arrived at the abandoned island that Danny had named herself Long Island. It was another strait that was 150 kilometers wide. Danny stared up at him. Deep green forests covered the sea cliffs, and the sky was shrouded in a layer of gray mist. Once the garden of the summer sea, the land of the long summer, the Megalosaurus glided at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour and arrived at the land of long summer in less than 3 hours. They set off at 7 o'clock in the morning, and it was about 10 o'clock now. It was the time when the sun was warm and white clouds were passing by in the blue sky. Under the golden sunlight, the sea was sparkling with golden light, but the land in front of them seemed to be in another world. It was like a brightly colored island landscape photo, was divided into two from the middle. The east side was a black and white photo that added a hazy effect, while the west side was a high-grade beautifying effect. Danny could not help but ask Little White to stop, and Dahe also slowed down and slowly approached. The land of long summer is so strange. Barristan lifted the woolen scarf on his helmet and shouted to Danny, "Your Majesty, do you want to take a detour through the Dothraki Sea?" The detour was thousands of kilometers longer. "I'll try to cross it," Danny shouted and rode the white dragon into the sky. The sky was getting brighter and brighter, and the sun was dazzling. The cotton candy-like clouds above her head were scattered by her. Little Green rose 7,000 meters and reached a height of 10,000 meters. The sky in front was still shrouded in a thin layer of gray mist. What's going on? How can the haze be so high? Danny was confused. This world is so unscientific. She cursed and drove Little White to start descending. After more than half an hour, Danny saw Dahe gliding in circles on the sea again. "We can't fly over it. The air would become thinner if they went up a little higher." Danny and the dragon could bear it. The oxygen content in the fire was less, but Barristan could not. If the old man fell off the dragon's back halfway due to lack of oxygen, then he would be the most useless imperial guard in history. Barristan saw that Danny did not want to take a detour, so he shouted, "I'll go in and have a look." Danny thought for a moment and let Dahe rush into the hazy gray mist with Whitebeard on its back. It was not that she deliberately let the old man explore the pit, but the key was that her resistance to all kinds of negative damage was obviously much higher than that of ordinary people. A giraffe could cross the river, but a pony could drown in the river. She let Whitebeard, the pony, try it on its own. If it could do it, it would leave. If it felt a little uncomfortable, it would leave immediately. Danny also entered the tightest dragon spirit state and carefully observed every fluctuation in Dahe's spiritual sense. There was a change. There was a slight fluctuation in the magnetic field perception, but the fluctuation was not big. Dahe did not lose its direction. Crisis perception flashed almost imperceptibly. What was this? Where did the danger come from? Danny was a little confused. Dahe's crisis perception often fluctuated. For example, on the battlefield, even if he flew more than 800 meters high in the sky, there was absolutely no arrow that could have such exaggerated attack power, but there would still be a relatively large vibration. The lower the flying height, the greater the vibration. What was magical was that if there were no archers or dragon crossbows below, even if he was hovering at a height of 10 meters, he would not feel the slightest vibration. Well, when he saw Danny with a dragon whip and a face full of anger, Dahe would also feel a sense of crisis, although most of the time it was not the dragon that was being whipped. Dahe was a top student. Barristan stayed in the mist for 5 minutes. Danny called Dahe back and asked the White Knight, "Do you feel any discomfort?" As a top Grand Knight who had stepped into the third realm, he could know the slightest changes in his body like the back of his hand. He narrowed his eyes and sensed, then shook his head and said, "My limbs are strong. I'm not poisoned. I don't have any breathing abnormalities. My heartbeat rate is unchanged, and the mucous membranes in my eyes, mouth, and nostrils are not itchy, tingling, or other reactions. I'm probably fine." "Then let's try to rush over in one breath." "About an hour and a half," asked Danny. "If your Majesty is sure that the dragon won't get lost, we can try." Danny thought for a moment and took out a water bottle from her backpack. She wet the wool scarf outside her mask and wrapped it around her nose. Whitebeard followed suit. After that, Danny kept adjusting the altitude and carefully observed the mist above the continent from top to bottom. Damn it! The higher the altitude, the thicker the mist. "Newton, where are you? Come out and explain to this king." Starting from an altitude of 800 meters, the closer they were to the ground, the thicker the mist was. Danny flew back after descending to 500 meters. "Hold on tight, let's go." On the hills behind the sea cliff, there was a dark green forest. Behind it was an endless green plain. The brown earth was sparsely covered with clusters of green weeds. At an altitude of 800 meters, Dahe and Little Green were moving forward at the highest speed. Dahe almost shot up to 350 kilometers per hour like a cannonball. With a hissing sound, it pulled Little White away in a few breaths. After another 2 minutes, Danny couldn't even see Dahe's shadow. "Little White, why are you so weak?" Danny patted the white dragon's neck and laughed. "Squeak!" Little White screamed and flapped its wings harder. After flying for less than 10 minutes, Danny's face suddenly froze. A straight great path that was as sharp as a sword split the ochre wilderness into two. Dahe lowered its head and adjusted the focus of its eyes. The gray-white road enlarged in front of its eyes. Danny was in a trance for a moment. Did they encounter a national road? It was no less than 12 meters wide and a palm high above the ground. It was completely unaffected by the rain and snow, and the road was flat to the extreme. Was this a cement road? No, it wasn't a cement road. Danny had seen it in the memory of the original owner. On the Great Plains in the east of Pentos, the ancient Valeglia Road. After more than 400 years, this Valeglia Road was not damaged at all. Even the stone road, high above the ground, was not damaged. It was as immortal and solid as the steel sword of Valeglia. 400 years. No, more than 400 years. The Valeglia civilization had a history of 6,000 years. This spacious stone road should have existed for thousands of years, but it hadn't been maintained in the past 400 years. Maybe it didn't need maintenance? Danny sighed again. Compared with the immortal buildings of thousands of years in this world, the real estate developers on the earth should be ashamed. Hey, is that a human? With 4 limbs on the ground and a tattered gray cloth wrapped around its waist, it was running on the stone road like an ape chasing the fleeing elk in front of it. Was that a human? An elk. A human with dark red scales on its skin and 7 or 8 uneven bone spurs on its back. But it had clothes, although it was just a piece of rags. An elk. Maybe it wasn't an elk at all. How could there be an elk with half a face on it? And it was bloody all over, as if it had just been skinned, but it was not slow at all, but it did have antlers like branches. Blackie was very fast. The scene in her vision flashed by, and Danny didn't see what happened next. But she wanted to know, so Blackie slowed down and slowly circled around. But when they returned to the original place, they couldn't find the 2 monsters anymore. "Why did you stop?" "This is Valerian Avenue," Beristan explained when he saw Danny peering down from the sky. "I know. I've seen this stone road in the Pentos Plains." Danny replied absent-mindedly, "Let's go south along the stone road." Danny let the 2 dragons change direction and explained to the White Knight, "I think I saw a person just now." "Are you mistaken? As we all know, there are no villages in the land of long summer, only demons. How can you be mistaken?" That person had rags wrapped around his waist, which means he has a sense of shame and reason. Danny shouted casually. She then asked Blackie to speed up and fly towards the south along the straight path. But soon she had the intention to retreat, because the further south they flew, the thicker the grayish-black haze, and the more frequent the warning in Blackie's sea of consciousness was. While hesitating, she let Blackie and Little White increased the altitude because 800 meters was no longer the area where the gray haze was thin. Village. After more than half an hour of hesitation, Danny, who was in the dragon spirit state, suddenly heard Beristan's exclamation. Under the gray and gloomy sky, a pale stream flowed through the mottled fields. Beside the stream, there were 7 or 8 low, gray huts that formed a small village, and more than a dozen vague hunched figures were moving around the stream. "There really are people." Beristan was shocked. Obviously, only humans could build wooden huts. At the same time, Dahe began to change its direction. It left the straight stone path and flew toward the southeast. They were indeed humans. Some people were fishing by the stream, Some were washing something. Some were drying clothes in the open space. Some were carrying prey back from outside the village. Some, although the village was small, it was full of vitality. But when Blackie adjusted the focus to let Danny see the faces of the people in the village, she was so scared that her tone changed. Go! Leave this place immediately! Chapter 176. There was a bald woman with two faces squeezed onto her narrow head, a man with two heads, one big and one small, a three-legged hunchback child, a girl with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes, and her nose pointed to the sky. Even the wild boar that was captured had protruding lips like a crocodile that had been run over by a car. Go, leave this place immediately. Before Whitey could fly to the village, Danny's face was distorted as she urged him to turn east. Damn it! Isn't this a magical world? Why is there nuclear radiation? She cursed loudly, venting her crazy emotions. Danny suddenly looked up and realized that the dust in the sky was all radioactive dust. No wonder it hadn't disappeared for hundreds of years. Are the people of Valeglia so awesome that they even built a nuclear power plant? Or was it because the aliens invaded the technological civilization, fought the Dragon Knights, and the people of Valeglia were neutralized? Danny's head was filled with question marks, but at the same time, she was also very curious. What secret was Valeglia hiding? What's going on? Your Majesty, why did you suddenly turn around and leave? About 20 minutes later, Blackie met up with Danny at the Bay of Sorrows. We'll talk about it when we get back. We're not going to the Westeros anymore. Sigh, let's go back and change first. No, throw away the backpack, scarf, and cloak immediately. As she spoke, she sat up on the dragon's back, took off the hiking bag sewn with blue canvas, and took off the wool scarf covering her face. Finally, she took off all the parts that could be taken off, such as the helmet, lobster gauntlets, and skirt armor, and threw them into the sea. Although Barristan didn't understand what she meant, he could only follow suit under the queen's repeated urging. As he took off his clothes, he muttered, "Fortunately, that guy didn't lend me the Valeglia steel armor." Before leaving, Whitebeard had tried to borrow armor from Cora. Wearing the Valeglia steel armor will protect the queen better, the old knight said, righteously. Although Cora had never heard of the story of Liu Bei borrowing Jingzhou, he knew that the old man had been eyeing his armor for a long time. This armor is too eye-catching. It will expose the queen's identity. He refused. Screech. SSSS. The afternoon sun was blocked by two shadows. Jorah Mormont supported his forehead with his right hand and shouted to the sky, "Your Majesty, why are you back in less than a day? Could it be that you saw the Allied army marching towards Slave Bay? Help us take off our armor and put on deerskin gloves." Danny said to Unsullied, after Dahe carried the cloth bag with the armor and gloves to the North Sea. Danny looked at Little White again. Although she did not find any obvious dust, she still said to Ellie, "Tell Cuello's Megalosaurus guards to wait for me at the dock. Well, prepare cotton jackets, gloves, boots, masks, and hats for them." After that, she rode on Little Green and brought Little White and Big Black to the beach. She let dozens of tightly wrapped centaurs wash the two dragons with sand. Even his armpits were not spared. It was not until the red sun set in the west that she returned to the Great Pyramid with the three dragons. "What's going on?" Barristan and Mormont asked in confusion. Danny's expression became very strange. There was surprise, fear, and a little relief, but more than that, she was at a loss and did not know what to do. "The land of long summer is cursed." She exhaled and said slowly, after calming down. Danny began to doubt her previous speculation. Aliens versus otherworld magicians? It was too ridiculous. As for nuclear power plants, nuclear pollution could not have spread so far. The Fukushima nuclear accident was only 60,000 square kilometers. The entire land of long summer must be more than 1 million square kilometers. How many Fukushima were there? And it had been 400 years. The wind should have blown the dust away. Hey, Slave Bay and Volantis are just next to the land of long summer. Why is it not affected at all? Danny had another question in her mind. If it was really nuclear radiation, the dust should have spread in all directions. But only the land of long summer was cursed. Away from the coast, even the Bay of Sorrows, which was a few hundred meters away, was not affected at all. Everyone knows that Valeglia is cursed. Not a single blade of grass grows there, and there are no livestock. The fat eunuch Beworth mumbled. But we did see someone, probably in the direction of Orlos. Beristan said with a frown. Beworth widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Is there really someone in Orlos?" Although the land of long summer, where Valeglia was located, was 600 kilometers wide and 1,500 kilometers long, it was still considered a peninsula on the summer sea. There were a few active volcanoes near the center of the peninsula. Together with the volcanoes surrounding the capital of Valeglia in the south, they formed the 14 fire peaks. During the Great Cataclysm, the 14 volcanoes erupted at the same time. The Valeglia civilization was instantly reduced to ashes, and even the long summer peninsula was broken into 4 large pieces. The upper half of the long summer was relatively intact, and in the middle was a chain of islands that were as small as beans the Smoke Sea. The complete continent below was split into 3 large islands along the traces of the 14 fire peaks. The island with the most exploration value was naturally Valeglia Island in the middle. However, in the past few hundred years, other than Uluan, no ships that passed through the Smoke Sea returned. Some explorers thought, even if I can't eat meat, I can still drink soup. Thus, many explorers began to enter the long summer through the ancient Valeglia highway. They hoped to find the cities of Valeglia that had been destroyed during the Great Cataclysm. For example, Materis and Orlos. Looking at the prosperous Volantis, one could imagine how wealthy Valeglia cities were. However, the explorers encountered countless terrifying monsters in Materis, and less than 10% of them returned alive. The explorers who entered the depths of the long summer had it even worse. Only a few of them, who had gone mad, returned alive to Volantis. The madman revealed that there were still survivors in Orlos. However, very few people believed this rumor because too many people died while exploring the long summer. Even though there was water and food, and the temperature was within an acceptable range, no matter how strong a person was, they would still mysteriously lose their life. Coughing up blood, vomiting, skin ulcers, nose, ears, tongue, eyes, and other organs rotting and falling off. Even if one was cursed by all the sorcerer-related curses in the mortal world, it was still not as good as taking a stroll in the long summer. Gradually, even the Valyrian roads were filled with monsters of terrifying shapes and sizes. The sorcerers who were sent by Volantis to investigate almost broke down. The Valeglia people had opened the gates of hell, and demons and ghosts were crawling out from the Valeglia highway. After a few hundred years, people realized that the monsters in Materis were just freaks that were born with deformities. They did not eat humans. Well, there were people who were eaten by those deformities, but they were still mortals who did not possess any demonic powers. Even so, the Golden Highway that once connected Slavers Bay and Volantis had become the demonic highway that everyone feared. Even Danny did not think of stepping onto the ancient Valeglia highway to conquer the neighboring Materis. Well, Materis was not far from Slavers Bay. So this is what the so-called demons are all about, but where did the nuclear radiation come from? Or is it really nuclear radiation? Danny sighed and sympathized with the residents of Valeglia in the long summer. They might as well have died in the cataclysm. You mean the people in that village are not humans, but demons? Beristan was shocked. At that time, Blackie was flying at a height of more than 1,000 meters, and human vision could only see the huts and figures on the ground. They could not adjust the focal length like the megalosaurus and see the detailed appearance of the figures. Something like that. I wonder if they have preserved the legacy of their civilization. Danny pondered and said, "Are we still going to the Westeros?" Jorah Mormont frowned. "Go to the warehouse and get some lead ingots. I want to make a set of fully enclosed lead armor." Danny ordered Ellie. Astapor had lead. Like the ancient Romans, the Guises built the pyramid water system with lead pipes. After Danny took over the city, she melted all the lead pipes into lead ingots and stored them. Well, although lead pipes could last for thousands of years, lead itself was harmful to the human body. "Are you going to explore the long summer?" Barristan was surprised. "Let's put aside the Westeros for now. I want to figure out a few things. The curse. As long as the dragon is fine, I won't be cursed in Blackie's spiritual sense. The cursed fog suspected of radioactive substances was not a big threat to him. Unless even the megalosaurus' spiritual sense was blinded. Lead was very soft, and 2 sets of fully enclosed plate armor were made in 2 days. Even the eyes were inlaid with a crystal lens. The silver light shone like 2 cans. In addition to the lead armor, Danny also asked the textile workers in the city to help sew 2 sets of gold underwear and 2 sets of gold cloaks. Weren't the radiation suits on Taba woven with metal fibers? At first, Danny didn't plan to take Whitebeard with her, but the 3 white knights and her blood guards dissuaded her. Barristan himself also said bluntly, "For the safety of the queen, I don't care about my own life." On the morning of the 3rd day, the 2 people and the 2 dragons came to the village near Valeglia Avenue again. This time, Danny deliberately brought the Dragon King identity card that was excavated in the Red Wasteland. She didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but after wearing the medieval DIY version of the nuclear suit, she felt much lighter. It seemed that she was not afraid of a magic nuclear power plant leak. "I suggest that we move forward," Barristan said with a solemn expression. "None of them are normal. I'm worried that not only will you not get the information you want, but you won't even be able to communicate with them." He had a pair of binoculars around his neck, and he could see the people and houses on the ground at a height of 1,000 meters. None of them looked human. Danny thought about it and agreed with him. As long as the population was large, there would always be 2 mutants that were not cursed. The village was too small, and the population base was not enough to give birth to mutants. So, the 2 dragons continued south along Valeglia Avenue. Half an hour later, she breathed a sigh of relief. The previous village was not an exception. Along the way, she found more than a dozen scattered Changsha demons and 3 slightly larger villages. Finally, after flying for almost an hour, a small town made up of more than 200 families appeared by the stone road. Even the bright sun could not penetrate the thick haze. Under the pale afternoon sky, a dark lake lay quietly 5 kilometers east of Valeglia Avenue. Between the Black Lake and the gray stone road, hundreds of mud brick, thatched huts that formed the word Hui were neatly arranged. More importantly, in the center of Hui City, there was a 4-meter-high circular red clay platform. On it, there was a stone sculpture of Valeglia's Dragon King. The carving was simple, but it could be seen that it was a Valeglia man riding a dragon. It was obvious that the people here were intelligent and could communicate. "Sir, I'll go down and fly around first," Danny shouted to Whitebeard and patted Whitey. Screech, the coarse roar of a megalosaurus, sounded above the town. The strong wind caused by the flapping of its wings made the thatched roofs rustle, and light red dust rose from the red clay streets. The demons walking on the streets stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. They were so shocked that they opened their deformed and ugly mouths. As if a pause button had been pressed, the town below was imprinted into an old black and white photo. Dragon! An old man with a hardwood staff broke the silence with the advanced Valeglia language. Dragon King, our Lord Beleriand has appeared. The Dragon King has broken the curse. If a pencil drawing was drawn for each person, then the old man's portrait would be forcefully wiped between his nose and mouth with an eraser. Dragon King! Dragon King! Hundreds of demons walked out of the mud huts like ghosts and joined the crowd on the street. They knelt on the ground and shouted loudly for the Dragon King. So obedient. Dani had a plan in mind. She called Blackie, and the two dragons circled and landed on the mud square in the center of the town. Chapter 177. Thud, thud. Two dull thuds were heard. Two shining knights in silver armor and golden cloaks jumped onto the brown ground, causing a choking cloud of dust to rise. All the devils were squeezed at the edge of the dirt square, cowering on the ground. Who is the mayor? Priest? Dani took a step forward and asked in a clear voice. After a year of commanding loudly on the battlefield and countless great speeches, her voice had been trained. I am the priest of Blackwater Town. May I know which family you are from, Dragon King? The old man who spoke first carefully got up and did not stop when he was 5 meters away from Dani. It was as if he was afraid of scaring the visitor, or was he afraid of the two dragons that were spewing white smoke from their nostrils? Dani did not answer his question. Instead, she asked in standard Valeglia, "Are you the survivors of Valeglia?" "We do have the blood of Valeglia's nobles, but now..." Touching his twisted nose and mouth, the old man lowered his head sadly. "Dani Liz Targaryen. I am a Targaryen." Dani said, "Targaryen?" The old man's blue eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. The Targaryen that moved out of Valeglia with his family on the eve of the great calamity, the descendant of Imnar Targaryen. Dani reminded a little awkwardly. The Targaryens were powerful in the Westeros and were known as the noblest royal family. But in Valeglia, they did not even have the qualifications to approach the center of power. Their bloodline was even worse than most of the Volantis nobles. Although those fellows did not have dragons, they belonged to the side branches of the 14 Fire Peak families. "I'm sorry, I'm too old." The old man with a ghost face was also embarrassed. He took a few steps back and gave a few instructions to a young man with 3 arms beside him. That person quickly ran to a 2-story building opposite the square. After awkwardly looking at the hundreds of strange, deformed people for a while, the young man with an extra arm under his ribs ran over with a stack of yellowed goatskin scrolls. The old man with a ghost face flipped through the goatskin scrolls for a while before he realized. So it's the exile, Inar. Dani, the ancestor, didn't exile herself to avoid the trial of the court. Dream Lady Dani predicted the destruction of Valeglia in her dream. Obviously, she was right. She said, "That's true." The old shaman put away the scroll and sighed. Valeglia was destroyed in the cataclysm, and only Targaryen has survived to this day. What a pity, what a pity. What's a pity? Dani asked curiously. Unfortunately, you are not the one we are waiting for. The old man said, "Who are you? Who are you waiting for?" All the cursed people of Valeglia in the land of long summer are waiting for a noble dragon king who can break their cage. Dani did not like to hear this. She was not noble enough, and do you think there are many dragons in the world? Why can't I? What's a cage? I remember that you can freely enter and exit the land of eternal summer. Ghost-face old man observed her expression and explained, "Lord Dragon King, this old man did not mean to insult you. In fact, as a dragon king, even in the era of Valeglia, you are one of the most respected people. But the bloodline of the Targaryen family is not pure enough, not noble enough. Sigh, I don't know how to explain it. Why don't you go to Orlos and look for the high priestess? She will be happy to see you and your dragon. She will also tell you about the cage. Orlos still exists. Beristan asked for the first time. Ghost-face old man looked at the majestic black dragon behind him and asked, Lord Dragon King, are you also from the Targaryen family? Before White Knight could say anything, Dany said ambiguously, he is my family's knight. Sigh, you Targaryens are really prosperous. The old man sighed with a complicated expression and explained, Orlos was very close to the first peak, but he was lucky enough to survive. In the past few hundred years, you have seen how we are. It was all caused by the curse. In order to break the curse, the high priestess thought of a method. Based on the degree of the curse on the newborn babies, the Targaryens would be scattered to different places outside the city. At this point, he waved at a woman with two heads behind him. Lord, after the woman walked out of the crowd, Dany realized that she was carrying a baby. The old man removed the brown animal skin covering the baby, revealing a fat white boy who was kicking his legs. No, it was a girl. The middle one was not a chirp, but a flesh-colored tail. The lesser the degree of the curse, the closer they will be to Orlos in the future. A smile appeared on the old man's horribly ugly face. Little Na only has a small tail, so she can live in Orlos. Her child might be able to break free from the curse. Dany fell into deep thought. She now understood where the demons came from. They were the most deformed freaks that were chased out of the villages. What is the state of Materis? They can still communicate freely with the outside world, but Orlos is very isolated. Materis? I'm not sure. Dany then asked a few more questions related to the Great Calamity. The High Priestess stuttered as she flipped through the sheepskin scrolls. Most of the time, she would simply say, I don't know. Dany was somewhat disappointed to find that this old man's knowledge was so shallow. She left behind 10 cans of white sugar and 2 bags of Eastern spices, and left with the old man thanking her profusely. The straight stone path between Orlos and Materis was too obvious. Materis was to the north, while Orlos was to the south. Even a blind person would not get lost. After passing through 4 or 5 villages, a dark city suddenly appeared on the plains. The towering, sky-reaching tower stood out among the other stone buildings. It belonged to Valeglia's Dragon King, and the Megalosaurus could directly land on the top platform of the sky-reaching tower. Just like Valeglia, Orlos had no city walls. The black stone towers, warehouses, streets, gardens, plazas, and so on were spread out in all directions. It was full of vitality and domineering aura. There were still some remnants of the domineering aura, but not much vitality. Most of the buildings in the city, which was more than 10 kilometers in diameter, were in ruins. The streets were in a mess, and the corners were filled with rocks, feces, and bones of unknown animals. The walls of the tall towers were peeling and ugly. The fountains, which had once provided the citizens with cool air during the hot summer days, had dried up. The spouts were rusty, and the pipes were blocked with mud. The lively city gardens had lost all color, leaving only grayish-green weeds. Occasionally, there would be goats with missing noses, ears, or an extra nostril or head chewing on the grass. A few gray-clothed freaks drove an ox cart past the city hall. The wheels of the cart creaked, echoing hollowly in the plaza that was more than 50,000 square meters wide. This was a ghost city that had been buried for 400 years. Although the citizens in the city had very little abnormalities, greet the people of Orlos. Hiss, hiss, a dragon's roar that was as rough as glass rang out from the center of the city. From time to time, small dragon flames would spurt out of its nostrils. A dragon? Megalosaurus. It's really a megalosaurus. A megalosaurus is here. The Dragon King is here. In less than 10 minutes, the city below was already, it wasn't exactly bustling. Compared to the enormous city of Orlos, there were far too few citizens on the streets, balconies, plazas, and rooftops. Danny even suspected that there weren't 5,000 people here. Bam, 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 bam. About 15 minutes later, 14 tallow torches as thick as an arm lit up at the top of the 150-meter-tall sky tower. This was a signal, an invitation to welcome the arrival of the Dragon King. Danny even saw a few black-cloaked figures standing in the center of the rooftop. Behind their black silk cloaks, there was a picture of 14 fiery peaks embroidered with golden thread. A group of dragons was flying above the fiery peaks. "Let's go and meet that high priest," she called out and brought the 2 dragons down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 dragons, one white and one black, flapped their wings, creating a strong wind that caused the cloaked figure's clothes to flutter. "Welcome, Your Majesty's Dragon King." A clear and melodious female voice came from the cloaked figure in the middle. This was a young girl. Thump, thump. Iron boots landed on the ground with a dull thud. Danny took off her barrel-shaped helmet, revealing a head of silver blonde hair and an exquisite face with violet eyes. She really is a Valeglia Dragon King. Everyone in Orlos thought at the same time. "I'm a descendant of Innar Targaryen. Danny, rise." Danny then pointed at the tall iron kin behind her. "He's my guardian knight, Barristan. So you're a Westeros princess." The girl took off her hood, revealing a beautiful face that wasn't inferior to Danny's. Even the dim sky seemed to brighten up. "I'm the city lord of Orlos, and also the high priest, Jenny Bellerus." Her silvery hair was draped over her shoulders, and a dragon-shaped red crystal hairpin secured her long bangs behind her head, revealing her full and smooth forehead. This girl seemed to be flawless. Danny looked at the girl with admiration, then smiled and bowed. "I didn't expect the high priest to be a Bellerus. My apologies." Barristan was shocked by her actions, but he quickly followed the Queen's knight's salute. The Queen of Slave Bay had to salute Bellerus as well, because Bellerus was the leader of the First Peak, the true royal family of Valeglia. It was just like meeting Liu Bei during the Three Kingdoms period. No matter what Chow Chow and Yuan Shao thought, they had to give him the basic courtesy. "High Priest, you know that the Targaryens have united the Westeros? Did outsiders come here?" Danny asked curiously. "Yes, we have contact with Materis in the north." "I see." Danny sighed. "The Targaryen dynasty has been destroyed for almost 16 years. The ruler of the Westeros is someone else. I know, but you have dragons, unsullied, and countless soldiers willing to fight for you. Sooner or later, you will take back the Iron Throne that belongs to you." Jenny smiled. Danny's heart sank. It seemed that she had guessed wrong. Orlos was not a sealed city at all. This was going to be troublesome. Not everyone was a noble of Valeglia and could live in harmony with each other. Of the people who were clamoring to kill the evil mother of dragons, more than 30% had the blood of the noble Valeglia Dragon King. The other 40% were mixed bloods, but their ancestors were the most orthodox nobles of Valeglia. The remaining 30% belonged to the merchants, lords, and foreign kings who had risen to power in the past 400 years. Orlos might be like Materis and Volantis, but he did not feel close to her, the only Dragon King. He even hated her, the rule breaker. Chapter 178. The atmosphere became heavy due to Danny's change in mood. High Priestess Jenny seemed to be wise beyond her age. She seemed to have seen through her worries and said with a smile, "Orlos welcomes the arrival of the Dragon Queen very much. Your miraculous feat of bringing dragons back to life made His Majesty Balerion very happy. He even prophesied that you would become the only king of the world and break the cage that imprisoned Valeglia. However, not only did Jenny's words not dispel Dany's doubts, they instead made her even more cautious. High Priestess, you can communicate with His Majesty Balerion, but I heard that the great calamity destroyed everything, she said in surprise. Yep, she didn't reveal any negative emotions. Instead, she vaguely revealed some joy. The true gods are eternal, Jenny said with a serious expression. The true gods are eternal, the few old priestesses behind her said together. What true gods? Do you think I don't know the bottom line of the gods of Valeglia? I'm afraid that Faith Spirit's situation is even worse than the Undying. True gods will never be destroyed. Dany nodded in agreement with a solemn expression. Then, before the High Priestess could invite her to meet Balerion, she said, High Priestess Balerion, I'll be honest with you. I had no choice but to come to Orlos this time. Defeating the Gith Alliance is just the beginning. The trading city is building an alliance army. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of soldiers, hundreds of thousands of ships. I need Valeglia's secret arts, magic that can make my 4 dragons obedient. Valeglia is also a slave city. The Targaryen ancestors also enslaved countless inferior races. Why do you have to free the slaves? Jenny asked. Because I can't bear to see slaves being whipped, enslaved, mocked, and treated like lowly bugs. When I cut off the slave master's neck with my 2-handed greatsword, the blood gushing out from his neck splashed onto my face. What I smelled was not the stench of blood, but the fragrance of vengeance. An inexplicable sense of satisfaction and joy rose in my heart, as if the whole world had been cleansed, Dany said honestly. In her previous life, she had also eaten chicken dinner, but it was completely incomparable to personally leading thousands of troops to break through enemy lines. She had heard countless people say that killing someone for the first time would be very uncomfortable, even to the point of vomiting. However, Dany had completed First Blood, single kill, godlike, holy shit, and even 100 kills in a days. The whole process was hearty and exciting, as if she was a born demon. High Priestess Jenny could no longer maintain her pure and holy expression. Her face was almost twisted as she said, Dany Leezy, you are really unbelievable. Fortunately, the High Priestess did not swear. The old priests behind her breathed a sigh of relief. High Priestess, is there any secret dragon-controlling technique similar to the dragon's horn? Dany asked directly. She decided to throw caution to the wind. She did not care what the other party thought of her, nor did she want to waste too much time in this cursed land. You know about the dragon's horn? A gray-haired old man behind Jenny asked in surprise. The old man was the same as Jenny. His skin was smooth and clean, and his facial features were well-defined. He was an old, handsome man, and one could not see any flaws in his body from his appearance. You don't know about Yulun? Dany was even more surprised. She then told them about Yulun's exploration of Traya. That should be the horn of the second Fire Peak's Vargas family. At that time, the heir of the second Fire Peak, Tyren Vargas, was the city lord of Traya. I did not expect him to bring the family's treasure out of the family's land. Jenny muttered, could it be that the dragon's horn is very rare? There are only 3 great horns in this world. The Dragonbinder, the Dragon Slayer, and the Bellerus family's Dragon Slayer. There are countless inferior imitations, but their effects are far inferior to the 3 royal families' heirloom treasures. Jenny said proudly, hee, didn't that ghost Dragonbinder get destroyed by us? The Dragonbinder can control my dragon. What are the effects of the Dragon Prisoner and the Dragon Slayer? Jenny hesitated for a moment, then explained softly, all 3 great horns can control dragons. The Dragon Prisoner can punish disobedient Megalosaurus with the sound of the horn, and the dragon slayer can kill disobedient evil dragons and wild dragons with the sound of the horn. Killing dragons by blowing the horn? Oh my God! How powerful is the dragon soul in the dragon slayer's horn? Are the dragon slayer and the dragon prisoner still around? Danny asked. They were destroyed in the cataclysm along with the 14 fire peaks. Jenny said sadly, "What exactly is the cataclysm? Why don't we go to the temple?" Jenny looked at Danny expectantly. "Danny, Liz, you are a Valeglia citizen, and you even hatched a true dragon from a stone egg. This shows that your bloodline is still pure. Why don't you return to the faith of your ancestors? His Majesty Balerion has real power, and it is far more real than the 7 gods." For Danny, faith was not about whether the gods were real or not, but whether their teachings were meaningful to humans. She thought for a moment and said, "I've read the 7 Stars Bible, but I don't know any of Balerion's teachings. How can I become a follower of His Majesty?" In a world where there were true gods, ignoring religious beliefs was undoubtedly extremely stupid. Danny planned to promote a new church of the 7 gods that matched her values in Slave Bay. The 7 Stars Bible was the classic teachings of the Church of the 7 Gods, and the principles and stories in it were still somewhat positive. Danny planned to revise the original version. Yep, it was just like how the Confucians, after the Han Dynasty, used the classics of Confucius and Mencius. They used the name of Confucius to say their own words and created a set of Queen Danny's version of the new 7 Stars Bible. Anyway, no 7 gods would come down to punish her because there were no 7 gods in this world. The Orlos Grand Cathedral is in the south of the city. Why don't you come with me and live there for a while? I'll explain to you about the sacred teachings of ancient Valeglia and part of the Grand Wizard's legacy there. Jenny smiled sweetly, and her sky-blue eyes were like crescent moons. Her head was slightly tilted, and she looked extremely cute. Danny hesitated. If the other party had not revealed that Balerion was still alive, she would have gone to the Holy Cathedral without the temptation of the legacy, because it was basic etiquette to follow the Grand Priest to the Holy Cathedral to worship the ancestors. But Balerion was not completely dead. In Queers, the Immortal had let her see a fragment of the River of Time. The Grand Wizard had once disdainfully said that compared to the 3 demigods of Valeglia, the Immortal was trash. And the reason why she could defeat the Immortal was 20% due to her strong will and 80% due to Blackie. The dragon could protect the Dragon King from witchcraft, but Balerion was the god of the Dragon King and the Megalosaurus a demigod. How effective would the Megalosaurus be on Balerion? At the same time, Danny had seen the power of the great wizards in the River of Time. They could communicate with the glass candles of the free cities of Valyria all over the world through their own consciousness, and they could even see themselves after 400 years. How powerful would his legacy be? If she could learn a move or 2, would she be able to cultivate both magic and martial arts and be invincible? Previously, she had used an incomplete soul strike to defeat the legendary strongest assassin, Faceless. Although she had to sacrifice 800 of her own to kill 1,000 enemies, the power of witchcraft was not to be underestimated. She had also been proven that she had the qualifications to wield such power. It was too tempting. Why would there be a Grand Wizard's legacy here? Danny asked suspiciously. The territories under the rule of ancient Valeglia were divided into 2 types, the direct cities and the colonies. Orlos, Tria, and Materis in the land of Long Summer were all direct cities, you know that, right? Danny nodded. I wasn't too sure before, but it's easy to understand. The land of Long Summer was the main camp of Valeglia. The colonies were managed by the collateral bloodline of the 14 Fire Peak families, while the direct cities were ruled by the direct descendant of the Dragon King himself. But I've never heard of any other Targaryen in Volantis, and the other cities? Danny was puzzled. A proud look flashed across Jenny's face, and she said calmly, "The 14 Fire Peaks have 14 great noble families, even if each family has 2 colonial cities. Think about it. Is this world enough to divide?" Currently, there were 9 free trade cities in the continent of Ursos for cities of Gith, and 1 city of Kuz. It seemed that it was not enough to divide. Even the top nobles did not have enough to eat. How much meat could the small Targaryens get? Well, only a small Dragonstone island. What does this have to do with the legacy of the Grand Wizard? Every direct city's Templar has part of the legacy of the Grand Wizard because the Templar and the city itself are managed by the direct bloodline of the 14 Fire Peak families, and the Grand Wizard can only come from the 14 Fire Peak families. Danny smiled bitterly and shook her head. She did not expect Valeglia's hierarchy to be so strict that it did not give others a chance to advance. For example, the virgin girl, Dreamwalker Danny C. It was obvious that even though she did not have the talent of a dragon mother, she was definitely a dragon spirit and had the potential to become a grand wizard. However, Danny C. did not have much status in Valeglia and was not focused on as a wizard. She was exiled along with the Targaryen family. An exception is being made now. Danny could not help but have a hint of mockery in her tone. The young female high priestess looked deeply at Danny and asked, "Why didn't the Targaryens divide Valerian into a single dragon?" A single sentence left Danny speechless. Valerian could also control dragons, but before the dance of the blood dragons, the Targaryens would rather have the 3 extra dragons become wild dragons than have the little brother next door help share the burden. Is it far? Danny looked towards the south. It was as if the god of night had been stabbed with a knife, and blood was spilling from the sky. The depths of the sky were dark red, as if something ominous was hidden. Even from 2 to 3 kilometers away, one could see steam rising from the surface of the sea, like a Titan's fish tank. Waves of heat, and the sulfuric sea breeze swept past Orlos. That was the Smoke Sea, a dangerous place that had devoured countless exploration fleets. A black tower at the edge of the city attracted Danny's attention. Against the dark gray of the ancient city, the bright golden pattern on the tower was exceptionally eye-catching. The 50-meter-tall tower had an ancient Valeglia god engraved in gold, Beleriand. That's the Templar? Danny pointed at the black tower and asked, "Yes, perhaps you can gain His Majesty's favor." "Best not. How are we going to get there?" Danny asked. She had to admit that she was tempted by the great wizard's legacy. As for Beleriand, she was hopeful. Beleriand's main body was definitely in Valeglia. Orlos was 500 kilometers away from Valeglia, with the city of Traia in between. The city ruins that Uluin had once explored were in Traia. If Beleriand couldn't even find Uluin, there was no reason for him to harm her, right? Even the Undying Ones had to lure her into the Undying Hall before they could cast their spells. They wouldn't be able to affect her even if they were a few streets away. Beleriand might be stronger than the Undying Ones, but he had been hit by a great destruction spell. Danny thought and looked forward to it. "You can ride a dragon over, or you can walk over with me," Jenny Beleriand said. "Let's walk over." No matter how much she feared the High Priestess and the city, before a real threat descended, Danny still had to follow basic etiquette. Chapter 179. Why don't you move to Materis? Danny asked Jenny, whose eyes were shining as she looked at the gorgeous silk as she moved the white sugar, spices, silk, mirror lace, and other valuables down from the dragon's back. Since she knew that she was going to deal with the demons of long summer, Danny, of course, brought a large number of practical gifts. The environment here is indeed worse, but it is also closer to the old capital in the south. Closer to Belarus? It seemed that the power of the god of faith was limited by distance. Danny called the 2 dragons to fly into the sky, and she followed the high priestess to the spiral staircase of the Tower of Babel. The dark gray walls were decorated with old murals, banners, oiled swords, and pale beast skulls. The carpet on the floor was very thick, like stepping on a cotton ball. Although it was not embroidered with exquisite patterns, it was very clean. The wooden furniture in the hall was also very new, with a layer of oily luster. However, the bronze bars that fixed the oak door had a thick layer of green rust, which could not hide the traces of time. Along the way, Danny did not see a single guard except for a few gray-clothed maids with crooked eyes and crooked mouths, who put down their work and knelt down to greet her. Walking down the Tower of Babel, Jenny looked back at the tall model tower behind her and said sadly to Danny, "Once, this was almost the center of the world, the glory of civilization. As long as it is a praise that can be created by humans, it can be found here. I heard a few times prophecies and breaking the cage. It seems to be about removing the curse and returning to the glory of ancient Valeglia." Danny asked. Jenny was shocked and said piously, as if she was preaching, "His Majesty Beleriand once saw the future and left us a prophecy. An ancient and glorious noble descendant will awaken the blood of the first Dragon King. He will help His Majesty break the shackles and return to the human world from the abyss." Danny frowned. "I see. I thought it was about breaking the curse of the land of long summer. Haha, when His Majesty returns, the curse will be nothing." The priestess chuckled. Although the road connecting the Tower of Babel and the Holy Church was old, it was not littered with garbage. On the street, there was a group of children fighting for a rattan ball. Their innocent and romantic laughter injected a fresh color into the bleak black and white city. Orlas's deformed individual's relocation plan had been carried out quite well. From a physical standpoint, these children could be considered normal. "Greetings, Your Excellency High Priest." The thin crowd on the road stopped and bowed to Jenny. They also cast curious glances at Danny, who was wearing silver armor and a golden cloak. Jenny also smiled and nodded to the passers-by. It could be seen that she was very popular with the citizens and loved her people very much. "Could I be the person in the prophecy?" Danny asked, licking her lips. "If it were you, I would have sent someone to look for you." Jenny laughed. Danny purposely revealed a disappointed expression and indignantly asked, "Why? Is my bloodline not noble enough? I hatched a dragon. You don't belong to the 14th peak, and you don't have the bloodline of the first peak master." Jenny tilted her head and looked at Danny. "But your bloodline is indeed pure. If I were a man, the two of us might be able to give birth to the child in the prophecy. Give birth to a deformed child." Danny sneered in her mind. "That's a pity. Volantis also has noble Bellaries. You can marry into Volantis. Not only will it solve the current situation at Slaver's Bay, but it will also improve the bloodline of the Targaryen descendants. After conquering Volantis, I'll kill all the nobles behind the Black Wall. Yes, I'll let my maester cook them up. Why, only the families of the 14th peak can do it. It's the will of the gods. But why would Beleriand make such a request? What are the characteristics of the first Dragon King's bloodline?" Danny asked again. "Only the true gods know." After getting closer, Danny realized that the Holy Church had almost collapsed into the sea. Half of its foundation was on land, while the other half was suspended above the sea. The tall black stone tower was tilted 30 degrees toward the sea. It was 10 times more exaggerated than the Leaning Tower of Pisa. It didn't even collapse. The quality of the buildings in the other world was really good. Danny could only sigh in amazement. Like the Tower of Babel and Valeglia Avenue, the Holy Church's Black Tower was also a one-piece structure. It was as if cement had been poured directly into a mold. The thick walls of the tower gave people a strong sense of security. Heavens, with such a tilt, there's not a single crack on the wall. How did you do it? Beristan, who had been silent all this time, was shocked. I wonder if the high priestess can teach me the building techniques of Valeglia. Danny looked at Jenny with a yearning look. I don't know how to. The high priestess shook her head. The blond old man beside her explained. Just like the forging method of Valeglia's steel, the enchantment technique of the Undying Stone is also closely guarded in the clan's treasury. But I remember that the Targaryens have the technique of forging lesser Undying Stones. Dragonstone Island is strong enough. The old priestess looked at Danny in confusion. Undying Stone, Dragonstone Island. Danny thought for a moment and shook her head. It's been lost for hundreds of years. Splash, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dark red seawater below the cliff rose into a 10-meter-tall wave. The boiling water with white smoke washed the tilting tower wet. It was as if the lid of a steam boiler was suddenly lifted. A visible white wave of air blew Danny's silver hair all over the sky. Knight, are you okay? Danny looked at the white knight beside her worriedly. The seawater was boiling, and the water vapor coming at them was estimated to be 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. An ordinary person would not be able to withstand it. Well, Beristan was the only ordinary person here. Everyone in Valeglia had the talent of being able to withstand high temperatures. Bam, bam, bam. The old knight patted the crystal lens in the eye-hole of his helmet and said loudly, "Other than the water vapor blurring my vision, everything else is fine." "Let's go in," Jenny said. Danny looked at the red sky and smiled bitterly. "You have night here? It seems like the sun is setting." Looking up, they could not see the stars, the sun, and the moon. There was a layer of gloomy dark red light in the sky, which looked like a large piece of blood clot. It was like a thick layer of blood-stained cotton was pressed on the surface of the sea, pressing on everyone's heart. Looking down, they could see a bright red flickering in the depths of the dark sea. It was like a light bulb was lit in the water. The surface of the water was bubbling, bringing with it a pungent sulfuric smell from hell. A string of small flames rose from the charred reef in the water, but were immediately extinguished by the incoming tide. As the tide receded, sizzling sounds came from the reef, and white smoke rose into the air. With a sizzling sound, the dim red flame once again appeared on the reef, dancing in a flirtatious manner. Fuck, there's an active volcano below. Danny's heart was pounding in her chest with fright. There's a volcano under the sea. She shouted to Jenny. Jenny looked down at the sea and said calmly, "Yes, it's an active volcano. It's right beside us, below the Holy Church." Danny's voice was a little distorted. Her face must have been distorted too. "Yes." Jenny's expression was still calm. The old priestesses behind her also had an expression that said, "Why are you making such a fuss? Aren't you afraid? If the volcano erupts, Orlos will be finished." Danny shouted in a low voice, "Valeglia is afraid of volcanoes." "Huh?" Hearing the arrogance and contempt in Jenny's voice, Danny said indignantly, "Wasn't Valeglia destroyed by a volcanic eruption?" Jenny stopped, turned around, and looked at Danny seriously. "Do you really think so? We've controlled the 14 fire peaks and the hundreds of volcanoes nearby for 6,000 years. Even small accidents rarely happen because every inch of land under the volcanoes is under the surveillance of the Wizard Council." "You mean there's a mastermind behind the great calamity?" Danny was shocked. "I don't know. Even so, you don't have the ability to control volcanoes like the great Wizard of Valeglia, right? You'll understand in a moment." Jenny smiled mysteriously and pushed open the 3-meter-tall white wooden door. Beristan touched the wooden door and exclaimed in shock, "Weirwood!" The priestess nodded and said, It's said that weirwood contains the power of the old gods and is one of the best magical materials. It's also often used to make furniture and can last for 10,000 years. There's weirwood in Ursos too? Danny asked curiously. It should be extinct by now, but before we humans appeared, the children of the forest and the giants had already existed for several million years. Perhaps they once lived on this continent as well. Perhaps back then, the entire world was filled with weirwood. Creak, the heavy weirwood door opened, and the bright black light made Danny squint slightly. A long, twisted obsidian candle was placed in the middle of the stone hall. A blinding black flame burned at the top of the candle. The black light could not dispel the darkness in the room, but it strangely allowed everyone to see everything around them clearly. It was a gray vision. A glass candle, Baristan exclaimed. It's 100 times bigger than the one in Queers. The male wizard, Urizen, could also light a glass candle. It was as dazzling as the reflection of snow under the sun, but it was only the size of an egg yolk. The glass candle in the hall of the Orlos Holy Church was like a bonfire. Danny looked at the exquisite carvings on the walls and pillars. They were all scenes of the Dragon King of Valeglia conquering the world. She could clearly see the flag of the harpy and the warriors with spiked helmets wielding spears in 5 of the carvings. Obviously, these were the 5 wars of guys. She looked back at the glass candle and asked curiously, "Why is the black flame not blocking our vision? What color do you think the sun is?" The priestess asked. "Colorless?" Danny asked. Jenny glanced at the stupid mortal proudly and chuckled. "Ha! You can try it with a prism under the sun." It was not easy. The Valeglia people's knowledge of the world was far beyond the scientific level of this era. "I'll try," Danny said with a straight face. Baristan was on high alert and looked around carefully. Suddenly, he looked down and said in horror, "We don't have a shadow." Danny looked down. Sure enough, the joints of the blue marble floor were clearly visible, but there was no shadow. It should be the effect of the glass candle. She looked at Jenny. "Shadows are ominous things," the priestess said solemnly. "Locke," the 4 old priests quickly interrupted Danny. "Holy Land, don't say that name." Danny nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Where is the statue of His Majesty Balerion?" Chapter 180. The barrel-shaped hall was divided into 4 directions with 4 stone pillars. Behind each pillar was a small wooden door. In the middle was a half-meter-high low round table with a 2-meter-high twisted black crystal inserted in the center. Nothing. There were no statues, no altars, no candles, not even a central hall. Jenny frowned and looked at Danny. She sighed. "You don't know anything. The Dragon King of Valeglia is a citizen of the sky, living high up in the Tower of Babel. Many people almost never set foot on the ground. So, do you understand? In Valeglia, the highest floor of the tower is the main hall. If I had a dragon, I would take you directly to the top of the tower. Unfortunately, you don't have a dragon. A nobleman of Valeglia without a dragon dares to laugh at the only female dragon king in the world." Danny showed a flattering smile and asked, "What about the inheritance of the high priest?" The high priest's eyes became serious. "Don't you go worship the ancestors." "Your Excellency, my mind is now full of the magical witchcraft of Valeglia. I can't calm down. It's too impious to worship His Majesty Balerion in this situation." Danny sighed. Jenny's eyes flashed with a trace of dissatisfaction, but she suppressed her anger and pointed to the wooden door on the south side of the hall. "Go through that door. I can't guarantee how much you can get. It all depends on your bloodline." The black tower of the Holy Church tilted to the south, almost forming a small slope. Danny went down a few steps and held on to the black stone pillar in front of the wooden door. "Can I go in?" Yes. Jenny nodded slowly. Danny looked up and found that the stone pillar in her hand was also engraved with war diagrams. Countless megalosaurus covered the sky, and below, a giant turtle floated in the monstrous waves. Compared with the waves, the city below was like a child's toy building blocks. She stopped and walked around the stone pillar. This is the war to conquer the Loinars 2,000 years ago. That's right. Jenny came to her side and pointed at the largest dragon in the group. Look, the dragon-slaying horn. He had to admit that the artistic value of this stone sculpture was extremely high. Not only did it vividly portray the tragic atmosphere of the battlefield, even the details were done to perfection. They could also clearly see the horn hanging from the waist of the tiny dragon king on the dragon's back. The megalosaurus was only the size of a palm, and the dragon king riding the megalosaurus was as thin as a man's fingernail. The curved horn was only the length of the dragon king's forearm. This kind of technology, the dragon slayer horn is so small. Danny asked in confusion, that dragon binder is taller than me. Could it be that dragon slayer isn't made of dragon horns? I'm not sure. Perhaps the size of the dragon horn is not the deciding factor. Nonsense. The older the dragon, the bigger its body, the dragon horn would naturally grow along with it, and the soul pressure of the megalosaurus king would also be stronger. Danny couldn't help but look down on Jenny. She didn't even know that there was a dragon soul sealed in the dragon horn. There was a wooden door behind the pillar that seemed to be made of ebony wood. There was a familiar symbol on the door that Danny was a little familiar with, a white spiral vortex. What symbol is this? The foundation of witchcraft, the image of the lake of souls. Danny's little face wrinkled. Can you be more specific? I don't know anything about witchcraft. Thump, thump, thump. Jenny Bellerus stomped her feet. Before building a house, the foundation must be laid. The strength of the foundation determines the height of the tower. Look at this black tower. Half of its body is suspended in the air and tilted towards the sea at such a large angle, but it is still stable. The process of extraordinaire sorcerer's cultivation is like building a house. We must first lay a solid foundation, the basic meditation technique. Sai, can't you just tell me about the meditation technique? I'm confused by all the nonsense you've spouted, Danny complained in her heart, but her face showed that she was listening seriously. If you have the talent to become a sorcerer, you will be able to open the sea of consciousness or the lake of souls. The origin of the soul, the source of the spiritual power, is like a starry lake. Sorry, I don't have a lake of souls. It's a boundless sea. Danny's eyes showed admiration and said respectfully, I see, the high priestess has enlightened me. Jenny was only a few years older than Danny. After being complimented by the mother of dragons, she felt a little smug and continued, the basic meditation technique is not the power to create miracles. It mainly gathers the scattered spiritual power in your lake of souls into a bundle, just like the power of a punch comes from thousands of small. The high priestess was a little stunned. The old priestess immediately whispered, Genes. Yes, our body seems to be a whole, but it's actually made up of countless small genes. The process of exerting force depends on the cooperation of countless genes. The so-called witchcraft is the punch on the spiritual level. The basic meditation technique helps you assemble the scattered spiritual genes into a whole. Seeing that Danny's eyeballs were about to pop out, Jenny sighed with a superior face and waved her hand. Sigh. It's okay if you don't understand. People are ignorant. There's no need to understand the theory of genes in theory to become a master swordsman. Danny recovered from the shock and asked, High Priestess, how did you discover the cells? Oh no, the genes. How did you discover the genes? Damn, do you have to be so awesome that you even know about the cells? Sai, you're asking more and more questions. How can I explain the principle of light to you? You must have never seen a lens, right? Danny couldn't help but take advantage of her. Is it this thing? She pointed at the binoculars on Barristan's neck and asked, Jenny Bellerus's arrogant face froze. She nodded stiffly and said, the glass factory in Mir and the steel factory in Kalweg all use the technology from Valeglia. The nautical telescope and the large stargazer were also invented by us. Through similar principles, we can also create a witchcraft lens to observe human organs. The smallest organ discovered is called a gene. So it's the witchcraft lens. Barristan was shocked. You know about the witchcraft lens? Danny looked at him curiously. Barristan said slowly, the City of Knowledge has been doing human experiments and has always wanted to create the legendary witchcraft lens. For this reason, the professors of the City of Knowledge have repeatedly advised King Eris, hoping that the king will increase investment in the City of Knowledge and reduce the import tariff of the Mir lens. They need a lot of glass and lenses. The City of Knowledge in the land of the setting sun? That group of undulls is just imitating our wizard council. An old priestess said contemptuously. Barristan's face turned red, but he could not refute. Danny's eyes were blurred. She murmured, how glorious was the Valeglia civilization in the past. I also want to know. The young female high priestess smiled bitterly. Quickly go in. After learning to meditate, a wizard rune will be constructed in the Lake of Souls. This is the symbol. She touched the white vortex on the sandalwood door and urged. Behind the door was a dark stone room of 20 square meters. A dark red halo shone in from the 3-meter-high skylight. A slender, twisted obsidian could be vaguely seen on the empty green stone slab. Just a glass candle. Danny looked back at the priestess. A glass candle is the best conductor of mysterious elements. 80% of witchcraft can be performed with a glass candle. What about the blue magic ball on the wizard tower? Danny was puzzled. Jenny was surprised. You know about the magic ball? My second brother Viserys told me that the great wizard can control the whole world through a magic ball as big as a house. Her cheap second brother once again became her shield. The magic ball is the advanced version of the glass candle, just like the difference between a torch and a candle. The wizard's methods were too simple, right? What should I do? She asked again. Light the glass candle. You can find the knowledge you want in the flame, Barristan said. Barristan said strangely. The night before the assistant scholar of the City of Knowledge swears to become a scholar, they must keep watch in the cellar with only one obsidian candle. If they can light the candle, they can leave the cellar in advance. It is said that no one has ever lit a candle before. Grand Scholar Pycelle said that this is to warn the new scholars that even if a person is full of knowledge, he is not omnipotent. The personal strength of an organization's leader determines the upper limit of the organization's ability. Grand Scholar Pycelle must be a stupid pig. A silver-haired old priestess sneered. Why do you say that? White Knight was puzzled. Because the 4 glass candles in the City of Knowledge all came from Valeglia. It was a reward for 50 years of service from a scholar 1,000 years ago for low-level basic meditation techniques. Our ancestors paid such a high price to obtain the truth from us, but the younger generation treated it as a joke. How laughable! The old priestess sneered. So, the last test of the scholar is actually to test their witchcraft talent? Danny thought. This test may have been useful in the past, but in the last 100 years, it had been the age of magic, and no one could light the candle, so it gradually became a joke. She looked at the priestess and asked, High Priestess, do you know about the magic tide? A Yashai wizard told me that the appearance of the dragon brought magic to the world. This question seemed to be troubling the priestess. She hesitated and looked at the silver-haired old priestess who mocked the city of knowledge. The old priestess thought for a moment and said, "This statement is not wrong. The dragon represents the limit of the world's power, and the huge gap between the dragon and the mortals is the active range of the mysterious people. But in the world, other than the dragon, there are gods, and gods can also increase the upper limit of the world's life force. So, in the place where the divine power is active, the activity of the magic factor is enough to give birth to a wizard. There must be true gods in the world, but why was there the age of magic more than 100 years ago? The gods do not belong to the human world, and they are too far away from the real world. They can only affect a very small area, such as Yashai in the Shadowland. But the dragon is in the human world, in the real world. After the explanation, he did not care whether Danny understood or not. He impatiently urged, "Go in. You have already delayed our afternoon prayer, and we still have to do the evening class later." "Oh, sorry, but what should I do?" "Focus on the top of the candle, or rather, just stare at it. There is enough time for you to use for one night." When the door of the inheritance room closed, High Priestess Jenny brought the few old priestesses upstairs for evening prayer, leaving White Knight alone outside the door. Chapter 181. Staring at the candle? You might as well get me a magic crystal ball, and let me touch it. Danny muttered as she walked slowly to the 2-meter-tall obsidian candle. She touched it. It was cold like glass, and there was no reaction at all. She widened her eyes and looked up carefully from the base. It was like a branch of an old plum tree that was twisted buzz. In an instant, the room was filled with white light that was as bright as falling snow. "Shit, didn't you say you want to look at it all night?" This thought only appeared in her mind for a moment. In the next moment, the flames spun in front of her eyes, just like the spiral pattern outside the door. Danny felt that her body was gradually being elongated, becoming a thin line, falling into a pure white world with snowflakes dancing in the air. Her consciousness entered a mysterious and mystical realm. Beristan, who was outside the door, was stunned. As soon as the door was closed, the white light that was like a sharp sword pierced through the gap of the door, as if the door to heaven had been opened. "Is it His Majesty? Why is it so fast?" He found it unbelievable that the black light around him was wriggling like a living thing. It was wriggling and shrinking under the pressure of the white sword aura. The big candle that was burning with black light in the hall was forced to take a step back by the small candle in the room. What made Beristan even more confused was that even with the white light surrounding him, there was still no shadow under him. "His Majesty, are you all right?" he asked softly through the door. The response was swoosh. The white light that was as bright as snow instantly turned into a yellow light that shone like pure gold. The midday sun rose in the room. Then it was as red as charcoal. Those who did not know would think that the room was on fire. Then the darkness of the void even absorbed the black light in the hall. Beristan, who was standing outside the door, had his vision blurred for a while. Then it was a deep blue like the sea, a tender green like a fragrant ball, hibiscus purple, apple green, other than the black and white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple colors rotated one by one. Just as the light dimmed, the sound of hurried running came from the stairs opposite. "Why is it so fast?" the silver-haired old priest asked anxiously. I don't know," Beristan said doubtfully as he quietly pressed his left hand on the scimitar's hilt on the left side of his waist. "How did you know?" he asked. A bright beam of light shot out from the sky and extended for a few kilometers. "Anyone who looks to the south will be able to see it," Jenny said with a serious expression. Beristan understood. Even the tiny gap in the door could not block the light in the room. The skylight inside must also be shooting the light at an angle towards the sea. But wasn't it a little too exaggerated to spread a few kilometers? What terrifying magic power! The silver-haired old man's blue eyes were filled with unconcealable shock and bewilderment. But she's just a newbie. How is that possible? Perhaps Her Majesty is the mother of dragons. The White Knight spread his legs and used his tall body to block the wooden door behind him. The high priest shook his head and said, "That's not right. Not to mention that she's just a dragon spirit. Even if there really was a dragon god in this world, he wouldn't be able to stimulate the 9-colored light." "Dragon spirit? What is it?" Beristan asked curiously. Jenny's eyes flickered as she stared at the old knight, who looked like an iron can. She asked loudly, "The inheritance room is specially prepared for the peak masters of the 14th peak. Only the direct descendants of the highest bloodline can activate the 9-colored candle." "What did she do?" "Didn't you say it was based on the purity of the bloodline?" The old knight said angrily. "I lied to her. According to Targaryen's position in Valeglia, he can only stimulate the 3-colored candle at most. Plus, she was so fast. She must have..." Creak, the wooden door opened. In less than 5 minutes, Dany walked out. "You..." A few priests pointed at Dany with trembling fingers. Their faces changed drastically. "It's the perfect inheritance." Dany still looked the same. Her long silver hair, small heart-shaped face, but her purple eyes were shining brightly. In the center of her pupils, 9 tails of different colors spread out, forming a spiral vortex. "Sorry, I'm not used to it." Dany patted her head. When she opened her eyes again, the abnormality in her pupils disappeared. "How did you get the perfect inheritance?" Jenny asked with a pale face. "I don't know. Maybe it's because your talent is too high?" "This has nothing to do with talent. Only the peak masters of the 14th Fire Peak have the chance to activate the perfect inheritance." Fortunately, she had brought the identity card with her. Feeling the slightly warm Dragon King identity card in her chest, Dany felt lucky. She did not expect Valeglia to be so rigid during the process of absorbing the inheritance. Dany was in a daze. She was only subconsciously following the changes in the flame and building the framework of the basic meditation runes in her mind. When the inheritance was completed, a message suddenly came from the candle. "First Peak Master, congratulations on obtaining the qualification to be a great wizard candidate." When she woke up, she immediately felt her chest burning. She pulled out the silver chain to take a look. The volcano pattern on the black iron token seemed to have come alive. The mouth of the volcano was slowly spewing out golden red light. Then, above her spiral-shaped sea of consciousness, strands of golden red lava rolled down, forming strange runes and fusing with the vortex below. Finally, the illusory vortex condensed into a solid form. Dany had an inexplicable realization at that moment. The meditation technique from before was incomplete. Now, with the first Peak Master's identity card, the meditation runes were completed. The memory only lasted for a moment. Dany pushed away Beristan, who was in front of her, and smiled flatteringly. "High Priestess, I only got the basic meditation technique. Do you have any more witchcraft to teach me?" "You..." High Priestess Jenny was stunned. Her bright blue eyes were suddenly dyed black. Even the whites of her eyes could not be seen. Then, a dark red spark ignited in the center of her black, crystal-like pupils. An ancient and majestic aura spread out from her young body. A gust of wind blew in the hall. The black flame on the central candle rose 3 feet high. The flame danced into the shape of a ferocious dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and roared silently at Dany. The High Priestess exuded a decaying and holy aura at the same time. The two auras mixed into a frenzied spiritual wave. Barristan's face was aghast. Just by looking at Jenny, his mind was seized by a nightmarish fear, and his limbs couldn't move at all. "This is God's descent." Danny screamed. Ah, the silver-haired old priestess was shocked at first. Then, her face was filled with fanaticism. "Welcome, Your Majesty." The other 3 old men immediately knelt and shouted, "Welcome, our Lord Beleriand." Jenny was indifferent at first, but when her dark eyes glanced at Danny, her face immediately changed. She screamed, This is impossible." The old and hoarse male voice mixed with the crisp and melodious voice of a young girl. Danny and Barristan had goosebumps. Impossible. The prophecy can't be on a lowly slave, but Danny did not have the mood to chat with the other party. She entered the dragon's spirit state. The whirlpool in her sea of consciousness spun rapidly. She launched a spirit attack. Go, like the roar of a megalosaurus, a substantial arc-shaped airwave spread out from Danny's open mouth. Barristan shuddered violently, as if he was awakened from a dream. He suddenly recovered from his muddle-headedness, but the people on the opposite side seemed to have been hit head-on. 2 old priestesses floated back 3 steps. Their eyes rolled back, and they fainted before they landed. The other 2 priestesses did not faint. They were pushed back 2 steps by the airwave. They held their heads and wailed, dragon, dragon, true dragon, dong." Beleriand, who descended on Jenny, took half a step back. He said with a strange yin and yang duet voice, "How dare you, a mere young dragon, dare to be presumptuous in front of me? Gudong, Gudong." Jenny's flat belly suddenly swelled up like a pregnant woman. Her belly was like a washing machine at the highest gear, making a strange water flow whirling sound. "You go first, Your Majesty. I will stop him." Barristan pulled out his curved sword and was about to rush forward to make the first move. Oh, the old knight was indeed experienced. Although it was the first time he encountered such a magical scene, he instantly reacted. The opponent was preparing for a big move. "Are you stupid? There are still 2 dragons outside." Danny pulled him and shouted, but Dash, without waiting for him to speak, Danny dragged him and quickly ran in the direction of the gray door. "Don't worry, I am familiar with this kind of scene. It's nothing." While running, she comforted him. "Barristan, 7 gods above, Your Majesty, what have you experienced?" Dash, Jenny suddenly bent down. Her mouth was like an open faucet. Black and red smelly juice flowed onto the ground. In the sticky vomit, dark red, earthworms the length of a little finger struggled to crawl out. They did not have wings, but gradually floated and gathered into a group. Like a phalanx of drones, they formed the appearance of a roaring black dragon. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound was like a swarm of bees flapping their wings. Danny and Barristan had already run to the door, but the swarm was too fast. It was almost like an arrow shot at them. The next moment, they were about to. Danny pushed the white knight to the left and shouted in the form of a dragon spirit, "Blackie, save me!" Boom! Wood chips flew. Blackie was like a plane that had crashed. Half of its body was stuck outside the door. Its long head plunged into the hall, almost at the same time. Boom! The scarlet dragon flame column swept through Danny's body and raged wildly in the hall of the sacred hall. The lead armor was melting. The 4 old priests were instantly ignited. Jenny's face was twisted in the flame and melted. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The earthworm that had already flown to Danny's side was instantly dispersed and lost its ability to fly. It fell to the ground and struggled in the dragon flames. Surprisingly, it did not die. Its dark red body seemed to have been recharged and gradually turned red. Its body was also visibly elongating and thickening, like a snake that was slithering towards her. Not only were they not burned to death by the nemesis of all monsters, the Megalosaurus, but they were also absorbing the magic in the dragon flame to grow rapidly. Damn it, what is this? Danny covered her face and stepped back. Blackie had been ordered to stop spitting fire, but there was already a 10-centimeter-long earthworm crawling on her molten and deformed boots. Tisk tisk, white smoke rose. The lead boots where the earthworm crawled on began to melt. It seemed to be consciously drilling into the boots. It wanted to bite her feet. Chapter 182. Was this strange monster an earthworm or a leech? Why did it want to get into her body? In the state of the dragon spirit, Danny felt a fatal danger in Blackie's sea of consciousness. Therefore, she struggled and kicked her legs, trying to kick the earthworm away. But it was like a dog clinging to a goddess. It stuck to her feet and couldn't be shaken off. Swoosh! A black light flashed, and a piece of the boot was cut off. The bright red earthworm was cut in two and fell to the ground, motionless and dead. It was Beristan. When he was pushed away by Danny, he took the opportunity to cover his head with his golden cloak to avoid the high temperature. When the dragon flame stopped, the old knight immediately flipped over and stood up, the curved sword in his hand. Antelope's horn left a brand new silver cut on Danny's boots. It works. The white knight shouted excitedly and waved the scimitar in his hand. The bright red earthworm on the ground was cut in two without any resistance. The charred body on the charred ground of the hall struggled to get up. The vicious, bloodshot black eyes looked at the scimitar in Beristan's hand and cursed with a mixed male and female voice. Wah, Layli, ya, steel. Damn it. Valeglia steel breaks evil. Danny suddenly understood, and then felt annoyed. Didn't they say that Megalosaurus had the best anti-magic effect? Don't get close to it. She stopped the white knight, who was about to rush over, and behead Jenny. Let's leave the hall. It was not that she was scared. The other party was hit by the dragon flame, but did not suffer much damage. Only her hair, clothes, and skin were burned. Well, her face was also a little like plastic that was melted in high temperature. The white knight calmed down and realized that she was a little impulsive. She immediately retreated to Danny and helped her out of the door. Seeing this, Jenny jumped up like a carp and staggered over to them. Come back, this is your mission. You can't escape. Together with me, become immortal. Boom. After Danny and Selena left the hall, Dahe began to unscrupulously release the light and heat in the dragon flame. Jenny melted and burned like a candle in the bright red flame, but immediately a pair of invisible hands seemed to appear and knead the plasticine into the shape of a woman again. Her previously deformed and shriveled face actually became plump again. Then the new humanoid figure was once again roasted into a puddle of water, and after 7 or 8 cycles, Jenny recovered faster and faster. She even had the energy to let out a terrifying laugh. The dragon from the east can indeed hurt me, but I am Beleriand, the ancestor god of the Dragon King. When I get used to the new magic factor, your dragon will no longer have any effect on me. Holy shit, is this the 8 trigrams furnace to refine Sun Wukong? Also dragons of other races. What the hell is this? Beristan was shocked. Your Majesty, what should we do now? He turned his gaze to Danny, whose face was covered with blisters. Well, a certain queen had previously said in an experienced tone, I'm familiar with this kind of situation. It's a piece of cake. Danny looked around blankly and saw Little White, who was doing nothing. Her eyes lit up and she shouted, Dahe, step back, Little White, you spray. Hiss boom. Little White immediately lowered its head and joined the ranks of roasting human flesh. Danny found that under Little White's dragon flame, Jenny recovered to her previous state. The dragon egg came from Asia and her 4 dragons were not the descendants of the Megalosaurus of Valeglia. But what did this mean? Weren't all the dragons in the world the same? Obviously. Jenny used her body to test the fire, proving that the dragons in Valeglia and the dragons in the outside world were 2 different species. The magic factor was different. What's this magic factor thing? All the above thoughts were completed in an instant. After Little White joined and Dahe left the hall, Danny immediately launched the only witchcraft she knew: Soul Strike. In the dragon spirit state, Dahe's dragon soul entered Danny's spiritual sea. The human and dragon souls merged into one and turned into a dark arrow. At this time, in Danny's vision, Jenny was no longer a human, but a monster formed by black fog with a man's head and a black dragon's body. The arrow hit the monster's forehead, and the black shadow with a human head and a dragon's body let out a silent howl. Its body shook and shrank a lot. Buzz. Jenny's body shook a little. Buzz. The second soul strike. Jenny staggered. Dahe lay on the ground, twitching as if he had epilepsy, and Danny's nose was bleeding. Beleriand's demonic shadow shrank again, and Jenny's figure could be seen through the thin black fog. Buzz. The third soul strike. Danny's 7 orifices were bleeding, and Dahe's eyes rolled back. The demonic shadow shrank into a small ball, and Jenny's figure was completely exposed. No, Jenny suddenly stopped and roared. Bang! As if a grenade with the buckle pulled off had been stuffed into a steel door, Jenny exploded into countless pieces of minced meat in the dragon flame. Every soul attack directly hit Beleriand's divine soul, killing 1,000 enemies, losing 1,000 and losing 1,000 and 2,000. However, Danny and Dahe were both in their original bodies, and Beleriand only had a part of his soul in Jenny's body. Both of them had different abilities, and Danny was using her own body to hurt Beleriand. After 3 consecutive soul strikes, Beleriand's divine power was not enough to cover Jenny's entire body. Her body was mortal, and of course, she could not withstand the dragon flame. It's over. Danny breathed a sigh of relief. Be careful. A black light flashed in front of her, and Barristan's angry shout was heard. An earthworm, as long as an arm and as thick as a finger, was cut in half and fell to the ground. The scattered dark red blood corroded the stones on the ground into a small pit. Chi-chi. Wisps of green smoke rose from the pit. You deserve to die. In the hall, there were men, women, old people, children, young girls, rough, crisp, gloomy, sweet, gentle, countless people, countless voices, all mixed together to form a sinister and feminine baritone. Danny's scalp went numb. She took a few steps back and shouted, "Run! Dahe, Whitey, quick, take off!" Even the old driver could not hold them back. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the hall separated by a door, countless earthworms with flickering red light were like noodles in a boiling pot, twisting and wriggling. Hearing the crawling sound, it was as if something was trying to crawl into a person's mouth and down their throat. Squeak! Dahe struggled to get up. He first bit Danny's shoulder with his mouth and placed her on Whitey's back since she could not move freely. Then he kicked off and leaped into the sky. Barristan's movements were swift, and he had already jumped onto his black dragon. Squeak! Before the earthworms crawled out of the hall, Whitey had also flown into the sky. Not far away, a few hundred Orlos people had gathered around the street. Danny did not stay for long. She immediately ordered the 2 dragons to fly towards the south. Yep, she did not enter the sea of smoke. Thump, thump. In less than 3 minutes, the Megalosaurus once again landed on the Tower of Babel. Barristan asked in a panic, "Your Majesty, are you not feeling well?" "My body is fine." Danny struggled to climb down from the dragon's back. The melting point of her lead armor was too low, and it had melted under the draconic flames. Although she was not injured, she could barely move after the lead armor cooled down. White Knight climbed down from the black dragon and came to Dany's side. She used her scimitar to cut off the lead armor around her joints, as she asked in confusion, "Then why aren't we running away?" Dany touched the blisters on her face and grimaced. "My body is fine, but my heart is not. Sigh, there's nothing we can do about it. Who would have thought that the gods were real?" It was obvious that this noble old man was unable to keep up with the queen's pace. Hiss! After Dany could move her hands, she pulled out the Veleglia steel dagger from her waist and urged the old man. "Okay, you go, I'll do it myself. Where are we going?" Whitebeard was at a loss. "I'm not feeling well. We're going to rob this Tower of Babel. You understand?" Really, this old man was not eye-catching at all. Previously, when she followed Jenny down the Tower of Babel, but did not see a single guard, there should have been, at that time, Dany was really just thinking about it. Well, just thinking about it. "Rob." The old knight's voice was louder than Dany's. His eyes were wide open, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "When you went down the tower earlier, your eyes were looking around. What did you see?" Dany asked. Barristan's old face was red, and he said unhappily, "Your Majesty, I was carefully observing the enemy's situation, not sneakily peeping at the master's treasure." Bang, bang, bang. Dany patted her chest a few times and said unhappily, Look carefully, look at me. Do I look like a kind guest? We're at war. Shouldn't we take the spoils after winning the battle?" Dany's shiny silver hair became black and dirty, her white little face was burned red with blisters, and her valiant silver armor was burned black and tattered. It was terrible. "I should have called, 'You're a Mormont. I can't do this kind of thing,'" he muttered, but still trotted through the stairs. The old knight had served the king for decades. He had always been open, upright, and proud. He followed Queen Dany, but this was the first time in his life that he had done something like a bandit. "I don't want gold or silver, just Valeglia's steel weapons and magic books." Dany shouted at the White Knight, who had disappeared into the corridor. The old man's feet could be vaguely seen tripping, otherwise he would not have suddenly staggered. After a while, there was a faint cry of a maid downstairs. "There are thieves, robbers, bandits robbing the city lord's palace." Then came the old knight's anxious explanation. "I'm not a thief. I'm not a robber. Don't be afraid. Don't shout. The building is so high, the people on the street can't hear. Quickly give me the high priest's treasure. I won't hurt you." One could imagine how embarrassed the old man was at this time, and how incoherent he was. "Ah!" The old man's cry was full of delight. A moment later, Barristan returned with heavy footsteps, holding an iron lump the size of a banquet table. It was dark, and it was obvious that many tubes had been welded on it. The old man's neck leaned back with difficulty, and his steps were difficult, almost moving over. "What's this? Why are you carrying a black lump of metal over here? Where's the sword, the secret arts? You can find a few history books." Dany frowned. "Your Majesty, this is the witchcraft lens. The legendary witchcraft lens." The old man shouted excitedly, "Throw it away." Dany waved her hand in disdain. "What's the use of a cell-scale microscope? It's so big, so stupid, so stupid." She would find a few glass workers in Mir and a few blacksmiths in Kor, and she would be able to DIY 100 small and exquisite witchcraft lenses with high magnification. Chapter 183. Your Majesty, this is the witchcraft lens. It might be the only witchcraft lens in the world. The old man reminded, even if you don't use it for yourself, you can bring it back to the city of knowledge. The scholars will definitely be grateful to you. They spent 5 million gold royals in 40 years and still couldn't make the witchcraft lens. Sigh, it's so big. How much space does it take? I'd rather have books. And what's the use of the City of Knowledge's gratitude? A bunch of dregs who don't even know how to make a microscope. Your Majesty, didn't you notice? The old man shook the metal lump in his hand. There's not a trace of rust. It's made of Alleglia steel. What? Danny widened her eyes and said excitedly, Oh my God, how many swords can be made from melting it? The White Knight's mouth twitched. What kind of waste was this? Put it down, I'll pack it. You go back and continue. Before you come up later, remember to bring me a rope. The old man put down the witchcraft lens with a straight face, turned around, and went downstairs with a straight face. Danny stopped cutting the lead and walked over happily to size up the metal lump. The witchcraft lens was placed on the ground. It was as high as her neck, dull, smoky black, and cold to the touch, almost the same as the metal lump. Even the joint did not have a trace of rust. It was most likely really made of Alleglia steel. She picked it up and tested its weight. It looked light from the outside. It looked big, but it didn't weigh more than 100 pounds. That's right, the microscope was made up of several groups of hollow lens tubes. The inside was definitely not a solid piece of porcelain. The structure is so complicated. Danny was shocked to find that there were more than 80 lens tubes. The whole metal lump was made up of lens tubes of various sizes. There were also some parts that she did not know the purpose of. It was so complicated that she could not understand it at all. She did not even know how to use it. What are the people of Alleglia doing? It's clearly a simple combination of eyepiece and objective lens. Why are they making it so complicated? Useless trash. I'll melt you when I get back. Your Majesty, we have to hurry. A maid has sneaked out. She will definitely inform the guards. Barristan staggered again. He wrapped a large bag of items with a purple brocade curtain printed with golden patterns. There was a rope as thick as a finger hanging around his neck. Clang! It fell to the ground, revealing the leather scabbard of a long sword, a bulging shield, a 14-inch wide book, and a few fist-sized beads. Are you done? Danny asked. I found a library with at least 1,000 books. I couldn't take all of them, so I only picked some books whose names I didn't know. White Knight took out a plain linen bedsheet and wrapped it around the witch lens before carrying it on her back. You don't understand? You speak Alleglia? Danny lifted the curtain package and found that it weighed 1 to 200 pounds. It was too big, so she tied the package with a rope and made it look like a gift bag. There was a buckle at the end, so that Little White could reach in and lift the big gift bag. I know the title of the book, but I don't know what it means. I think that as long as it's a book that I don't understand, it's most likely related to magic. He said, Are you sure Alleglia has all the weapons? Danny asked. A 2-handed sword and a shield. That's enough. The Tower of Babel was specially prepared for Megalosaurus to take off and land. They jumped down from the edge of the platform, and the 2 dragons glided into the sky with the heavy Alleglia treasures. They quickly left the noisy cursing on the ground far behind. Fortunately, they picked a good time. It was already late at night, about 8 or 9 o'clock at night. The Orlos people who didn't have any entertainment activities were sleeping. Otherwise, Danny and the others wouldn't be so relaxed. After flying northeast for an hour and a half, they finally heard the sound of waves. It was as if a veil had been lifted, and the starry night sky suddenly appeared above their heads. They had left the land of long summer. Wow, what an exciting day! Danny laughed out loud. The 2 dragons were also tired after a day without eating. They were a little tired, so they used first gear, flight mode, and slowly glided towards Astapor. The sound of the wind was soft, and at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters, they could hear shouting more than 10 meters away. Sigh, today's experience has made me. Barristan also breathed a sigh of relief. He lifted his helmet and asked hesitantly, Are those really the gods of Alleglia? I always thought. It's not that I don't believe in the gods, but I never thought that I would be able to face them one day. Jazz, what do you think gods are? I've always believed in the 7 gods, the 7 spiritual sustenance, and the 7 wooden carvings. Now, I'm a little confused. Beristan smiled bitterly. Ha, you were good before. It's the right way to believe. After a pause, Danny explained, I met the first god in Queers. Immortal? White Knight exclaimed. Yes, immortal. Gods can be divided into 3 types. The first is the old gods, the nature gods, and the innate gods. Yes, they can also be called the spirits of nature. As for the specifics, I've never seen them, so I can't tell. But one thing is certain, they are all true gods. Only true gods are immortal. The second type is people who want to become gods. Jazz, look at me, and then look at the ordinary girl. You'll understand. Everyone is different. Although she was blowing her own trumpet, Beristan agreed with what she said. An ordinary girl could hatch a dragon. Could she not burn it? Could she make a dragon so obedient? Could she defeat 2 gods in a row? Could she light up a glass candle in an instant? Talented people can sense and enlighten supernatural powers from their own lives. For example, wizards, priests of gods, mages, and so on. If a wizard has enough talent, knowledge, and ambition, he can enter a strange state between a mortal and a true god. In that state, they can absorb power from outside their body. The spiritual power in nature, the magic power in the tidal sea, and especially the power of faith and faith of humans. At that time, they can be called demigods or spirits of faith. So, the immortal and Belarus are just spirits of faith. Beristan felt more relaxed. You've also noticed that Beleriand, who descended on Jenny, is not invincible. In fact, if there were 3 Grand Knights who are as skilled in the sword as you and charged fearlessly, there's an 80% chance that you could kill that bastard. You should let me try. Beristan smiled. Ha! Danny also laughed. She knew that the old man was just trying to liven up the atmosphere, and did not regret losing the title of Godslayer. 3 Grand Knights, with Valeglia's steel sword charged over, there must be 1 or 2 who would fill the hole, exhausting the opponent's witchcraft and creating a chance for the last one to kill. The third type of god is the doctrine god, created by humans. There are so many churches in the world, it's impossible for every church to have a god active behind them. The old man hesitated and asked, Then the Church of the 7 Gods? I'm not sure. These theories were summed up after meeting 2 demigods. Then, why did that Beleriand attack you? Even if you obtained the inheritance of the Grand Wizard, Valeglia is gone. What's the point of following the previous rules? The old man did not understand. Sigh. I didn't understand at first, but then, after Jenny's body exploded, every fireworm made a different sound. Did you notice? Yes. The old man nodded and said with a bitter smile, To be honest, I was scared. It was too strange. I guess the souls of the owners of those sounds were all devoured by Beleriand. Or rather, Beleriand is the amalgamation of the ancestors of the 14 fire peaks. Immortals are like that too. They all want to devour my life and soul. The reason why I can hatch a dragon must be because my bloodline is extraordinary. But Beristan thought for a while and said, It's just that he made a mistake in his judgment, thinking that you are not the prey he needed. Yes, Danny frowned. She wanted to know what Beleriand misunderstood. Fortunately, that Beleriand can't leave the land of long summer. The old knight sighed. We don't have to be afraid of him. When we go back, we can melt the witchcraft lens. The Blood Oath Guards and the King's Guard each have a Valeglia steel sword. They can't kill him. Danny said proudly, Your Majesty, I think it's better to keep the witchcraft lens. If we really need a Valeglia steel sword, we can melt Mormont's armor. The old man advised. We'll talk about it when we go back. If she really came up with an optical microscope, she would definitely melt the witchcraft lens. Your Majesty, what kind of inheritance did you get? I saw you use True Dragon Roar several times in a row. Other than the first time I helped you get out of trouble, I didn't go against you for the last 3 times. You can still hear it? Danny asked in surprise. Yes, I can vaguely hear the roar of a megalosaurus. It seems to be more majestic than Black Diamond's usual roar. Blackie only roars out sound waves, but the witchcraft I used imitates the dragon's horn. It's a little similar. The old knight suddenly realized. It was also his first time seeing Danny's soul strike. Other than True Dragon Roar. This name is strange. It sounds like Lion Roar. Lion Roar, Landlady Loudmouth? Danny shuddered and quickly got rid of the thought from her mind. There's only a basic meditation technique in the inheritance that can help me train my spirit. I don't know what it's used for. Let's practice for a while first. Oh, that's not right. I can now clear the curse in the land of long summer. Danny said happily. Clear the entire land of long summer? Whitebeard was shocked. No, it's just the curse on you and me. What? We have a curse on us, but we're wearing anti-curse armor. The old knight exclaimed. Danny was a little embarrassed. You're mistaken. The radiation is not nuclear radiation. It's high-energy magic radiation. Nuclear radiation was not the only type of radiation. For example, when a high-temperature object radiates heat to a low-temperature object, it's also a type of radiation, thermal radiation. Almost all objects with high energy levels can release radiation to objects with low energy levels. The magic extracted by Valeglia from underground fire was a type of high-grade energy. At this time, the land of long summer was full of this kind of magic radiation. The great wizard's inheritance did not tell Danny this knowledge, but after learning the basic meditation, she, like Kuei Shi and the great wizard Haya, used her own body to feel the surge of the magic tide. She did not know what happened to the others. She could also absorb the magic energy from the outside world through meditation, fuse it with the spirit power in the spirit sea, and refine witchcraft. Previously, when she used the soul strike on Faceless One, it was purely consuming her own spirit power. She used her and Blackie's souls to attack the opponent's spirit sea. That attack almost exhausted her strength, and even Blackie would lose consciousness for a short time. After learning the basic meditation technique, the soul strike consumed her witchcraft, and she only felt a little tired after using it 4 times in a row. Chapter 184. In the garden on the top floor of the Great Pyramid of Astapor, sunlight drove the thin morning mist to scatter lazily on people's faces. The bed sheets were stained with morning dew, showing traces of wetness. He untied the rope tied to the outside and spread it out on the red brick floor. Swords, shields, books, crystal balls, and other miscellaneous items scattered all over the floor. Bam! Baristan untied the curtain bag and carefully placed the huge witchcraft lens on the coffee table beside him. Your Majesty, Sir Sammy already has a scimitar. This 2-handed sword is a perfect match for me. Yora Mormont hugged the 2-handed sword with a dark, purple lizard skin scabbard tightly, wishing that he could immediately hang it on his waist. In your dreams. The old knight snatched the sword back from his hand and sneered. The scimitar was lent to me by Ago to protect your Majesty. Now that I have Tunri, the scimitar naturally has to be returned to Ago. Yes, the sword he found from Orlos was called Tunri. Valeglia's words were engraved on the golden sword guard. The 2 white knights had never thought of giving Tunri to Danny because the sword was too long. The blade was 3 meters long, and the hilt was a golden dragon that was 30 centimeters long. The dragon opened its mouth and spat out the blade. Its upper and lower jaws were used as guard. Its wings and legs were retracted, but it did not affect its grip. Its tail was tied with colorful tassels. It was a very beautiful sword. This sword is too flashy. It will attract unnecessary attention. You're advised. It's fine. Just find a blacksmith to blacken the color. The old knight said as he took off the Iraq scimitar from his waist and hung Tun-Ri on it. Together with his tall and burly body, the sword was just the right length. The shield is gray worms. Baristan interrupted him. You use a two-handed sword. Do you have a third hand to hold a shield? If it was a small round shield, it could be hung on the arm, but this curved shield could only be used with a short sword and a spear. In other words, Valeglia had imitated the shield style of the Guji's army. Grey Worm already has a Valeglia steel short sword. Yora muttered, "Why don't we melt it to make a sword?" What books did you look for? Gene Overview, The Secret of Color, an analysis of the principle of optics, geometry, the magic of numbers. Danny held up a stack of books and said to the old knight in frustration, "These things are useless to me." Really? Isn't it better to always compare poems and stories? Whitebeard said, awkwardly, "Forget it. It's useless to me, but it's a priceless treasure to this world." Danny sighed. "Where are the magic crystal balls?" The old knight pointed at the red, purple, and colorless crystals and asked, "Are they helpful to you?" "Crystal of high purity. It's a very good bedside ornament." Whitebeard blushed and couldn't help but think of the place where he found the crystal ball, Jenny's bedroom. He thought that it was a tool that the high priestess used to cultivate her magic every day. After all, in the stories, it was often said that the witch used a crystal ball to divine the future. Sigh. The normal glass candles used by wizards are not known to people. Those third-rate writers who write wizard stories have done a lot of harm. The old knight sighed. After a day and a night in the land of long summer, Danny was very tired when she returned to Astapor. She only drank a bowl of mutton stewed with turnip soup, washed up, and went to bed. The red sun slowly fell into the sea in the west, and the world was red. The red light shone through the skylight onto the wall covered with beige wallpaper, adding a warm and peaceful atmosphere to the quiet stone room. Suddenly, Danny, who was sleeping soundly, frowned as if she was enduring some uncomfortable pain. She opened her eyes, and a faint light flashed in her purple eyes. She raised her right wrist in front of her eyes, and a red dot flickered under her fair skin. Kashi. Danny's eyes gradually regained their clarity. After a moment of hesitation, she withdrew the wizard power around her wrist. The red dot turned into a long line as thin as hair and hit the wardrobe opposite her. The red line dimmed and disappeared, and a woman appeared in front of the wardrobe. She was wearing a long hooded robe, and her face under the hood was covered by a red wooden mask. It was Kashi. "Danny, rise, you've impressed me." The hood covered her eyes, but Danny could feel that she was staring at her. Danny put down her wrist and sighed. "I just found out that I was marked by witchcraft. Come to think of it, you've only touched me once. The last time we met in the streets of Queers, you laid 2 fingers, as if by accident, upon my right wrist." Chapter 48 of the book. At that time, I felt a strange tingling sensation and thought it was an illusion. I remember you promised that you would never hurt me. So, it's just a coordinate. Using a glass candle to find someone without a coordinate is like looking for a gold coin in the sea. It's too difficult. Now that you've mastered the mysterious power, you should understand my difficulties. Kashi said lightly, "To be honest, I don't understand, because I don't know how to use a glass candle, and I don't have one." "Kashi, I can feel a condensed power in your body. It's powerful, vast, and awe-inspiring," Wizard Ashaya said slowly. "I just learned a set of basic meditation techniques in Orlos yesterday. I don't know a single spell now." Danny said, honestly. Danny was furious when she found out that Kashi had secretly left a coordinate on her body. When she obtained the first trace of witchcraft yesterday, she felt that something was wrong with her body. She wasn't sure at first, but now that Kashi had changed into a living person right in front of her, she calmed down. Kashi's methods were so powerful that if she really wanted to attack her, she would have died long ago. When she thought of this, she didn't hate Kashi as much. Of course, she still had to be vigilant. Or loss. Kashi thought for a moment and said in shock, "You really are bold to enter the land of summer. Why can't I go?" Kashi took a deep breath and said, "Seriously, do you remember the prophecy I told you before? If you want to go north, you have to go south. If you want to reach the west, you have to go east." Danny was stunned. "When you said don't go west, did you mean the land of summer west of Slaver's Bay? I thought it was the Westeros in the west. I don't know." Kashi's words almost made Danny vomit blood. As if she could see her displeasure through the blisters on her face, the Asha shaman continued, "I can give you the prophecy, but I can't help you decipher the content of the prophecy. However, I can be sure of one thing. The land of summer west of Slaver's Bay, the Free Cities, and the Westeros are all ominous places for you." Danny was deep in thought. She understood Kashi's prophecy a little. Just like the previous sentence, if you want to go north, you have to go south. If she didn't go south and went to the Dothraki Sea in the north instead, she probably wouldn't end well. If she went to the Dothraki Sea before taking control of Slaver's Bay, she would probably, on the other hand, if she really took control of Meereen, Yuan-Kai, and Astapor, she would have the capital to go north and take down the Dothraki Sea. If she wanted to go north, she had to go south. As for if she wanted to go west, she had to go east. The original Danny Rise didn't go east. Instead, she went back to the Westeros and died a horrible death. "What can the east give me?" she asked. "The truth." Just like in Queers, Danny got the same answer. In other words, going east isn't the goal. It's to get the truth. "So I have the capital to go west?" Danny asked. This, 'cause she was stumped. This girl doesn't play by the rules. If the prophecy says you have to go east, then you should go. "Why do you keep thinking about cheating?" 'Cause she finally said, "Don't expect me to tell you what the truth is. I don't know either." "I know." After holding it in for a while, the prophet asked the person being prophesied, "What is the truth? Isn't it obvious? I have enemies in the land of summer. I have enemies in the Free Cities. I have enemies in the Westeros. If I enter these places without my guard up, I will be in danger." She could understand it this way. Maybe it really could be, "What kind of enemy did you meet in Orlos?" 'Cause she asked. "The god of Valeglia, Bellerus. He has the same name as the Black Dragon of Targaryen," Danny said. "So he's not dead." 'Cause she muttered, "That bastard dared to attack me. I'll kill him sooner or later." Danny said proudly. She then laughed and said, "It's everyone's responsibility to kill evil gods. How about you give me some secret witchcraft? Bellerus is the god of Valeglia. He's your god." Danny said such outrageous words so casually. The Wizard of Ashaya was shocked. "Have you forgotten? Targaryen has been a believer of the seven gods for 300 years. I don't have any witchcraft to teach you. Our training systems are different." 'Cause she said, "Nonsense." Danny raised her wrist and sneered. "You think I was sleeping? I'm trying to decipher your magic coordinate runes. I've already learned 30% of it. In a few days, I'll be able to leave coordinates for others." When she was awake, she would combine with the dragon's soul to become a dragon spirit. When she was asleep, she would enter Blackie's soul realm and become a dragon dream. As long as Blackie was also resting, Danny would enter the dragon dream state when she was asleep. In that state, she could better observe the nature of her soul. It seemed that the coordinates were imprinted on her right wrist, but the real location was her wrist in the soul state. In other words, even if Danny cut off her right hand, because she would still be able to locate her. Therefore, the dragon dream state was very useful for studying the mysterious runes. As Kashi said, her training system was different from Danny's. None of the coordinate runes were in Valeglia's 108 alphabet. However, she found that she did not need to know the meaning of the runes. She could use her witchcraft to draw out the exact same runes with witchcraft effects. Are you sure? Because she did not hide her shock. Why would I lie? A perfect inheritance. You've received the full meditation technique of the great wizard Valeglia. Because she said with certainty. You're right. Danny was confused. What's so special about it? Valeglia ruled the world. Did you know that? Everyone in the world knows. Kashi sighed and said faintly, if you rule the world, will you plunder the world's gold, silver, knowledge, slaves, and treasures? Chapter 185. Danny suddenly realized that the people of Valeglia must have plundered all the secret books of the occult schools and finally melted them together to create their own super divine secret book. Seeing her understanding expression, Kueishi nodded and sighed. The great wizards who have obtained the perfect inheritance can ignore the schools and use all the witchcraft in the world. They don't even need to study the meaning of the runes. We Asian wizards have studied it for thousands of years, but we still can't figure out how the people of Valeglia did it. I'm afraid they can't use all the witchcraft. Danny thought of something and asked with a smile, can they use the Red Priest's witchcraft? No. Kueishi shook her head and said with a complicated tone, mortals can only borrow the spells of the gods. They can't steal them. Danny looked expectant and said with a smile, I'm easy to satisfy. I just need to learn your witchcraft. Sorry, I can't teach you any witchcraft. Kueishi flatly refused. Why? Knowledge is about communication. I can use my own witchcraft to exchange with you. I can't use your witchcraft. After a pause, Kueishi asked, I'm a wizard who specializes in prophecies. You know that, right? So, do you know what's the taboo in prophecies? Without waiting for Danny to answer, Kueishi said, the taboo is to interfere with the life of the prophesied person. Prophecies are like a complicated arithmetic problem. By the way, you probably know what a multivariable arithmetic problem is, right? Do you really think I'm illiterate? I know, Danny said with a muffled voice. Prophecies are like an arithmetic problem. There are countless variables. If I'm by your side, I'll become one of the variables and a very important one. So, do you understand? Danny frowned and said, but you've advised me many times to do this, and not to do that. Isn't that interference? I'm just telling you the prophecy. I'm not interfering with your choice. Before I see a clear prophecy next time, I won't appear in front of you again. So, you have another prophecy to tell me? The last prophecy hasn't ended yet. Isn't it a bit too frequent? Danny said with a strange expression. You're the principles of karma, and I'm only responsible for telling you what I see. Kueishi said lightly. All right, go ahead. Kueishi said in a melodious tone. The glass candle is lit, the pale mare will come, and the rest will follow. The lion and the griffin, the son of the sun, and the dragon of the performer, none of them believed. Remember the undying ones and the chief steward of fragrance. Oh, the glass candle was indeed lit by me. I didn't forget the lesson of the immortals and gave Beleriand a good beating. Pale mare, lion, and so on. What do they represent? Unsurprisingly, Kueishi did not answer her question. Instead, she sighed and said, Danny Lisi, you can learn my positioning technique, but it's best that you don't use it. After I learned the meditation technique, my former mentor sternly warned me about a wizard's commandment. Now, I will tell you about it. Witchcraft is a sharp blade without a handle. It can hurt others, but it can also hurt oneself. The true purpose of a wizard is to pursue the truth. Witchcraft is just a beautiful scenery that seduces you into the wrong path. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed woman in front of him disappeared, leaving only the sound of his own breathing in the dim, red room. In the blink of an eye, Danny fell back onto the feather bed with a thud. She looked at the ceiling and murmured, "The well-fed do not know the suffering of the starving." I can also say that the crown is a heavy burden that carries the livelihood of countless people. Glory and power are just poison wine that seduces the queen into the wrong path. After resting in Astapor for a few days, the burns on Danny's face and neck had healed. Barristan also turned Tun Ri into an ordinary two-handed sword. Just as they packed up and were about to set off again, the Whisper Group and the spy in Kyle sent a messenger crow almost at the same time. The 100 elephants and 5,000 elephant soldiers hired by the Alliance on Elif Island had arrived in Kyle's. The Whisper Group had more information and was more detailed. Each elephant was accompanied by a rider, a crossbowman, and a spearman. Some of the 5,000 elephant soldiers would stay in Kyle's, while the rest would continue westward to Volantis by boat. Volantis also had elephants, so they only needed experienced elephant soldiers to go there. The Whisper Group also revealed that the Alliance had formed a super army of more than 100,000 regular soldiers. They might split into 4 groups and attack Astapor, Yuan Kai, and Mireen from 4 different places at the same time. This was the suggestion of most of the Alliance's generals. Even if they could not take down the cities, they could at least destroy the mother of dragons' agricultural production. Yes, the Alliance knew about the agricultural production that she had spent a lot of effort to create. However, Dragon Slayer Grazdan was resolutely against the plan to split up. He strongly suggested that everyone should combine their forces and completely abandon all seemingly ingenious but actually useless tactics. They should stick to the strategy of forming a strong stronghold and fighting a dumb battle. Well, after getting the Dragon Slayer saber, Grazdan swore that he would slay dragons in this life, so he got the nickname Dragon Slayer. When it comes to tactics, no one is a match for the sinister and cunning evil mother of dragons. In the Alliance's meeting, the Dragon Slayer was almost in tears. His slogan was, "Gather the power of the whole world and crush Slaver's Bay." He did not even suggest an immediate attack. Grazdan also thought that the Alliance did not have enough troops. He hoped to pull the Summer Islands, Westeros, Bravos, Roras, Dothraki, and the Jade Sea into the Alliance. Although the Westeros did not trade slaves, the Iron Throne was the archenemy of Targaryen. If the Alliance failed, the Dragon Queen would become the world's first emperor. At that time, would she let go of the Westeros that originally belonged to her? If the Dragon Queen was promoted to the Dragon Empress, would Bravos, the original big brother of the world, be willing to submit to her iron boots? Therefore, Grazdan's real-world alliance was not a delusion of a madman. There was at least a 30% chance that it would become a reality. Because of the different opinions, the alliance's final strategy had not been decided. However, there were 2 points that everyone agreed on. First, seize the time to hatch the dragon as soon as possible. Second, crowdfund to hire the faceless and try to kill the culprit. The wind-blowing group sent a long spy report of thousands of words. At the end, it was deliberately written in red and marked in bold. Be careful of the faceless. This reminded Dany that she still had a faceless captive. That night, she came to the Great Pyramid of Astapor. "Who sent you to kill me?" she asked. The 10-square-meter cramped stone room was thick with iron panels and oak doors, like the coffin lid of a sarcophagus, suffocating. There was no skylight inside, and it was dark 24 hours a day. Every morning and evening, except for the jailers who brought in water and black bread from a small compartment under the door, there were no outsiders, not even sounds from the outside. There was a half-meter-wide low wooden bed in the corner of the room, emitting a choking stench of feces and urine. The edge of the small wooden bucket was stained with brown dirt. Under the dark red light of the torch, the white maggots that freely crawled in and out were very conspicuous. The prisoner was unkempt, wearing a strange gray linen gown. She hugged her knees and curled up in the corner of the wooden bed. Her head was buried in her knees, and she did not respond to Danny's words. "Hey, why don't you talk?" Danny endured the stench, stepped forward, and slapped her hard on the back of the head. The unexpected sting made the Reese woman raise her head. Her pale and thin face was a little dirty, and her only left eye was dim like charcoal ash that had been burned overnight. "I don't know anything," the assassin said in a hoarse voice. Danny stepped back a few steps, covered her nose with a silk handkerchief, and said in a muffled voice, "You know the training method of the faceless, right?" "Oh, well, I'll tell you, the first point of the faceless training is to never be afraid of the dark, never be afraid of loneliness. Your small cell is hell for mortals, but for me, it's like home. The second point of the faceless training is to never reveal the secrets of the faceless to anyone. The third point of the faceless training is that all mortals have to die. The faceless must open their hearts and welcome the arrival of death." The Reese assassin looked at Danny mockingly and asked, "There is a fourth, fifth, countless training points. Do you still want to hear them?" Danny raised her hands and helplessly said, "I admit defeat. I surrender. You win. You faceless are awesome." Doria's tragic death made Danny hate her to the bone. That day, she threw this faceless to the Whip King of Astapor, Hattar. In addition to the extraordinary level of the whip, Hatter's job was actually an interrogator, specializing in helping the slave owners punish disobedient slaves. When Danny took Mireen, captured Yuan Kai, and returned to Astapor, Hattar came dejectedly to ask for forgiveness because he did not make the assassin yield even after using all means. In desperation, Danny had to use the world's #1 torture, a small dark room. After more than 3 months of confinement, the assassin was just thin and spiritless, but there was no sign of collapse. Danny was prepared to continue to accompany her, but the news from the wind-blowing group made her vigilant. This Reese assassin was not hired by the Gith people, and Danny had known for a long time. After taking Mireen, would she interrogate those virtuous and great lords? The Gith people had just decided to hire an assassin, and the crowd-funded funds were still piled up in the Great Pyramid of Mireen. They were arranging for a fleet to transport it to Bravos, when the Dragon Queen's 50,000 troops came from the sky and took Mireen. Queen Danny put the red flower of 10 million gold coins into her own treasury. With witnesses and material evidence, Danny was completely convinced that there were other unruly people in the dark who wanted to harm her. "I've decided to let you go," Danny said to the faceless. A glimmer of light flashed through the assassin's dull blue eyes. "Why? You made me feel the terror of the faceless organization. I'm afraid and want to reconcile with you. Let's pretend that nothing happened. Faceless give up on assassinating me, and I won't trouble you? How about it? Ha, trouble Faceless. With just you?" The female assassin did not hide her ridicule. "I am the mother of dragons, the queen of Slave Bay, and the 7 kingdoms." Danny said lightly, "The Faceless have existed since the time of Valeglia. The Dragon King not only has dragons, but also the entire world. Don't think I don't know the history of the Faceless. You have a long history, but at that time you were just slaves of Valeglia. You don't know anything." The assassin sneered. "I think you don't understand the situation. You're just a messenger. The one negotiating with me is the leader of the Faceless. It's up to him to decide whether to accept my conditions. Moreover, I will state my conditions. Even if you have different opinions, you can still bargain. All right, I'll help you pass the message." That night, the Reese assassin changed his clothes and left without eating. Chapter 186. The next morning, on the garden platform of the Great Pyramid, Beristan checked the items in the travel bag and said worriedly, "I heard that Faceless One will not give up as long as they accept the task. There are always exceptions." Danny was lying on the back of Big Black with a belt so that it was convenient for Whitebeard to ride. Today, they would continue the previously suspended trip to the Westeros. The old knight was always just a passenger, but Danny could reach the realm of human and dragon unity with any dragon. If there was no wind and Big Black flew at the highest speed, she could also dance ballet on his back. "We can't pose a threat to the Black and White House," the old knight said dejectedly. "I have a dragon. The Faceless One will know about the war at Slave Bay. The Megalosaurus once threw fuel bombs at the ship. Won't that alert them?" "Well, it's possible," Chola interrupted. "Your Majesty, have you forgotten? The sky above Bravos is shrouded in fog all year round, and the buildings on the ground can hardly be seen at high altitude. Bravos was established 900 years ago and only hid for 100 years before taking the initiative to announce its existence to the world. At that time, there were still 300 years before the destruction of Valeglia, but the Dragon King of Valeglia was afraid of getting lost in the fog. After receiving a sum of compensation from the Iron Treasury, he gave up the punishment of the descendants of the fugitive slaves." Danny shrugged and said indifferently, "Even if the negotiation fails, there is no loss. The Faceless One is not as terrible as imagined. Didn't Tintu discover her identity?" Thinking of the dozens of patrol dogs in the pyramid today, the two white knights were silent. This time, Danny changed the flight route. Instead of crossing the land of long summer, she crossed Slave Bay and went to Tolos across the bay. Then, she followed Valeglia Avenue to the northwest and flew in a straight line to the west to Volantis. The whole process would be flying along Valeglia Avenue. Because of the Alliance's attack route, one of them was the ancient Valeglia Avenue, known as the Devil's Avenue. In less than 2 hours, Danny saw the ancient Valeglia Freedom Fortress built on the Cape, Tolos. Smaller and more dilapidated than Astapor, it was on the verge of being abandoned. There were only a few flat-bottomed ships with their sails lowered at the harbor. 7 or 8 crew members were carrying wine barrels, flour, and other goods from the ox carts parked at the harbor under the sun. There were a few pedestrians walking on the old and empty gray stone streets. Hawkers wearing sun hats were pushing carts filled with colorful fruits along the pier to sell their wares. There were merchants in silk clothes hurriedly coming and going. There were sailors in short sleeves and shorts and prostitutes on the streets teasing Fearless. There was also a blue-clothed servant leading a white elephant that was as tall as a one-story building. He shouted loudly for the people in front to make way. A light breeze blew past, lifting the light yellow gauze curtain. One could see the pink-clothed girl peeking out from the golden chariot on the elephant's back. The residents here wore loose robes in the style of ancient Valeglia. Their skin was white and smooth, and most of them had silver hair or light blonde hair. They were typical of Valeglia. There were also a few Gith people wearing toka robes. Leaving the vicinity of the pier, the number of people on the streets decreased rapidly. Some of the squares were even empty. The whole of Toros had a gloomy and decadent tone. It was dull and lacked passion. They quickly passed by the city, with a radius of 1 kilometer. There were manors in the suburbs, forests full of red apples, green vineyards, golden wheat fields, and sporadic vegetable fields. Even more land was barren. There were dozens of sheep and a few buffaloes strolling leisurely on the spacious Valeglia Avenue. The total population of Toros is less than 50,000. Their attitude is not a concern. Danny smiled. They are indeed not a threat to us. However, they can become an outpost for the Alliance army. They can even be a base camp for the army. Barristan said. Ha ha ha, that's great. Danny laughed. If the Alliance army shows signs of moving towards Tauros, I will take down this city first and place the battlefield outside of my territory. Of course, Tauros had slaves too. However, Slave Bay was 700 to 800 kilometers wide. Even if they took it down, it would only be an enclave. It would be a burden for Danny. After 2 or 3 years, the results of the battle with Yuan-Kai and Mirene would be completely digested. The next target would be Tauros. Tauros flew 200 kilometers northeast and came to a fork in the road. To the east was Materis, and to the west was Borash. Tauros, which was located on the peninsula, could barely survive. However, Borash, which was on the Great Plains, was destroyed by the Dothraki in the Bloody Era PS. Starting from the fork in the road, the two of them entered the area of the Demon Avenue. Once again, the two of them entered the area of high-level magic radiation. What was interesting was that this time, Dahe's Sea of Consciousness did not sense any crisis at all. This proved one thing to Danny. Blackie's sense of danger did not only come from its own safety. Danny's safety could also trigger its sense of danger. The ancient Valeglia Avenue in the land of long summer was empty. There were no traces of people. However, on the stone road to Materis, there were a few caravans. There were dozens of people, more than 100 horses, and 30 to 40 ox carts. The caravan stretched for 400 to 500 meters. Through Blackie's vision, Danny saw 4 two-headed monsters, 8 dwarves, and countless deformed creatures with crooked noses and missing eyes. She guessed that the caravan belonged to Materis. After 100 kilometers of gray-green wastelands, a boundless black sea suddenly appeared on the ground. It was the inland sea of the land of long summer, the Sea of Sighs. Materis was located in the northernmost part of the Sea of Sighs. It was a black stone city with a radius of 5 kilometers. There were sky-piercing towers, sorcerer towers, black tower of the Holy Church, spacious streets, tall civilian towers, a plaza with a fountain, and a garden at the top. Like Orlos, this city under the jurisdiction of Valeglia did not have a city wall. That was not right either. The devils of Materis had built a new red brick city wall. The red bricks made of red clay, and the red walls made of red bricks did not match the black-themed city. Sigh, why are there so many people? Danny was disappointed. Also, the sky-piercing tower in the center of the city is heavily guarded. We can't descend from the sky, Whitebeard said regretfully. Danny promised that if she could find Valeglia's steel armor in Materis, she would let him use it. That was why the old knight was starting to lose his integrity. Or perhaps he had gotten used to it. Mataris' environment was not better than Orlos. It was also shrouded in magic radiation and filled with deformed creatures. However, this city was connected to Slavers Bay and Volantis. It had developed commerce and agriculture. Danny noticed that there were crops outside the city as well. However, they were not wheat. Most of them were strange dark purple chrysanthemums and dark red long-leaved grass that was taller than a person. Oh my God, those are soregrass leaves. They've grown so much. Whitebeard, who was using binoculars to observe the ground, exclaimed, "Soregrass leaves." Danny was shocked. She took a closer look and found that they were indeed similar to the soregrass leaves that she had seen at Slavers Bay. The leaves were green and red and were about 3 or 4 times smaller than the tobacco leaves. Its function was probably similar to betel nut and chewing tobacco. If you chewed it in your mouth, you would spit out the dark red juice mixed with your saliva. Not only was it unhygienic, it would also stain your teeth red. Danny hated people who chewed soregrass leaves the most. They've mutated. The plants here have all mutated due to the magic radiation. The soregrass leaves in the ground were even taller than the tobacco leaves. The color was also a little different. It was dark red, and the smell was probably stronger. So, Whitebeard pointed at the dark purple chrysanthemums below and asked, "Doesn't it look like agaric? The color and size are different, but the branches and flowers are very similar. Agaric had very high medicinal value. Together with mint, wormwood, honey, and a small amount of peppermint oil, it could be made into moon tea and abortion and contraceptive medicine unique to this world." "I see. This godforsaken place can't grow food, but it can grow even more effective herbs," Danny muttered. As they continued to fly east, they saw small fishing boats in the Sea of Sighs and large areas of poppy trees on the shore. The stone road to Volantis was not empty. On average, they saw a caravan every 50 kilometers. "Hey, there are demons attacking the caravan. How tragic!" The two dragons could not help but slow down. Beristan picked up the binoculars and looked at it. He immediately had goosebumps. Like a dense swarm of locust-like deformed people, they fearlessly charged at the encirclement of the convoy. Every minute and every second, a demonkin was killed. Then, the nearby demonkin immediately gave up on their opponents and swarmed over the corpses of their companions. They grabbed a piece of meat and squatted down to gnaw on it without a care. After they finished eating, they continued to attack. From time to time, there were caravan guards who slipped and were dragged out of the defense circle by the demons. The mournful howls stopped abruptly. Crack, crack, crack. The horrible sound of bones being gnawed was heard. When the demons were almost full, they left the road and went into the nearby bushes and woods, leaving behind a slaughterhouse-like scene. Well, ignoring the large patches of blood, it was more like a dining table that had been licked clean by the guests, Danny said with a pale face. No wonder this place is called the Path of the Demons. After experiencing this catastrophe, those who survived would either go crazy or lose their courage. "I don't know how many demons there are nearby. The Alliance has formed a formation. I'm afraid more than 1,000 demons won't be enough to kill." Beristan had mixed feelings. He did not know if he should hope that there would be more demons like this and cause the Alliance to suffer heavy losses, or that the Alliance could return peace to this area. After flying east for another 2 hours, the scenery in front of them suddenly became bright and colorful. Blue sky, white clouds, bright sun, green grassland, fresh air, and even breathing became clearer. They finally left the gloomy gray land of the long summer and entered the great plains of the Lone River. In order to pass through the long summer as quickly as possible, the two dragons flew at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. They took off in the morning and were already a little tired. After seeing a group of gray-haired bison drinking by a small stream in the field, Danny asked them to land. Blackie swooped down first, and a bright red dragon flame ignited a strongbow that could not dodge in time. The shallow stream beside it also bubbled with white steam, and it took a while for it to calm down. Beristan took off his backpack and walked over in the stream. He took out his sword and cut off a large piece of meat that was charred on the outside and bloody on the inside from the hind leg of the bull. He then used a dagger to cut off the charred meat and put it into a lunchbox. He sprinkled pepper, fennel, fire dragon pepper, cumin, and salt powder on it and gave it to Danny after mixing it well. He took a big bite of the meat that was less than medium rare. It was bloody, and he did not even add any salt. It has a kind of primitive fragrance and sweetness. The old knight was intoxicated. "As long as you like it." Danny took a bite of the beef and mumbled. Chapter 187. Volantis, the first colony of Valeglia's free fortress. It was powerful and had a long history. It was known as the eldest daughter of Valeglia, the queen of the Lorne River and the mistress of the Summer Sea. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, the blood-red and swollen sun was half immersed in the sea. The waves sparkled and reflected the light. Hundreds of ships in the harbor were dyed red like blood. Do you see that? That dock belongs to the Blackwell nobles. The 200 warships docked there are all prepared for that woman. Cadillac stood up from the back of the elephant and stood on the old mahjong mat cushion. He excitedly pointed at the long line of ships that stretched for more than 10 miles in front of them. There were beige sails, dark red sails, dark green sails, pale yellow sails. There was a flag fluttering on the top of the mast of each warship. There was the flag of the Lycians, the flag of the skull crown of Volantis, the flag of the Harpy of Gith, the flag of the Tourmaline Brotherhood of Queers, the flag of the white elephant on a green background from the Elephant Island of the East, and there were more than 200 of them, but none of them were flat-bottomed merchant ships. They were all highly mobile paddling boats and naval warships with long rams. They were like soldiers who were ready to go. They were lined up neatly on the drill ground on the ocean. It was daunting, at least like the coachman in front of the carriage who had a tattoo of a wheel on his face. His name was Cadillac. He was a blonde Lorna in his early 20s. He was thin and small, less than 165 meters tall. His long, freckled face was even more prominent. After resting for only an hour in the wilderness, Danny and Beristan continued east on the Dragon. After flying for less than an hour, large and neat manors began to appear in the green fields. After flying west for another half an hour, the two landed in a birch forest with tall branches. After walking for 2 miles, they came across a small tavern with a banner that said, Aunt Kelly's Lamb Pie, on the side of the yellow road. The owner, Aunt Kelly, had silver hair and blue eyes. Her skin was fair and delicate. She was a slightly plump middle-aged woman. She wasn't surprised to see the silver-haired, purple-eyed Danny. Most of the girls in the manor nearby had Valeglia's bloodline, and the woman had seen too many of them. However, Danny's appearance still left a good impression on Aunt Kelly. When she heard that the two of them wanted to buy a horse, she warned them, "Young lady, in the eyes of us locals and even foreign ship owners, traveling on foot is a loss of dignity, and riding a horse is too barbaric. People with status, and status often travel in palanquins or elephant carriages. You don't look like a child from an ordinary family. Why don't we hire an elephant carriage? Coincidentally, my cousin is a big player in the business of elephant carts. He has businesses in the East and West Volantis. Of course, I see that both of you have long swords at your waists, so you must be noble knights. Knights can't live without horses, and the horses in my family's stable." Aunt Kelly blabbered on and on. Danny bought 2 tamed horses, 1 white and 1 red, 2 carrot and lamb pies wrapped in paper boxes, for bottles of red wine from the land of the setting sun, and a pack of snacks. In the end, she even hired an elephant cart from her cousin's house. They spent a total of 5 gold radiance coins. Aunt Kelly patted her basketball-like chest and promised. Not only did she give them a 20% discount, she also removed at least 2 silver coins from the change. Danny's face was blank. She didn't ask anything and silently handed over 6 gold radiance coins. Under Aunt Kelly's shocked gaze, she said, "If you're honest, I'll give you a gold coin as a tip." Aunt Kelly held the 6 gold coins tightly. The smile on her face when she was expecting to get 5 gold coins was completely gone. Her blue eyes were filled with regret and self-blame. "I was too honest and let go of a big fish for nothing. From today onwards, my lamb pies will increase in price. I'm going to rip off every traveler. I don't know." Volantis was rich in elephants, or rather, all the cities in the south near the summer sea had elephants. Slave Bay also had elephants, but Volantis had a lot of dwarf gray elephants. Using elephants to farm was not Danny's original idea. The people of Volantis had done it a long time ago. Not only could they farm, but they could also pull carts, transport goods, ride, and fight. Elephants could do almost everything that horses could do. The elephants that were tamed by the people of Volantis were a type of small dwarf elephant. Their skin was mostly gray or white, dirty white. Hence, they were also called gray dwarf elephants. The dwarf here was only relative to the mammoth that was 3 to 4 meters tall. In fact, an adult dwarf elephant could also grow to 5 meters. For example, the elephant that pulled Danny's cart was 4 meters tall. Its white skin was like the snow that had been trampled on, and it looked a little dirty. The elephant cart was similar to the ox carts in other cities. It was an enlarged version of the ox cart, and its wheels were even taller than Danny's. The huge wooden wheels were inlaid with rusty iron sheets. The passengers sat on soft chairs that were cushioned with brown mahjong mats between the wheels. The coachman rode on the back of the elephant, and there was also a mahjong mat below. Valeglia's climate was hot. From the yellow dirt road to Valeglia's main road that was covered with solidified brown animal feces, there were more and more people on the road. Almost all the free people were sitting in palanquins or elephant carts. Well, the people who were walking had slave tattoos on their faces, and their clothes were also very simple. For example, the coachman who drove the elephant cart would have a tattoo of a wheel on one side of his cheek. Other than a loincloth and sandals, he wore nothing else. His bare back was tanned and shiny, like a layer of oiled cowhide. After walking for 4 to 5 miles, they left the area of the manor outside the city and entered the east end of the West City's pier. The elephant cart stopped at a 2-story post station. The coachman climbed down from the elephant's back, pointed at Danny, and said a few words to a silver-haired middle-aged man in a silk robe. Then, the middle-aged Volantis man shouted loudly, "Cadillac, go to the elephant pen and get a high-level white elephant here. Change to a golden jade, palanquin." Then, he came to Danny's cart and explained with a smile, "I'm Olivier, the director of the Valeglia People's elephant cart stationed at the pier. You see it too? There's a license plate behind the elephant cart, so you can tell where the elephant cart is going. Elephant carts outside the city are not allowed to enter the inner city, so the two of you have to change carts. Don't worry, there won't be any extra charge. I'll also arrange for the best elephant driver and the most gorgeous elephant cart for you to send the two of you safely to the merchant house in the West City." Danny nodded blankly. What else could she say? "Don't think that I can't hear you just because you're far away." That coachman's voice was so loud, the guest was rich, and gave Lady Kelly a gold coin as a tip. However, Cadillac's skills were indeed extraordinary. His ability to control the elephant was 30% of Danny's ability to control the dragon. The previous coachman still needed to use a whip and reins to command the elephant. Cadillac sat cross-legged on the back of the white elephant, chatting with Danny while using the local language Valeglia with a grand accent to order the elephant to turn left, right, move forward, and slow down. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't sense any intense mental waves, Danny would have thought that he was a shapeshifter, an elephant spirit. "Where are you from?" Cadillac asked. "Bravos. This is my distant relative from the Westeros. He came to join our family because of the war." Danny smiled. No one doubted her as soon as the words left her mouth, for her Valyrian had a distinct Bravosi accent. "Sigh, I saw you coming from the east, so I thought—" The horse-faced young man who had been speaking confidently suddenly became a little depressed. Danny rolled her eyes and said, "I'm from Bravos, but I did just come back from the east." "Really?" Cadillac immediately became spirited again. He lowered his voice and said, "Have you seen that woman?" "Which woman?" In the evening, the sun set in the west. On the streets near the port, people were as dense as sardines. The strange stench made Danny take out her handkerchief and cover her nose. Cadillac patted the elephant's back and asked it to slow down. He pointed at the fleet at the west and said with a red face, "The woman they're going to deal with." "How would I know who they're going to deal with?" Just tell me the name. Danny pretended to be confused and asked, Sigh, that's someone who can't even be mentioned. The young man climbed behind the elephant and said in a voice that was almost inaudible, Slaver's Bay, Dragon Queen. Oh, it's her. Danny suddenly realized. But why can't we mention her name? Barristan rubbed his nose and turned his head away, leaving the stage to his queen. It's not that we can't mention her, but Cadillac pointed at the wheel tattoo on his right cheek, the mark that represented the coachman's identity as a slave. He said, I can't say it, we can't say it. Our master is afraid of hearing that name from us, so we can only use that woman to replace her. Even so, we can't say it in front of the local nobles. Sigh, guest, you won't tell my master, will you? The young man's long horse face was a little twisted, and there was a hint of fear in his grass-green eyes. No, of course not. I'm from Bravos. Have you forgotten? Danny said with a wink. There were no slaves in Bravos, and they had been raising the banner of anti-slavery. That's true. The freckled man breathed a sigh of relief. Danny asked curiously, This place is almost 3,000 kilometers away from Slaver's Bay. Why is it so? Harsh. Sigh. In the beginning, when the news of Astapor came, everyone could still talk about her. But since 4 months ago, she swept through the guy's alliance. He turned around on the elephant's back and looked around. He found that the streets were full of people, and his face showed hesitation. There are a lot of elephant carts nearby. No one is paying attention to us. Danny said, Sigh, I can't say any more. He sighed bitterly, but in the end, he climbed onto the white elephants, and whispered, 2 months ago, the woman brought by the sea merchants defeated the guy's alliance at Slaver's Bay, and the whole of Atlantis was in an uproar. A few days later, inside the Black Wall, Lord Kahita woke up in the middle of the night and found the butcher at home sharpening a knife under the roof. I don't know the truth, but early the next morning, the butcher's family was beheaded, smeared with tar, and hung on a spear by the Black Wall. The passers-by on the street below could see it when they looked up. So, do you understand? Regardless of whether Danny understood or not, the blonde slave jumped up and stood high on the elephant's back. He pointed to the deep sea in the south and said loudly, Guest, you don't have to believe it. We Volantis know that even if you sink all the hundreds of islands in Bravos into the harbor, ships can still enter and leave freely. This is the widest and deepest harbor in the world. Yes, we Volantis have the world's first harbor. The passers-by nearby echoed. The Volantis people who stared at him and Danny in confusion also showed a look of realization. This is a smart lad. This is the kind of person we need to abolish the title. Danny thought with a smile. Chapter 188. Cadillac was not bragging. Port Volantis occupied the entire Lone estuary, and the dock area stretched as far as the eye could see. Ships from all over the world could be found here. The docks that extended to the sea were like the burrs on a wild boar's skin. They were of different lengths and densely packed together. Not a single one of these innumerable docks was empty. They were all packed with ships and riverboats. Warships, whalers, and trading paddle boats, galleons, flats, longboats, and swan boats. There were ships from Old Town, White Harbor, King's Landing, Reese, Tylosai, and Pentos. There were ships as large as palaces. There were ships from Barbarian, Asha, and her Cologne. Even the caravans that transported goods to the docks stretched for more than 10 kilometers. Even when the last trace of red light disappeared into the western horizon, there were still tens of thousands of naked slave workers who were busy loading and unloading goods under the light of torches. On the tall elephant carriage, Danny's expression was complicated. The torches on the dark sea were as dense as stars. The chaotic shouting was ear-piercing. The salty smell of the sea, fish, sweat, urine, and feces drifted with the wind. It was impossible to guard against it. This was indeed a world-class port, but its prosperity was all built on low cost, or even costless, slave labor. The laborers at the docks, the paddlers on the ships, the coachmen on the streets, the bearers in the hotels and wineries, the prostitutes on the streets, even the farmers in the manors outside the city were all slaves. She now understood why the Allied Army and the United Nations were here. Without slaves, the cost of food, clothing, housing, and transportation for the trading city-states would instantly increase by 10 times. Thus, the prosperous maritime trade of this world could not continue. Not only was Dani destroying slavery, but she was also killing sea trade. If she achieved her goal, the entire world's trade would be cut in half. Other than the increase in the cost of maritime trade, the market would collapse. Under Dani's rule, the people would no longer need foreign goods due to the self-sufficiency of the small farming economy, just like the ancient Celestial Empire. The reason why it was difficult for the great Celestial Empire to develop maritime trade was that the dynasties rarely needed foreign goods. Even if the Southern Song dynasty lost a large part of its northern territory and had to rely on maritime trade to survive, the Song people also imported less and exported more. If there were many immortal islands in the sea, each immortal island would have different amounts of life-prolonging medicines. Yes, it could only prolong one's life, but not immortality. It was likely that before the Song dynasty, the Celestial Emperor had already been crowned as the leader of the earth. Unless there's something that can replace slaves and provide the merchants with the same cheap labor. Dani smiled bitterly and shook her head. As a modern person, how could she not know what was cheaper than slaves? Machines. Dani covered her nose with a handkerchief and asked the knight beside her in a low voice, "How many years has it been since the City of Knowledge was founded?" The old man frowned and thought for a moment before shaking his head. "I'm not sure. Some ancestors said that they came to the Westeros 10,000 years ago, but some scholars believe that the Westeros only had a history of 2,000 years. Your Majesty can go to the old town and recruit a few scholars. The scholars in Slave Bay can't help you understand your homeland. Even if the City of Knowledge was founded 2,000 years ago, let me ask you, did they invent the steam engine?" Dani asked, "What? Chicken? Chicken, what a beautiful chicken. Sir, have you seen a boiling kettle? Of course. Then, are there any scholars who can imitate a kettle and build a big iron lump? Can. Dani's little face was tangled up. Finally, she said, "It can spit air and turn with a metal wheel." No, the old knight's tone was very firm. "Could it be that you don't know?" The old man sighed. "Your Majesty—" "Yes, sir, although I don't know what you're talking about. That thing sounds very complicated. With the blacksmithing skills of the Westeros, it's impossible to make it." "Sigh, I have to go to the City of Knowledge myself," Dani said helplessly. Without a doubt, after the fall of Valeglia, the City of Knowledge and Asia became the representatives of the world's highest intelligence. Moreover, the scholars' spirit of exploration and thirst for knowledge were very strong. They also specialized in the field of science and could represent the world's highest productivity. Hey! The Cadillac on the elephant's back turned around and winked at Dani. "What?" She looked puzzled. "You haven't told me about that woman," the coachman said unhappily. "I thought you—" Dani suddenly laughed. "Okay, I understand. Aston, I heard that the mother of dragons hatched a dragon in Yuan-Kai," she said loudly to the knight beside her. The knight was stunned for a moment and did not know how to answer. "Ahem." Dani pointed at the coachman, who was eavesdropping on the elephant's back. The old man reacted and smiled bitterly. "Isn't that so? I heard from someone at the New Gith Pier." The two of them sang the same tune and told him about the wonderful scene of Slave Bay. Make way for the honorable lord and Lady of Bravos. The Cadillac shouted at the surrounding sailors and slaves in the local language to clear a path. At the same time, he pricked up his ears and heard every word of the two guests in the back seat. Looking at his energetic appearance, he was obviously very excited. "Hey, Bravos, are you crazy? How can that evil mother of dragons be so good?" A displeased shout came from the side. Danny and Barristan naturally would not speak ill of themselves. Although they did not advocate that the mother of dragons descended to the world to save all living beings, they described her policies in detail and the significance of these policies to the new freedmen. The streets were not crowded, but the elephant and the elephant carriage were too big. It was almost as if the elephant was connected to the elephant, and the wheels of the carriage were pressed against the wheels of the carriage. From time to time, two tall wooden wheels would collide a few times, and then the carriage would creak and groan. More importantly, the elephant carriage did not have a roof. It was similar to placing a chair on a handcart, and the seats were open on all sides. At this moment, a white elephant draped in colorful brocade walked on the left side of Danny's elephant carriage. On it sat a fat, blonde, middle-aged man. He wore a gorgeous purple silk shirt, and the sleeves and collar were embroidered with an exquisite megalosaurus pattern with golden thread. "Have you been to Slave Bay?" There was obvious suspicion in the fat man's piggy eyes. "I would like to, but New Gith and Queers don't have any merchant ships that go to Slave Bay." Danny shrugged and said casually, "Huh, you haven't even been there, and you're still talking nonsense here. I've been there, and I've even seen that woman. Let me tell you, that woman's head is this big." The fat man gestured at his pregnant belly. "How is that possible?" Without waiting for him to continue, an incredulous cry came from an elephant carriage on Danny's right. It carried a foreign accent. "I heard that the mother of dragons is only 15, 16 years old. She's a young and beautiful girl. There's no ugly person in the Targaryen family. How can she have such a big head?" There were also two people sitting on the elephant carriage. They were two youths of similar age. One of them was tall and well-proportioned, with a handsome appearance and an elegant temperament. He had a pair of blue eyes and sandy hair mixed with gold. The other had black hair and black eyes. He had a high forehead, a square face, and a wide nose. He looked very honest. He was a little short, about the same height as Danny, but his body was sturdy, and his limbs were thick. He was the one who shouted. His face was full of shock and disbelief. "How is it impossible?" The fat man's pig-like face turned to the youth and asked seriously, "Do you know that she defeated the Gith coalition army?" "I've heard of it. She fought bravely and used troops like a god. She defeated a mixed army of more than 100,000 mercenaries, slave soldiers, and Gith people with minimal losses. What's even more frightening is that no one knows her complete tactics at that time." The black-haired youth said with a complicated expression. "That's right." The Volantis fatty clapped his hands and shouted, "Think about it. Without a big head, how can you support a height of 10 feet and a waist of 10 feet? Without a burly figure of 10 feet, how can you charge and break through the enemy lines?" The black-haired youth was stunned. The corner of Danny's mouth twitched, and she reminded, "She has a dragon." "It's just a baby dragon that was born less than 2 years ago," the Valeglia fatty vowed. "Our ancestor is the noble dragon king. Our understanding of dragons is even better than that woman." And the mercenaries who returned from the front line said that except for throwing kerosene bombs at the ship, that woman's dragon didn't kill many people at all. He spread out his hands, looked down at Danny, glanced at the two youths, and asked loudly, "The dragon that throws kerosene barrels is at most equivalent to a catapult. Let me ask you, is the catapult scary?" Danny was a little speechless. In theory, in the same time, The fireball thrown by the megalosaurus was not as good as the catapult. The process of megalosaurus taking off, landing, and reloading took too much time. But does the catapult have the accuracy and attack range of the megalosaurus? So, the woman who can defeat the guy's alliance must be 10 feet tall, muscular, and like a giant. Danny held back her laughter and deliberately said with a pale face, "It's too scary. I always thought that she was the role model of the female knight, and I want to see her style." Seeing that the youngsters were all intimidated, the fatty was proud and continued, "That's not all. Everyone who has been to Slave Bay knows that the woman is cruel and bloodthirsty. Even nobles with high status would have their heads chopped off because of the slightest mistake." The noble didn't get preferential treatment. The blonde youth said incredulously, "He is destroying the family preferential treatment? The woman has a butcher named Leon Shackle. In order to get the position of count, he killed countless royal families that have been passed down for thousands of years. The royal family is not an ordinary noble. Unimaginable madness." The blonde youth said with a stare, "She is also a witch feeding her dragon with the flesh and blood of newborn children. She is also a traitor who laughs at the gods, breaks treaties, deceives envoys, and slaughters good people. She is burning with desire, not only with men, women, and eunuchs. She even finds dogs and children to satisfy her desire. The partners she is tired of playing with all have a tragic end." The fatty lowered his voice and said in a horrifying tone, "The woman takes the man's soul through intercourse." "I must take down this city," Danny whispered in Barristan's ear. "I have to make qualified white paper as soon as possible. Printing is easy. The guy's people are experts at baking bricks, but the pulp of paper can only be adjusted step by step. The paper to wipe the ass has been made long ago, but it is far from enough to be used as paper for books. With paper and printing, it is possible to print history books on a large scale." Chapter 189. After half an hour of traveling west along the docks, a vast river more than 5 kilometers wide appeared in front of them. The river flowed endlessly into the bay like thousands of galloping horses. The Rhone River, the mother river of the Loinars. After leaving the coast, the carriage took a turn and followed the river north into the east city of Volantis. Even though the sky was dark and she was several kilometers away, Danny could still see the tall black wall in the north. Volantis was the eldest daughter of Voleglia. It was the first colonial city outside of the land of long summer. In other words, it was an outpost. At that time, the Rhone River had its own master, the Loinars, who dominated the western continent of Ursus. Therefore, this outpost was especially sturdy. It was built using the same construction method as the Tower of Babel and Voleglia Avenue, which was what Orlos called immortal stone. Immortal stone did not refer to any kind of stone. Instead, it was used to melt rocks, add magic runes, and pour them into molds to create an entire structure. The entire stone building was immortal. For example, the 1,000-kilometer-long Voleglia Avenue was a whole. The 300-meter-tall, complicated Tower of Babel was also a whole. The oval-shaped wall in the East City was the same. It was 60 meters tall and 15 meters wide. It was prepared for the Dragon King's landing. Volantis had a natural harbor. After the Dragon King rode his dragon into the plains of the Rhone River, the city began to expand rapidly. The black wall on the east side of the river was inhabited by the old nobles whose bloodlines could be traced back to Voleglia. The newly expanded city outside the wall was filled with the houses, shops, and hotels of the wealthy Voleglia. The west side was a chaotic cesspool. The main population consisted of foreign tourists, sea merchants, poor free people, mercenaries, escaped criminals, eunuchs, pirates, and pickpockets. Even the shadowbinders and necromancers from Asha were mixed in. A long bridge connected the east and west city. Danny was a foreign tourist. She went north from the docks and entered the East City along the Rhone River. Then, she crossed the bridge and went to the Merchants' Inn in the West City. Dusk had passed, and night had covered the land. The shops, hotels, and stalls on both sides of the street hung parchment lanterns and colored glass oil lamps. Many colored circles of light lit up the gray stone pavement. The pedestrians under the lights were shrouded in a green halo, then a red halo, then purple, orange, the surrounding noises, and the strange smell of barbecued meat coming from the stall gave Danny the illusion that she had returned to the night market of modern times. As they approached the long bridge that connected the East and West City districts, the traffic became more and more congested. The streets were filled with wagons, carts, and elephant carts. Most of these cars were heading towards the long bridge or had just come over from the bridge. There were as many slaves as cockroaches in the garbage dump running around for their master's errands. The Cadillac on the elephant's back dared not yell for pedestrians to get out of the way as it had done at the Docklands. This was because the people who entered the bridge were not to be trifled with. In addition to the Blackwell nobles who rode elephants, there were also merchants, rich people, and the most expensive tourists who rode elephant carts and public carriages. There was a black stone arch at the entrance of the long bridge. The arch was carved with sphinx, lion body, scorpion tail, dragon, and other strange animals. The long arch bridge behind the door was the same as the Blackwell and the Tower of Babel. It was made of melted stone and supported by giant pillars. It was as stable as Mount Tai and as solid as a rock at the mouth of the turbulent river. It spanned across the 2-kilometer-wide river. In the works of Longlegs Lomas, this long bridge, together with the Great Wall of the Northern Region and the old Great Pyramid of Gith, were called the 9 architectural wonders of the world of ice and fire. It was an architectural masterpiece during the heyday of Volleglia. The road on the bridge just allowed 2 cars to travel side by side. When the cars from the east and west met, they had to slow down. The 2 young men's elephant carts were separated by the crowd when they crossed the bridge. The fat man riding the elephant had an extraordinary identity. With a superior expression, he leisurely continued to travel north. He wanted to return to the Blackwell. Well, before they parted at the entrance of the long bridge, he looked at Danny lecherously and invited her. "Miss, although your bloodline is not as noble as mine, you also have the obvious characteristics of Volleglia. The dirty and messy West City is not suitable for you. Why don't you come to my house and stay for a while?" In the end, he raised his fat double chin and proudly added, "I come from the great Crowley's family in the Blackwell. You have to know that without the invitation of the people in the city, ordinary people can never enter the Blackwell in their lifetime." He looked like a rich second generation. He stopped a red Ferrari in front of Danny, rolled down the window, took off his sunglasses, raised his chin, and asked, "Do you want to come together?" "Thank you for your invitation. I will enter the Blackwell, but not tonight." Danny smiled and declined. The fat man did not say anything. He nodded and left on the elephant. The long bridge was crowded with people, and the air was dirty. Danny had been covering her nose with her hand. She was not in the mood to look at the nearby scenery. After half an hour, they crossed the long bridge and arrived at the West City. After passing through the crowded road, near the long bridge with great difficulty, the elephant car turned into a wide street in the west, and the speed increased again. The blond coachman turned his head and smiled at Danny. "Guests, don't worry. We will enter the Fishmonger Square soon." Before the voice fell, there was a sudden noise at the crossroad in front of them. Soon, 2 rows of 12 Unsullied holding spears rushed out from the corner. "Move, move, make way for the consul." The Unsullied shouted. Cadillac hurriedly drove the white elephant to the roadside. He also climbed down from the elephant's back and obediently knelt under the elephant's belly. Danny tiptoed and found that except for the spiked helmet, the equipment on the Unsullied had completely changed. He wore a dazzling golden armor and a brightly colored tiger fur cape. In terms of pretentiousness, they were more than a level higher than her gray underlings. The Unsullied opened the way in front. Then, 40 to 50 tiger cloak army soldiers surrounded a gray behemoth and turned around. The colossus was 3 meters tall and wore exquisite colorful armor. With every step it took, the armor would reflect colorful lights like ripples of water. On the elephant's back was a tall castle. The castle was so tall that when it passed through the carved stone arch at the intersection, the wooden roof rubbed against the stone surface and made an ear-piercing creaking sound. I heard that the consul's status is honorable. During the year in office, their feet can't touch the ground. No matter where they go, they have to ride the elephant. Baristan explained to Danny in a low voice. He, from birth to death, the dragon king of Valeglia, who lived high in the Tower of Babel, never touched the ground once. Without dragons, their descendants can only ride elephants. Danny mocked. Moo, the colossus let out a long and loud cry. Almost half of the city heard it, right? Walking around every day, everyone in the city knows that the consul is patrolling the streets. Danny bared her teeth and picked her ears. Consul Dofas has arrived. A tall tiger cloak army soldier in front shouted. After the apocalypse, the people of Volantis naturally regarded themselves as the successors of the Freedom Fortress, which meant that they were the masters of the world. But they didn't agree on how to rule the world. The old nobles believed in force, while the merchants and moneylenders advocated trade. Around these two tendencies, in order to fight for the leadership of the city, two parties gradually formed, namely the Tiger Party and the Elephant Party. The Tiger Cloak Army came from the Radical Tiger Party. They wore tiger helmets and had green beard stripes tattooed on their cheeks. They were all slave soldiers. Do you think they will come to me anyway? There are 30 to 40,000 Tiger Cloak army soldiers in Volantis and the towns near the Lone River. Danny said with an inexplicable expression. Look, the old man pointed at the tall soldier, who shouted every few steps and said in a low voice, their spirit is completely different from the slave soldiers in Slave Bay. Instead, they are very similar to the Golden Cloak Army in King's Landing. Their faces are full of pride and confidence. Danny sighed and didn't say anything. When the consul's team left, Cadillac pulled the belt tied to the elephant's belly and jumped on the elephant's back like a monkey. Just then, an elephant car came behind Danny, and she heard a person sneered and spat. Dofas can only be powerful for 6 more days. The companion next to him nodded in agreement. The alliance is a foregone conclusion. Out of the 3 consul, 2 have publicly expressed strong hostility to that woman. He has always said that he should be cautious. Of course, the people in the black wall won't choose him again. The 2 cars quickly staggered and entered different streets at the crossroads. Danny said thoughtfully, "It was right to come this time. If I didn't come and see for myself, I wouldn't have known that Volantis is united and determined to fight with me." Not only Volantis. I guess the situation is similar in Queers, Zingis, Reese, and other cities. But you don't have to worry too much. The enemies of the Mother of Dragons will always be the people at the top. The ordinary people, the people's hearts are like water, and they change with the wind and waves. The old man comforted her in a low voice. Dang, dang, dang. Dong, dong, dong. Rhythmic sounds of gongs and drums came from the street ahead, accompanied by a melodious flute and a mellow harp combined into a happy and loud but not noisy music. Danny tilted her head and looked past the elephants, but and saw a long line of torchbearers slowly walking towards them. Most of the people who were surrounded by the torchbearers were acrobats. There were 2 midgets who were doing acrobatics of throwing balls, a freakish clown with strange cow legs and cow hooves, a garland girl who was standing on stilts and singing loudly, a man who was wearing a golden leather coat and whose face was also smeared with gold, riding a white lion and holding a golden banner to show off his prowess. And there was also someone these acrobats and the torchbearers had one thing in common, and that was a distinct family emblem of 2 dragons holding a crown on the back of their clothes. Someone on the street said, "Masahoso hired a circus troupe." Moo. Behind the acrobats and the torchbearers, there was a huge elephant car. In front of the elephant, a huge name was written with strange fluorescent powder on the side of the elephant, Civilian Hero Masahoso. On the soft seat of the car, behind stood a silver-haired young noble of Valeglia. He raised a shiny brass horn and shouted, "Freedman of the West City, just like you, my father Masahoso is also a freedman, and only he can represent the ordinary freedman. For you, for the common interests of all of us, please vote for Masahoso." Danny's mouth twitched, and she had the illusion that she was back in the modern world, watching the twisted news. A golden-haired fat man behind a barbecued sausage stall shouted, "Little Dark, your father Masahoso is very good, but most of the freedmen on our street are not qualified to vote. You should walk around the black wall. Don't disturb us from doing business." Only the freedmen of Volantis who had reached the standard of wealth were qualified to vote, and not many people on the west side of the river could vote. Even on the east side, it was difficult for the commoners to get the right to vote. The election of Volantis consul seemed democratic, but in the end, it was just a game for the rich and the nobles. A burly middle-aged woman walked out of a small building with a sign saying Megalosaurus Grocery Store. Her voice was louder than the barbecued sausage fatty. "What are you walking around for? Little Dark, tell your father to give up. Without noble blood, who would choose you?" "Ha, Aunt Chloe, you should have the right to vote, right? Give my father a vote." The silver-haired youth on the elephant car laughed. "Come down." The woman, who was about the same size as the fat eunuch Bevo's, waved at the youth, "Accompany me for a night, and I'll give the vote in my hand to your father." "Ha ha ha." The surrounding people laughed together. Under the yellow light of the torch, Little Dark's face turned red, and he stopped asking for votes, and only urged the driver on the elephant to move faster. "Chloe, you should have told him secretly. On the street, even if that kid is willing, he can't let go." The barbecued fat man said loudly. Then there was another burst of laughter. Chapter 190. At the end of the street, the view suddenly widened. If one were to look from a high vantage point, the 2 rows of wooden houses and stone buildings on both sides were gone. The square was the size of 3 football fields, and there were countless carriages, sedans, and pedestrians. The short elephant pulling the elephant carriage was a little hesitant. It raised its trunk and panted. Cadillac lay beside its flapping ears and comforted it for a while before the elephant carriage continued to move forward. Under the yellow candlelight, the fishmongers in the square were shouting loudly to sell their catch during the day. Except for salted fish, there was no ability to transport live fish over long distances in this era. They could only catch fish in the sea and river and immediately transport them to the fishmonger square to sell. The residents of West City of Volantis mainly ate fish as their main meat and would come here to buy fish for 3 meals a day. Walking through the square, Danny saw codfish, swordfish, square-headed fish, and sardines piled up directly on the grass curtains. Next to them were buckets of mussels and clams neatly stacked. The boss of the fish farm would occasionally pick up a water spout and sprinkle water on the swordfish. A hunchbacked old woman in a gray robe took out a copper coin from her pocket. A bare-chested slave with a flying fish printed on his face took the coin and stuffed the sardines into the old woman's basket without using a scale. He only stopped when the old woman repeatedly said, "Enough, enough, leave some space for me to put my vegetables." Danny's mouth twitched. The fishmonger treated the old woman as a garbage collector and wanted her to take away all the dead fish. Then she saw a giant turtle in front of a shop. It was as big as the elephant carriage she was in. The turtle's shell was like a hedgehog and covered with arm-length black bone spurs. A few slaves stood on it and used a triangular shovel to scrape the moss, seaweed, shells, and other debris growing on the turtle's back. The giant turtle, whose limbs were chained up, was still like a cow, making a moo-moo-moo sound that was as long as a horn. This should be the old man of the river. Danny frowned. The Volantis people are so bold that they even dare to kill and eat the old man of the river. In the belief of the Loiner people, the Lone River was the mother goddess. Under the mother goddess, there were a group of sons, secondary gods. The giant turtle was one of them, known as the Old Man of the River. It had spirituality and divinity. Being able to see the old man in the river itself was an auspicious sign. Maybe it's not for eating. There's a consul election going on right now. Someone might want to offer it to the nobles. Beristan said, "That's true. The meat of the giant tortoise is a bit dry, so it doesn't taste good." Danny nodded. Other than the fishmongers, there was no lack of food stalls in the square. Hawkers were frying fish steaks on iron plates, paired with onions and beets. There was a strange, sweet smell. There were also old women pushing hand carts, on which a small stove was cooking spicy fish soup. There was also a food stall that was filled with customers. There were steamers stacked up to 2 stories high at the entrance of the stall, and there were steaming red-shelled crabs inside. Danny swallowed her saliva. She really wanted to go down and taste it. Look, the merchant's house is right in front of us. There are all sorts of exquisite and clean food there, the old man advised in a low voice. The elephant carriage was close to the center of the square. The huge 4-story building opposite was brightly lit. Through the windows, one could see the silhouettes of people inside. That was their destination for the night. The largest hotel in Volantis, the merchant's house. There was a circle of people in the center of the square. Under a broken Archon statue, without a head, there was a troupe that had built a stage. Danny did not pay attention to them at first. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the crowd. A man was holding his throat, and his voice was sharp and high-pitched. "I am the princess of Dragonstone Island, the daughter of the Mad King, the bitch of the Horse King, the mother of the demonic dragon. Quickly submit to me." Then she stood on her tiptoes and saw a fat man who was almost 2 meters tall. His face was as big as a basin, his nose was bulbous, and his mouth was like a hippopotamus. He wore a loose silver wig on his head. His face was powdered, and his lips were painted red. He was wearing a gray wooden armor, and there was a Targaryen emblem of a black and red 3-headed dragon on his chest. He was wielding a wooden sword in his hand, and he was riding on a cloth dragon made of broom and cloth. "Is that Blackie?" There were also 2 people standing below the stage, holding a long bamboo pole. Under the bamboo pole, there were 2 pillow-sized cloth dragons, one white dragon and the other green dragon. The 2 dragons were hanging above the fat, Danny's, head. The fat man was not acting alone. Opposite him, there were 5 Gith people wearing yellow silk cloaks. The real Gith people, with their amber-brown skin, long black and red hair, and facial features that made Danny suffer from face blindness. Ordinary people could not disguise themselves. "I am the war god Yuan Kai, the noble royal families Grazdan eras." One of the Gith people took a step forward and put on an unyielding, iron-blooded, brave, and heroic look. For some reason, Danny could see so many great qualities in his stone face. I am the wise man Yuan Kai, the world's richest man, Yazan Zo Quags. Another person held his head high, and his eyes bulged, putting on the same expression as the previous person. I am the wise man Yuan Kai, the 8,000 years of royal lineage, Mornio Daznak. I am the great lord of Mireen. I am the new Gith Iron Army. After introducing themselves, the 5 Gith heroes shouted in unison, sacrificing our lives for the country, looking death in the eyes. The heads of the Gith people will always be held high. The evil mother of dragons will never conquer the son of the high harpy. Ayaya. The fat mother of dragons shook her big head like a madman and let out a howl that gave people goosebumps. I'm so angry, she shouted and rushed up on the dragon. What followed next was a brilliant battle of 5 heroes against Dragon Mother. Both sides went ping, ping, pung, 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 exchanging blows like a bunch of idiots. However, the audience below the stage seemed to like this kind of lively scene. They clapped and laughed, and a few audience members in robes cheered loudly while throwing a few copper coins to the stage. Ayaya. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, the mother of dragons took a few steps back and screamed with a distorted fat face, I'm actually defeated. Ho ho, we are. The 5 Gith generals on the opposite side leaned together and made a pose of a fierce general with Grazdan as the center and shouted together with a drawn-out voice. Jiskali 5 eagle generals, where do you run? Kill, 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 kill. After the pose, the 5 of them ran toward the mother of dragons. The mother of dragons retreated until she reached the edge of the stage. When she couldn't retreat anymore, her fat face was ferocious, and she waved to the people below. Slaves, come here. 9 skinny slaves dragged their chains and walked up the stage numbly. The real slaves had tattoos on their faces, and each of them looked like they were suffering from tuberculosis. Their faces were sallow, their eyes were dim, and they walked with difficulty. The mother of dragons suddenly lifted her wooden armor. Ha ha ha. The audience below burst into laughter again, because the fat man didn't wear pants. His 2 big white buttocks were all exposed. When he turned around, everyone found that he was a eunuch, and they laughed even more happily. But then a horrible scene appeared. The fat man pushed down a slave, flew up, and sat on his head with a lewd posture, and shouted, soul absorption of the binding shadow spell. He got up and left a corpse with a broken neck, pushed down another slave, jumped up, and sat on his waist. Kacha! The sound of the spine breaking could be heard clearly. The slave's eyes bulged, and he let out a horrifying scream, and soon died. The 3rd, the 4th, the fat man was half naked, and he cruelly killed 7 slaves with the 7 kinds of spring cry spell, and then waved the remaining 2 trembling slaves away. He laughed and shouted to the 5 Gith warriors, absorb the souls of 7 people, sacrifice them to the 7 great demons, and give me the power of the 7 gods. People of Gith, I will kill all your women, strengthen your men and boars, and feed your children to the dragons. Die. Then it was a tragic battle. The 5 warriors fought to the death, and for their companions, they used their own bodies to block the sharp sword of the mother of dragons. Soon, the great lord of Mireen and the commander of the Iron Army covered their hearts and shouted, justice will never be extinguished. Their heads tilted, and they fell to the ground. Hurry up and leave, both of you. The great sage Mourinho grabbed the sword that pierced through his heart and cried to his 2 companions, go, you go, I will hold this demon back. Grazadin glared at the mother of dragons, who was laughing wildly. No, I won't go, I will fight her to the death. Go, go, save the fire, and fight again in the future. No, there are thousands of heroes in Gith, and you don't need me. Today, I will die here. At this moment, the figures of countless martyrs overlapped with Grazidan, and he was as great as a sage. Go, go, it's not worth sacrificing for nothing. No, I won't go, no. The great sage, who was stabbed in the heart, and the war god of Yuan-Kai, who was unafraid of death, rapped for 7 or 8 minutes. Grazidan was slowly convinced. He, who had planned to sacrifice himself recklessly, absorbed the great spirit and faith of Giscari from the great sage, and gradually became mature and steady. The intense emotions in his eyes, along with the teachings of the great sage before his death, were buried in the bottom of his heart little by little and became nutrients that nourished his unyielding soul. He had sublimated. Yes, his emotions gradually changed, and his expression and mentality were very layered. Danny, like the audience below the stage, was moved. You even used a classic scene from a movie. What else can I say? I'm convinced. Aizen the Wise was just a supporting character, and he didn't have many lines, so he quickly left the stage. In the roar of the Mother of Dragons, Grazidan slowly retreated to the stage. Very slowly, the musicians behind the stage curtain began to play sad and sorrowful music. The war god of Yuan-Kai looked up at the sky and roared tragically, "Today's shame has not been avenged. When will the hatred of the great sage be extinguished? I swear, from the beginning, I will clean up the old mountains and rivers and comfort the spirit of the great sage." The performance is not bad. Do you often have this kind of performance? When the actors took the curtain call, Danny clapped and asked the person beside the elephant cart. A girl in a green robe, blonde hair, purple eyes, and a beautiful oval face held a large bamboo basket with hairtails, onions, carrots, and turnips. She should be a free person from an ordinary family near the square. The girl looked up at Danny and said, "Since the fall of Yuan-Kai, the people of Giscari have been touring the city squares every day." People of Giscari? Touring performance? Yes, after the Giscari delegation came to Volantis, they encouraged the consul to send troops to deal with the Mother of Dragons, and arranged for a troupe to perform a performance that slandered the Mother of Dragons. Chapter 191. Slander. Danny was interested, and asked, "Maybe what the Gith said is true. I heard that the Mother of Dragons is not only 10 feet tall, but also 10 feet around her waist. She uses witchcraft to capture men's souls. She is a monster." "Maybe," the Volantis girl shrugged and said casually, "maybe that woman is a monster, but the Gith are not as brave and righteous as the show. Nobles and merchants hate the Mother of Dragons because of sea trade. You don't seem to be a noble, but you don't like the Mother of Dragons. Why?" Danny asked curiously. "That's a crazy woman. How can there be no slaves in the world? I don't want my life to be destroyed." The Volantis blonde said, "We Bravos have no slaves. Now we have replaced Volantis as the leader of the 9 free trading city-states. And with all due respect, the new freedmen of Slave Bay are not necessarily worse off than you are now. The Mother of Dragons allocates 15 acres of mature land for each liberated slave, and the land tax is fixed at 1 in 10. She also provides interest-free loans, can buy cattle, can do a little business, and everyone is a propertied class." The Githa's 5 Eagles Battle Dragon Mother did provoke Danny. At this time, her emotions were a little over the top, and her words were a little out of line. Sure enough, the blonde girl was suspicious. She took a step back and said warily, "Who are you? How do you know so much?" "The new Gith and queers all know." Whitebeard took over the conversation and said flatly, "When we came back from the Jade Sea and passed by New Gith, the dragon slaughtering convention was being held there. Do you know the Allies, the United Nations, and the Dragon Slaughtering Convention? Volantis also sent representatives to participate, and is even one of the most important members of the joint conference." The Volantis girl blushed and said embarrassedly, "I'm just an ordinary free person. I don't know about the nobles." After saying that, She bowed her head and ran away. I didn't expect the Gith to be so insidious. Whitebeard whispered, "Let's stay for one more day and figure out where those bastards live." Danny gritted her teeth. After walking a few dozen meters forward, the Cadillac on the elephant's back turned around and shouted, "Guest, we're here. The merchant's house is right in front. What level of bedroom do you plan to book? I can give you another ride." The merchant's house beside the fishmonger's square was located in the north facing south. It had the best wine and many guest rooms in Volantis. It was a 4-story behemoth, overlooking the surrounding warehouses, taverns, and brothels. The side facing the street was 300 meters wide and had 5 large doors. Each door corresponded to a different level of guest rooms. "Above average is fine," Baristan shouted at the golden-haired coachman. He then explained to Danny in a low voice, "The best VIP room is a private courtyard. It's clean and quiet, but you can't get much information." Danny nodded and agreed with his decision. 2 minutes later, the elephant stopped in front of the middle door. Before the carriage came to a stop, a black-haired young man in a clean white linen dress greeted them, bowed, and asked, "Guests, do you want to stay here?" Danny saw a door tattooed on his face. "Doorman." Baristan carried his backpack and went down to talk to the hotel staff. Danny saw that Cadillac did not leave even though he was leading the elephant. Instead, he looked at her expectantly. She smiled and asked, "Do you want a tip?" The horse-faced young man was also a little embarrassed when his thoughts were seen through. He stammered, "Before coming, the master told me that you were a generous guest and gave Aunt Kelly a gold coin as a tip. So, if I give you a tip, won't your master take it away?" Danny asked, "Maybe the master will reward me with a roast chicken and a bottle of sour wine." He said expectantly, "Okay, for your roast chicken and wine." Danny nodded, took off her backpack, and took out a handful of yellow copper coins. "Find something to put it in," she said to the young man, who was stunned. Oh, the Cadillac was a little disappointed at first, but then he thought about it. The money was not his, and the fare was only a dozen or so copper coins. The other party had given him a dozen times the reward, so it was not a small sum. So he walked over happily and pulled the linen cloth around his waist. "Just put it here." Walala, halala. 2 handfuls of brand new copper coins were thrown into the cloth bag. The blond young man said, "Thank you for the tip. Thank you for the tip." Seeing this, the staff nearby became more attentive to Baristan. "The first floor is the hall, and the guest rooms facing the street are noisy. The second floor in the backyard is the most spacious and comfortable," he said. 2 connected upper rooms facing the street. "We want to see the night view of Volantis." "Okay, and our horses," as they were talking, the Cadillac had already untied the reins of the horse behind the elephant carriage. "Catch." Danny threw over another 2 copper coins. "This is for you. Go to the square and buy a fish steak and a cup of wine." "Miss, you are a kind person." Stepping into the public rest area of the merchant's house, she was greeted by the noise of the merchants and tourists, as well as the heat of the torches and bonfires. It was also mixed with the smell of ale, barbecued meat, sweat, feet, and prostitutes. Under the chandelier hung from the ceiling, there were 70 to 80 round oak tables. There were no partitions, and most of the tables were filled with people. There were sailors and tourists hugging prostitutes and drinking wine. There were merchants whispering in the corner. There were rice merchants waiting to ship, standing on the table and loudly selling their barren black rice to the surrounding merchants. There were also buyers banging on gongs and walking through the hall, shouting, "Iron ingots, unlimited iron ingots." There was a bank representative with a big belly sitting in a fixed seat in the hall, roaring and belittling the value of the goods mortgaged by the borrowers. Dozens of female slaves with tattoos of wine bottles and dining tables on their faces walked through the tables, serving the guests wine and food, clearing the empty tables, plates, wine glasses, and wine jugs. After taking a few steps in the hall, Danny found that it was bigger than she expected. The first floor of the huge building was a restaurant. The courtyard in the middle was paved with stone slabs, planted with many grape trellises, and a rockery. There was a pavilion and a stage on the rockery, and there was a cave in the rockery. Standing in the front hall, one could see the courtyard without obstruction, and even the back hall and the left and right halls. There were only gray stone pillars supporting the roof, and there were no walls on the side of the hall facing the courtyard. There were many drinkers holding wine jugs and standing in the courtyard to watch the performance on the stage. Danny and Beristan also asked for a seat in the corridor. After ordering some wine and food, they looked curiously at the stage on the rockery. Before they finished watching the play, Danny's face darkened. It was telling the story of two Gith people, Shira and Hikari, father and daughter. The plot was probably the Gith version of Shrike, Hill and Bug, which was Yong Bailao, and Hikari was so hardworking and capable, and Shira was so pure and kind. The father and daughter lived a simple but happy life in the manner of Yuan Kai, and the result, the Gith girl sang with a sweet and moving voice. I lived on the edge of Yuan Kai, and my family had a house and a field. My life was happy. Who knew that the mother of dragons, she was rude and merciless, violated human ethics, and had no respect for the heavens. She occupied my big house and took my field. My mother fell out with her and was burned in the face by the dragon's flame. My father scolded her for bullying the good people, but she caught him and put him into the pyramid. She strengthened him 100 times, 100 times. A guest in the corridor of the West Hall spurted out wine and laughed. I want to try such a good thing 100 times, 100 times. Ha ha. This group of Gith people is really fucking talented. They can even think of such a bad trick. Hey, being strengthened 100 times. Why is your father not dead yet? A drunkard in the courtyard pointed to the middle-aged Gith man on the side of the girl and shouted, Lord Ju's body is strong, and his life must be preserved. The middle-aged man clapped and shouted, Oh, Lord Ju, are you a noble? My grandfather is a virtuous master, inherited from 10,000 years ago. The Gith man sang. The Gith girl continued to sing. The fire is the clothes, the blood is the soup. The mother of dragons burned my village. 50,000 peasants hung on the stake. She even put the crime of burning the great Gith plain and killing 50,000 slaves on the head of the mother of dragons. I'm going to kill those bastards. My lord, if you can't bear it, you'll mess up the great plan. One day, the world will know the truth. Whitebeard held down Danny's clenched fist and whispered. Danny shook her head with a straight face. I don't care if they confuse black and white, because history is destined to be written by me, but it's obvious that the group of Gith people copied my cultural propaganda strategy. When she saw 5 eagles fight the mother of dragons in the square before, she didn't react. Looking at the obvious traces of plagiarism of Yang Bailao and Danny suddenly woke up. Her policy was studied and carried forward by the Gith people. The once simple otherworldly people also learned bad things. Whitebeard's face was distorted, and he said after a while, how about bribing a group of bards to help you spread? It's too fake. It was still the guest in the West Hall. He hammered the thick oak table, and the cups and plates clattered. Hey, Gith people on the stage, can you be more careful? The mother of dragons has taken down Mireen and Yuan Kai. Why should she burn her own manor? Not to mention that she has been freeing slaves. Even the stupidest Westeros lord will not kill his peasants for no reason. If all the peasants die, who will farm for her? The word Westeros was like a magnet, instantly attracting the attention of Danny and Beristan. There were 3 people sitting at the table, a dwarf with a missing nose, a middle-aged man with a solemn face, and the last person's back could only be seen. 7 levels of hell, Tyrion! Barristan exclaimed in a low voice. Who? It's that little devil, the dwarf son of Tywin Lannister, Tyrion Lannister. Why is he here? The 2 said in unison. They looked at each other, and Dany asked with a smile, Can he recognize you? Whitebeard touched his blue-dyed beard and shook his head. The little devil is very smart, and he has been in King's Landing for a few years. I'm not sure if I can hide it from him. Dany looked sideways at the second male protagonist of Game of Thrones. His legs were thick and short, deformed, and his head was disproportionately large. If he was prettier, he might be able to disguise as Muming's son. However, he was really ugly. The shape of his face was already out of place, and he was missing a nose. His nostrils were black, and his forehead was protruding. His mouth was full of brown and golden stubble. He looked a little like Zhu Beiji in the wild. He was a little short, less than 1 meters. Monkey King's torso, Zhu Beiji's head. Was there anyone who looked worse than him? Chapter 192. Thick tallow candles were inserted into the slots of the pillars in the corridor, and the bright red light made the air a little hotter. Dany hesitated for a moment and did not put on the hood, revealing her silver hair that was coiled on her head. But her temperament had changed so much that even Barristan felt that she had become another person in an instant. I'm restraining my aura to make myself look more like an ordinary person, the ordinary girl Dany explained. Indeed, you don't have the extraordinary temperament, just like an ordinary girl from Valeglia. Whitebeard was surprised. Her bright purple eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of gray dirt, smooth and delicate, and had a healthy glow under the candlelight. Her skin was dull, waxy, and rough, especially her temperament. It was as if something magical had been extracted from her soul. Or rather, Dany had been transmigrated by a cowardly tuberculosis ghost. Her face shape was still the same, but she had lost 5 points of her appearance and 7 points of her temperament. How did you do it? He could not help but ask. I suppressed my spiritual fluctuations and then applied a layer of whale oil cream on my face. Becoming ugly was actually very simple. Whitebeard had also put on ugly makeup, and the key was the suppression of spiritual energy. Well, she put 90% of her spiritual energy into Blackie's sea of consciousness, and her whole body instantly lost most of its luster. After a quick dinner, the 2 went to the bedroom on the 2nd floor to put away their luggage and adjusted their appearances before going downstairs again. They wanted to figure out Tyrion's situation. Barristan did not know about Tyrion's patricide, nor did he know that Varys had sent him to Illyrio, and that Illyrio had sent him to Slaver's Bay. Well, according to the plot of Game of Thrones, Varys and Tyrion had escaped from King's Landing and planned to go to Slaver's Bay to burn the Dragon Queen's hot stove. Jorah Mormont was still the hand of the Queen in Astapor and had no time to kidnap Tyrion, so he was not separated from Varys. Dany knew the plot, but she wanted to observe Varys. She had to admit that she was a little afraid of the Chief of Intelligence. He was in the King's Landing, but he had planted a spy in Queers, who was thousands of miles away. What the hell was this? After going downstairs, Dany pretended to pass by the corridor of the West Hall by accident. She noticed that the dwarf had just finished his dinner and was playing Shivas with a gray-bearded middle-aged sailor. Silvas originated from Volantis and was very popular in the cities of Ursos. It was also a very fashionable game in Westeros cities where there was sea trade. The original owner, Dany Leasy, can also play 10 different types of chess pieces: armed mob, pikemen, crossbowmen, light cavalry, heavy cavalry, catapult, siege scale, elephant, dragon, king. The rules were a bit like a cross between military chess and chess. There were 7 or 8 spectators around them. Dany also stopped to watch the battle, while Barristan sat in the dark with his hood on, drinking. As he got closer, he felt that Tyrion's appearance was truly worthy of his name. He was so ugly that he didn't even look human. He was a living devil, deformed devil monkey, small-eared demon pig. In short, just based on his appearance, he was a bit of a waste of the great name Tyrion. Well, just like Stark's Brandon and the Githas Grazdan, Tyrion once belonged to a great king of Casterly Rock. When is the Alliance going to take action? Tyrion asked. Why are you asking this? Of course it's to avoid war. 7 gods above, hundreds of thousands of troops in a fierce battle. Whoever doesn't avoid it is a fool. That's true, but I can't tell you the answer. The gray-bearded man shook his head. Isn't Captain Terry's tuna also on the list? The little devil asked casually. You even know this? Hee, take a look for yourself. A merchant's house is full of holes. Tyrion chuckled. I did sign a contract with the Volantis and promised to help them transport elephant soldiers, but the Alliance hasn't decided on the final strategy yet. They aren't even sure how many troops to send. Tyrion used the red dragon to eat the other party's black elephant amidst the annoyed cries of the gray-bearded captain. He sneered and said, It's already like this, and you still don't want to play poker? Last time, the Dragon Queen defeated at least 100,000 troops. TSK. Within a month, she swept through the 100,000 Gith Alliance and took down the 2 cities of Yuan-Kai and Meereen. No wonder she looked like a sea Yiksha in the Volantis stage play. If she wasn't so ugly, so strong, so evil, how could a man who had suffered defeat under her hands endure? You're an Undull of the Sunset Sea. How would you understand the current situation? A man dressed as a sea merchant in a silk robe interrupted. The art of battle is to know yourself and the enemy. The Gith lost last time without knowing why. The Alliance has to study that woman's personality and tactical thinking first. It's been almost half a year, and you still haven't figured out how you lost. Tyrion raised his head and said in disbelief, Hee, your dragon flew under my trebuchet. Focus, don't lose carelessly. Captain Terry chuckled as he used his catapult to take down Tyrion's red dragon. Then he explained, that woman not only has a strong military force, but she's also good at using troops. For example, how did she quietly bring thousands of people to the city of Meereen? How did she make the people of Meereen mistakenly think that she had 50,000 troops, so that the people of Gith hid in the pyramid and missed the last chance to turn the tables? For example, in the Battle of the Rear Camp outside Yuan-Kai City, where did she hide her troops, and how did she instigate the Yuan-Kai guards to betray her? Tyrion frowned. He turned to the stern-faced man beside him and asked, Halden, what do you think? Dragons are the source of miracles. Ha, that makes sense. Tyrion laughed. Ha, the Megalosaurus can conjure 50,000 troops out of thin air. The Megalosaurus can instigate the loyal generals of Gith. The Megalosaurus can hide 40,000 troops. A middle-aged, brown-haired mercenary sneered and mocked. Barbarian Westeros, you only know how to talk about dragons all day long. Aegon conquered the Undulls with 3 dragons, and you think that dragons are gods? That dragons can do anything? In order to take down the Lone River Basin, which is half the size and population of the 7 kingdoms, Valeglia lost at least 30 Megalosaurus, 100 Dragon King, 100,000 purebred Volantis, and 1,000,000 slaves. He raised his chin and proudly concluded, In this land, dragons are just legendary creatures that can fly and breathe fire. They'll die just the same if they get hit by an arrow. I can't refute that. Tyrion laughed foolishly. Checkmate. He pressed down a chess piece, rubbed his hands, and laughed. Captain Terry, thank you for letting me win. I won again. Sigh. Graybeard took out a handful of copper coins from his pocket and put it on the table. He said unwillingly, "Here, let's play again." "Okay." While arranging the chess pieces, Tyrion casually said, "Oh, right. Why do the Volantis hate the Dragon Queen so much? Slave Bay is 3,000 kilometers away from here. The person who asked this question must have never done maritime trade." Tyrion stuck out his round belly. "Look at my body. Even a bathtub could drown me. Why would I go to the sea? Unless the sea is full of wine." Ha ha ha. The people around him laughed. Slave trade is not only the livelihood of Slave Bay, it's related to the balance of maritime trade all over the world. Simply put, slaves can reduce the cost of maritime trade by 90%. Oh, it's for money. Tyrion suddenly understood. Terry shook his head and sighed. The profit of maritime trade is tens, hundreds of times. Changing slaves to contracted workers, squeezing them for a few years is not a devastating blow to maritime trade. But look at the merchant's house. Slaves warm our beds, cook, wipe the table, carry the dishes, feed the horses, wash the chamber pot. Look at Volantis. Slaves produce food for the Volantis people, clean the streets, educate the children, guard the city walls, pilot the warships, charge the enemy. So, you understand? This city can't do without slaves. But at this moment, all the slaves in the city turned their eyes to the east, looking forward to the glorious savior, Dragon Queen Misha, the Liberator. Inside the Black Wall, the nobles with ancient bloodlines were unable to eat and sleep well. The slaves in the kitchen were so scared that they peed their pants when they sharpened their knives. Not only the nobles could not tolerate this situation, even the poor in the city hated the Dragon Queen. According to the law, even the lowliest beggar in the countryside has a higher status than a slave, but that woman wants to take away their last bit of comfort. How can they not be angry? Makes sense, but it's a little stupid. Tyrion shook his head. What do you mean? Do you think that the lords of the Westeros don't live as carefree as your trading princes and city governors? The little devil asked. I've only been to the old town, but I've never seen the lord there. Graybeard, Terry shrugged and moved his heavy cavalry to Tyrion's trebuchet. Tyrion quickly placed the dragon beside the trebuchet and nodded. The old Count of Sea Tower has been studying magic in the Towering Tower all these years. Even the matter of his youngest daughter cheating on her husband did not alarm him. Dany could not help but mourn for Cora for 3 seconds. The people of the Seven Kingdoms seemed to know that he was being cuckolded. Let's put it this way. The things that the Volantis nobles can do to the slaves, such as strengthening, whipping, cutting off their hands and feet, free labor, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms can do to the free people in their own territories. In name, Westeros are not allowed to have slaves, but most of the civilians are no different from slaves. Tyrion was speaking from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, other than the tattoos on their faces, the maids of Casterly Rock were no different from the slaves of the Volantis nobles. If I were the governor of Volantis, I would find out that the woman not only has 3 dragons, for she hatched another golden dragon. Terry interrupted him. Another dragon? Where did it come from? Tyrion was stunned. There are currently 2 popular theories. Slavers Bay claims that the queen's maid was tragically killed by an assassin, and the gods compensated her with a golden dragon. She even named the dragon Golden Dolia. A sea merchant said. Clang! The elephant in his hand fell on the chessboard. The little devil stared with his black and blue eyes and said in disbelief, "Say it again. A dead maid compensated with a dragon? How can she say such nonsense? And you idiots seem to believe it?" Terry directly used the dragon to eat his elephant and sneered. "You're the idiot. You don't know anything. Now that the dragon eggs have become fossils that have lost their vitality, if you want to hatch a dragon, you can only exchange for an undead dragon soul from the dark world and bathe in fire to be reborn. Chapter 193. A merchant in a silk robe said, solemnly, this has already become an open secret. The Blackwell nobles even went to ask the Red God's supreme priest, Benello. He also admitted that the Light King Lalo had two sides to him. One controlled the light, and the other ruled the dark world of death. The Red God's priests resurrecting the dead is nothing new. Since they can pull a person's soul back from the dark world, why can't they let a dragon's soul be reborn? Benello, the supreme priest of the Red God Temple of Volantis, similar to the Pope of the Vatican. But this expert seemed to have fallen into a trap. Danny rubbed her nose, feeling a little awkward. That woman lost her brother, husband, and son in exchange for 3 miraculous dragons. So, in order to hatch a dragon, other than a dragon egg, she must also sacrifice her loved one to Lalo, who controls the dark world. Terry concluded, but do you know the tragedy of the Midsummer Hall? Tyrion's ugly face scrunched up. In the Midsummer Hall of Dorne, a king's eldest son, countless fire warlocks, 7 gods cultivators, and soldiers died in order to hatch a dragon, but not a single dragon scale was hatched. Relying on the 7 gods to hatch a dragon? Ha ha ha. The people around laughed. Everyone in the world knows that the 7 gods don't exist. The 7 gods cultivators are no different from ordinary people. Dwarf, go to the Red Temple Square and broaden your horizons. After meeting the supreme priest, Benello, you will realize that the gods you have worshipped for thousands of years are just 7 pieces of wood. Tyrion's face turned red, but he couldn't refute, because 3 days ago when he came to Volantis, he passed by the Red God Square. He had always thought that the red-robed milkman was the same as the bishop in St. Belle's Cathedral, who only knew how to use small tricks to deceive believers. But Dany Rise also worships the 7 gods, right? He argued in the end. No one denies her uniqueness, just like some beautiful bad women who are chased by countless men, but she ignores them. There are also some good women who no one wants even if they throw themselves at men. This is life. Without a doubt, that woman has the destiny to be loved by the gods. Without such a destiny, would she be called the mother of dragons? To be able to get a dragon by killing a maid? To be able to defeat hundreds of thousands of guys' people? Captain Terry sighed. Tyrion was speechless. He felt as if his worldview was about to be overturned. It's also possible that she got a great bargain, someone said. There is another saying that virtuous sage Yuan Kai sacrificed his entire family, including himself, to Lalo. However, the dragon egg was stolen by that woman, and she obtained a dragon for free. An old sailor nodded in agreement. I just came back from New JIS. Everyone there said that Dragon Granny actually hatched the golden dragon. Why is there another venerable father? Dany couldn't help but interject. The people nearby had already noticed her. Even Tyrion had taken a few glances at her. Everyone around them was talking about this topic. Dany's lack of participation made her seem odd. The witch who helped great sage Mourinho hatch the dragon called herself the Lady of Dragons because she hatched a dragon. According to her, even that woman acknowledged the title. Granny of the Dragon? Fuck. That's impossible, right? No matter how stupid the mother of dragons is, she wouldn't let others take advantage of her. Dany's mouth twitched, but the stack of queer's deeds that Dragon Granny took out all came from the mother of dragons. Dany was stupefied. So, the rumor that the Alliance is preparing to hatch a dragon isn't false? Tyrion asked while stroking his messy beard. It's not preparation. It's already started. I heard that 2 small noble families in New JIS have already gone extinct. Dany turned her head to look. It was a medium-sized, gray-robed, dark-skinned youth. And he was a fire mage? Yes, not only were there twisted flame runes imprinted on his gray robe, Danny could also see two flickering flames through his blue eyes. She thought it was an illusion. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. It was still a cluster of yellow flames in the blue sky. What's going on? Could it be? Danny suddenly remembered the 9-colored vortex ripples that appeared in her eyes. I saw through his mind and saw the fire mage's fundamental meditation technique. This, the perfect inheritance of the Valeglia people, is too overbearing. It was not rare to meet fire mages in the merchant's house. Standing on tiptoe and looking around, one could find 7 to 8 mysterious professionals in the corner. There were fire mages, fire warlocks, shadow-binding warriors, and even necromancers. As for the righteous moon singers, priestesses, and red god priests, there were even more, especially the red-robed monks. There were more than 10 of them. Many tiger cloak army soldiers who came in to drink bowed respectfully when they saw them. Gone extinct? To hatch a dragon? Tyrion was shocked. Yes, the dragon granny burned them all and offered them to the shadow devil. The fire mage nodded. The dragon queen can hatch a dragon by any maid's death. They, on the other hand, didn't even hatch a single strand of hair. The little devil sneered. The fire mage said, I had a letter exchange with the dragon granny. She claimed that the golden dragon was hatched by herself, and that it was a lie by the mother of dragons to change the maids. That woman was worried that if everyone had a dragon, the dragon queen would no longer be the only one. But the dragon granny burned 2 noble families to death and still didn't hatch a dragon. How did she explain that? Danny asked. It's simple. The quality and quantity of the offerings were not enough. Everyone knows that Lalo is not a good person. His greed even made us not dare to study the witchcraft of the underworld. The fire mage said seriously, I'm afraid that the 2 noble families didn't do it willingly. Tyrion sneered. The dragon granny also said that because the family heads didn't willingly sacrifice themselves, the effect might be worse. Tyrion's eyes flashed, and he said coldly, You are all wrong. The dragon queen's dragon hatching theory is actually a paradox. Only by sacrificing the one you love the most can you please Lalo. But if you deliberately hatch a dragon, it means that your love for the dragon surpasses everything. Obviously, the one you love the most in the sacrifice can't be achieved. Yes, dwarf, your brain is quite flexible. The dragon hatching theory is just a scam. Danny's eyes lit up, and she praised. Tyrion was unhappy when he heard the word dwarf. He stuck out his lower abdomen and said, My work is more flexible. Do you want to try it? Chi. Danny pulled out a dagger from her waist. Just like how she twirled a pencil in class, the small and thin dagger danced happily between her fingers. Under the candlelight, the flickering red light was dazzling, but from the beginning to the end, her fingers didn't cut her skin at all. Take off your pants, and let me see how flexible that little thing is. Danny looked at the fire mage with a smile. I heard that a dwarf's penis has magic power. Yes. The fire mage nodded and took out a 2-finger-long black sausage from his waist pocket. An amulet from Materis. It can help me quickly recover my magic power during meditation. 7 levels of hell. Looking at the shriveled sausage strung on a red string, Tyrion's eyes bulged. He bent down and cursed loudly, You bunch of damn barbarians, bang! In Danny's vision, the yellow flame in the fire mage's eyes suddenly rose 3 feet high. Then, a small flame the size of a broad bean rose up from Tyrion's messy golden and brown beard. Oh, there's a fire. The chandelier's wick fell. Tyrion slapped his chin and shouted. Huff, huff. The fire mage's forehead was sweating, and his breathing became heavier. Danny was surprised to see that the flame in his blue eyes suddenly extinguished, leaving only a small spark flickering. Humph, This is just a small lesson for you to understand that you should maintain proper respect for people who have mysterious powers. The fire mage lifted his chin slightly and said, arrogantly, the mercenaries, merchants, and sailors nearby were shocked. They took a step back, and the area around the fire mage immediately became empty. Tyrion smelled something burning on his lips. He stared at the fire mage and said in surprise, "You did this?" The fire mage clasped his hands behind his back and nodded proudly. Ha ha ha. Tyrion slapped the table and laughed. This little fire, after my second brother finishes peeing, the remaining drop will be enough to extinguish it. This guy also saw the fire mage's unnatural expression. Dany was deep in thought. Hugo Caesar apologized to the mage. The square-faced, middle-aged man beside him scolded sternly. Tyrion shrugged and stood up from his seat. He clasped his hands together and said, "Forgive me, mage. I drank too much, and even the topic went off track." Smack! He slapped his forehead and shouted, "Oh, we were talking about the Alliance's conquest of the Dragon Queen. Why bother? Why bother? Not only does she have 4 dragons, but she also has an army of 50,000 or 100,000. She is also a master of war. Why bother with her? If the queen wants to free the slaves, then let her free them. She still needs the help of officials and nobles to maintain her rule, right? If I were a Volantis person, when she rides a dragon over, I would immediately kneel down and lick her feet. I can keep my title and property. Even if the slaves and servants are free, I can still continue to enslave them by employing them." The little devil seemed to be really drunk. He stopped playing chess and stood on the stool with his arms outstretched. His face was red as he shouted, "This is a perverted world, a world full of pain and injustice. It's a bloody world of cannibalism. What the hell was slavery? Without slavery, this world will be beautiful, impossible. Slave masters eat slaves, feudal lords eat commoners, dragon queen eats feudal lords, great mages eat gnomes, the strong eat the weak. There is no difference, and there will never be a fundamental change. Give up your identity as a slave master and become a duke or earl of Volantis. Won't you still drink blood and eat meat? At most, Dragon Queen can't bear to see fresh blood. You can roast the medium-rare steak until it is 90% done." Ha ha ha. The little devil panted and laughed. Silence filled the place. Those who didn't understand only watched him as a monkey show. Those who understood frowned and looked solemn. Hugexation, right? A gray-haired old scholar in a gray robe pushed through the crowd and looked at Tyrion meaningfully. He smiled and said, "You definitely haven't studied the code." "What code?" Tyrion was confused. Queen Dany Leesy's Code, a legal classic that strictly regulates the relationship between lords and vassals, vassals and free people, kings and officials and commoners. So what? Tyrion was puzzled. Don't the Westeros have similar codes? The code stipulates that farmers are free, but many territories don't even have the right to the first night. You will understand if you think about it carefully. Why would the Gith people form an alliance in a hurry? Why would the alliance want to contact the Westeros and Braavosi?